Movies, they move us like nothing else. They make our jaws drop, our pulses.
Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. We got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we're making it right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void. Never to be seen again. Space Fam, it's beautiful to see all of you here on this Friday evening. Oh yeah, it's time for that week-ending report. But first, some shout-outs. From Meteorologist Man to the Pivot, Boku, SF123 in the YouTube chat, Noah but close fourth. Very close fourth. Who else is here? Randy Terpstra, Chuck L, Skinny Stock, Young Chris, Smooth Bandito, The Green New Deal, the Twitch chat. Anyway, lots to talk about here tonight. As I mentioned, it's been a very busy week. Elections stuff. Changes in the Trump administration. Hasan. Oh, Hasan Piker in the media, getting spicier by the day. White House upgrades now costing nearly $1 billion, mostly taxpayer money. And of course the climate getting worse and worse and worse. Earth drought. Everything's on fire, or running out of water rapidly. Oh boy. What else do we have to talk about today? It's midweek report. So many things. Clacton by-election results. Strange developments vis-a-vis settlers in the West Bank. Sailors jumping ship, literally, in the Strait of Hormuz. And Donald Trump's paranoia. We'll hit all of it and more. Let's start in the United States. Talk about the sinking numbers of Donald Trump's cabinet.
Fuck yeah! I did everything right and they indicted me.
Trump administration officials' net job approval rating. Look, they're all underwater here. You got four guys across your screen. You got Marco Rubio, who's at -8. You got RFK Jr., -9. You got J.D. Vance, the vice president, -17. But who takes the cake here? Look at this. Pete Hegseth, as I said, the lowest of the low, 22 points underwater. And this has been something that's been going on throughout the entire administration. He is...
Oof.
Holy Toledo.
Wait. Nope, I can't do that. Wait. No. There we go.
Holy Toledo.
Wow. Trump administration boys are rapidly losing any sort of positive image they might have had previously. Now, of the four guys, Pete Hegseth was, I think, the least popular to start off when he first took his job. But things aren't improving for him. In fact, they're getting worse for every single one. If my memory serves correctly here, multiple of these guys had positive approval ratings earlier in the Trump administration last year.
underwater in every single poll that I could find. That is his job disapproval rating being above his job approval rating, and Iran has not happened.
The comparison to Rubio here is really apt because they're both seen as involved with the war in Iran,
Correct.
but Rubio's -8 and Hex is -22.
Yeah, Rubio is the one who, relatively speaking, has come out smelling like roses, especially as he looks ahead to 2028, potentially in J.D. Vance.
Yeah, but these are bad numbers. At one point, you know, I'm pretty sure RFK Jr. had a positive approval rating. JD Vance had like a single-digit negative approval rating. And, you know, people were talking about, oh, maybe like the 28 thing. They were talking about, oh, maybe these guys could, you know, take over for Trump. There's no way. There's no way any of that's happening. They'll be lucky to have 20 if Democrats take back power in 2028 to have a political career in 2032. If Democrats completely fail, drop the ball on all the things that people have been talking about within the Democratic Party, affordability, whatever else, if all of that has somehow failed, then and only then are those guys going to have any chances. But I think it's important for us to discuss what this probably means, right? Like, the fact is if these guys are dropping like flies, everybody who had positive approval ratings previously are now in the negatives and or deep negative territory. You know, everyone is going the way of Trump. Trump's approval rating is much lower, but that's because we talk about him every day. We don't talk about J.D. Vance every day. We don't talk about RFK or little Marco.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco.
We don't talk about those guys every day. We do talk about Pete Hegseth all the time because we are literally at war, right? And he's also a completely unlikable turd. There's a confluence of factors happening here, but you get what I'm saying. And but this is important as we go into midterm election season, right? Is that really, the more in the limelight you are as a Republican, as a Trump administration official, but really all Republicans are Trump administration officials. They are all there to rubber stamp and everything Donald Trump wants while sniffing his butt and saying, it smells beautiful, sir. Like, and when the midterms come around here, it's going to be very easy to point to all of the things these guys have done to help Trump do the worst stuff that nobody likes. They're all a bunch of sycophants.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
And the more you talk about them, the more people hate them. It's all we got to do. It's literally all we got to do. I know it feels like a long way away, but really we're entering the fall right now. It's mid-August. Midterm season is right around the corner. The last primary of 2026 is September 15th. Delaware. In fact, it's not really a primary. The at-large district of Delaware for Democrats has no primary challenger. Sarah McBride. That's right. I forgot about that. That's right. Trans representative Sarah McBride going unchallenged. But that's it. So, right, like, there's nothing interesting to talk about in Delaware, aside from the fact that Delaware didn't find it important to primary her, right? And so, really, I mean, earlier, it's like the 8th in Rhode Island. Really, by the time September happens, you've got 1, 2, 3, like 5 elections. Yeah, like no, 6. This is like 6 or 7 elections. Okay, it's like, whoa, what just happened? Never mind. Oh, we're good. But the point is the primary seasons are pretty much over. I've posted most of the videos. I need to post Massachusetts and Wyoming and like a couple other states here. But it's almost done. This thing is almost done. What am I doing? Why is my... I'm sorry, I'm getting very distracted by the fact that my soundboard is flickering on and off, and it's forced it, whenever it does this, I have to reopen the software. Oh, it's very annoying.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
What, It sounds like something you'd do to keep to yourself. What? What? What the hell are you talking about? Can't be directed at me. Benny Johnson covered AOC freezing. We will not be talking about AOC's decision to freeze her eggs. Okay? I you know, I support AOC doing effectively whatever the hell she wants in her private life. Okay? Like, I honestly cannot believe how fixated the right got on that. And I refuse to get in the weeds on that. It is so dumb. Everyone should support her doing whatever she wants in her own life, okay? Like, get the fuck out. Like, I support Benny Johnson. You know, if he wants to, you know, do things in hotels with other men, I support him. And if AOC wants to freeze her eggs, I support her, okay? And we don't need to talk about it. All right? Let people be themselves. If anything, I applaud her being open about it. Me personally, I'm more of a private person. I probably wouldn't do that. But hey, that's her thing. In fact, I would applaud Benny if he was more open about his life. But I also support him being private about it. Okay, well, Donald Trump's cabinet numbers continue to sink. New additions to the cabinet we're seeing. New additions and departures. And I mean, technically, this isn't an official cabinet position, but seeing as Donald Trump has treated it as such, might as well include this in here. Todd Blanche being sworn in on Monday as the U.S. Attorney General. Trump's lawyer, now the top prosecutor in the entire country.
That I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office of which I am about to enter. So help me God. So help me God.
Yay!
Yes, the guy who unabashedly said this statement under oath.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Actually, maybe that wasn't under oath. It may have been on Fox News. I can't remember. But he is the Attorney General. Yep, that guy now heads up the entire Department of Justice. I'll say thank you very much. I love you, sir. That guy. One guy in, one gal out this week. Caroline Leavitt, big news, departing her position at the White House. Right-wing lunatics claiming this was a very big loss to the country. Fox News, tearful message.
We have some breaking news for you right now. This is from President Trump on Truth Social. Our wonderful White House press secretary and one of my most trusted aides, Caroline Leavitt, will be departing her role at the end of the month so that she can spend more time with her beautiful young children and family.
Our wonderful, wonderful Ministry of Truth spokesperson Caroline Levitt is leaving to do family stuff, okay? To do family stuff and for no other reason. It's got nothing to do with anything else but the family, her beautiful family that she loves so very much.
Decision I totally
Her very old husband, who's like more than twice her age, and her newborn baby.
Understand and respect. Caroline will now be one of my top outside advisors and an influential voice within the Republican Party.
She's going to be an outside advisor rather than inside. She's going to yell from outside the fence and say, "Sir, the press is being very rude out here." I'll say, "Thank you, Caroline. Great outside advising." Okay, let's do another quick, this is going to be a very quick Caroline retrospective, as well as a deeper dive into why Caroline may have left. Up until now, we've been assuming it's family stuff. We were told it was family stuff, and there was no reason, as a new mother, for why Caroline wouldn't want to spend more time with her family and leave her very high-powered White House job. But first, we've been stuck with this woman for like almost 2 years, so I think it's important for us to remember what it was like.
Number 8, backing up the president's support of First Amendment freedoms. Levitt was baffled when one reporter asked her this.
So if there were peaceful protests on Saturday for the military parade, President Trump would allow that?
Of course the president supports peaceful protests. What a stupid question. Raquel.
Moving on to number 7, Levitt's heated back and forth with a reporter over the demolition of the White House's East Wing.
Can he demolish anything he wants?
What do you think that
oversight?
rubble is?
What do you think that is? What do you think that is? Caroline was a fucking lunatic. She's still got 2 weeks left, but good God. Good God. She was the most deranged propagandist. And the more that I have been mulling it over, the more that I think it's going to be very difficult for them to find somebody as competent at propaganda. I have to give Caroline that much credit. She truly was a deft propagandist. I mean, everything was always the press's fault or the Democrats' fault or both. Usually both, but you know, at least one of the two, right? Like, she refused to back down on anything, no matter how stupid or factual it was. And to find somebody that willing to be that, either is already been bred to be that out of touch with reality, or just willing to because that's the thing about Caroline. I feel like to some degree, she was bred for this almost, right? Grew up in Catholic schools, went straight into working in Republican politics and things of that nature. And then here she is, right? As the youngest press secretary of all time, right? Her entire life. Before she became an adult, Donald Trump was president, right? Like, that's how young Caroline Levitt is. Like, and I feel like she has always, since taking to the podium, she has genuinely believed that Donald Trump was going to usher in the golden age, which is why she was the perfect propagandist, right? She came out with that cross with the cross around her neck in their little business suits and her bleach blonde hair, which I know is not her real hair color. I mean, you look at you look at photos like this, and you can just quite easily tell. I mean, but oh god, the Mar-a-Lago aesthetic and talking points were always front and center with Caroline. Here's a retrospective, a quick one from Zateo.
Doge and OMB also found that there was about to be 50 million taxpayer dollars that went out the door to fund condoms in Gaza. As for the bandages on the hand, the president is literally constantly shaking hands.
Why was Renee Good unfortunately and tragically killed?
Are you asking me my opinion? Because an agent acted recklessly and killed a bunch of spies.
Oh, okay. So you're a biased reporter with a left-wing opinion.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, because you're a left-wing hack. You're not a reporter. You're posing in this room as a journalist.
She was a lunatic.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
You are a hack. You are a hack and a fake reporter. It's just for citing the facts. This is what I mean. Like, she was so unhinged. Like, she would ask, like what kind of White House press secretary asks a question of a reporter and then attacks them for their answer? She's more of a Fox News host than she is a press secretary. Oh God. Like, that is what I think is gonna happen, though. It's gonna be somebody we know. It's gonna be somebody we know. Fox News, News Nation, OAN. Although I'm trying to think of who actually works. OAN, I actually don't know who works there. Something like that, though. But I think they're gonna really struggle to replace her. Find somebody as fiendishly loyal and you know, just dedicated. But it turns out it might be that she wasn't loyal enough. If you recall, Trump made it clear who was the most loyal earlier.
Oh, okay. So you're a biased reporter with a left-wing opinion.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, because you're a left-wing hack. You're not a reporter. You're posing in this room as a journalist.
Did the president ever spend hours at Jeffrey Epstein's house with a victim?
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong. No other president in history has faced such repeated, serious attempts on his life. Of course the president supports peaceful protests. What a stupid question. Raquel. Brago Garcia, an MS-13 El Salvadorian illegal alien criminal who is hiding in Maryland.
Why wouldn't Trump just take the call from Putin while the other leaders were in the room? He said it would be disrespectful to do that. But why is it disrespectful?
With all due respect, only a reporter from the New York Times would ask a question like that. When you are flying on an airplane with your loved ones, do you pray that your plane lands safely and gets you to your destination, or do you pray that the pilot has a certain skin color?
Oh, Caroline. GG, Caroline, GG. Now, it's interesting that Zateo chose to end this montage with that particular clip of Caroline, because there are some rumorings, if you will, on the grapevine. You can ask Marvin Gaye about that one. But, yeah, some claims that Caroline may actually not be leaving due to her family, but in fact due to her feelings about plane-related things. Plane-related happenings may have played into Caroline's reasoning for her departure. Departure seems like a weird word to use right now, seeing as we're talking planes. But let's see what Jennifer Welch had to say here over at I've Had It podcast yesterday.
Caroline Leavitt is gone from the White House. This is such great news because I'm so tired of seeing her lie nonstop. She drives me bananas. And the Christian cross while she's lying. It's ridiculous. Trump announces this on Truth Social because he's so unserious. I'm going to spare reading all of this to you, but my favorite part is where he says,
I'll read it for everybody. Don't worry. Our wonderful White House press secretary and one of the most trusted aides, Caroline Leavitt, will be departing her role at the end of the month so that she can spend more time with her beautiful young children and family. A decision I totally understand and respect. Caroline will now be one of my top outside advisors and an influential voice within the Republican Party as we work to defy history and conclusively win the midterm elections. Caroline has been a real leader in the White House and has done a phenomenal job fighting for justice, liberty, and freedom since 2018, including our historic re-election campaign of 2024. Caroline has been one of the best White House press secretaries in the history of the office. Thank you, Caroline, for a job well done. President Donald J. Trump.
I love, there are multiple parts of this I love, though. The concept that that Trump totally understands and respects taking a break for her beautiful young children and family. When has Trump ever taken a break for his children and family? I mean, he takes break from his children and family, but not for them, right? Like I mean, he's taking a multi-year break from Tiffany, maybe decades long break from Tiffany, but not for Tiffany or for any of them. Eric, Don Jr., Ivanka. I
totally understand that.
The concept of Trump understanding that is beyond me. But also, honestly, this is what I mean, though. The fact that she's been working for the Trump political project since 2018, think about what that means. She's 27. She started working for the Trump campaign before she was an adult. This is what I mean. She is so fully, deeply indoctrinated. She was the one. How do you replace that?
She's leaving at the end of the month so she can spend more time with her beautiful young children and family. A decision I totally understand and respect. Yeah, of course he totally understands that because when Melania was a young mother with a newborn, he was banging a porn star. So yeah, when I think of who are big advocates in America for young mothers at home.
I totally get that. You know, you just want to take a break for your family. And sometimes that break includes hanging out with other people that aren't your family. Okay, that's normal too. That's also very normal when you think about it. Actually, when you think about it, sometimes your family gets a little annoying. When you're taking a break for them, you also need a break for yourself. It's totally normal. Everybody write that down.
A clown car of incompetence. Pop this up. We've got Carrie Lake, Scott Jennings, and Spencer Pratt. MAGA's best foot forward right here, these loons. Jennings was asked last night on CNN if he would take the press secretary job. Play the clip.
Scott, who should replace Caroline Leavitt? Obviously, she is stepping
Scott
down.
Jennings.
And
Are you throwing your hat in the ring?
Who do you? Yeah. Well, first of all, are you throwing your hat in the ring? And
will you serve, Scott? Answer the question.
No, look.
Answer the question.
I don't know, but I'll tell you this: Caroline Leavitt has been maybe the greatest White House press secretary in the last 30 years, at least. She's been nothing short of.
I love how he's just repeating the tweets of the president. I mean, if anything, that is the best evidence for Scott possibly being the next press secretary, which honestly, I welcome it. I'm sick of having him on CNN. Everybody's heard me say it multiple times. And like, just put him where he belongs, you know, not at night. Like, he doesn't, like, get this guy out of here. And hopefully by the time he's done with being press secretary, his contract will lapse, or as a result of being press secretary. Like, I don't, like, it just, you know, I think we're all sick of Scott, at least in this capacity. And I think he would be much better suited as press secretary. I don't think he would do as good of a job as Caroline. You know, he doesn't have the same energy. Caroline, you know, she's like half Scott's age. Literally.
Brilliant. She's done it while raising a young family. I think it's great that she's going to go spend time with her family, but I don't know a single Republican in the country who isn't in awe of and in appreciation of Caroline tonight. So Godspeed on your journey back to your family. You've done great stuff.
I mean, this is just...
You don't think you'll pick a man? I don't either. I don't think Scott is going to be the next president. In case it's not clear, I don't actually think he's going to get it. People are suggesting he's the one. I do not agree. I also think it's going to be a woman. I just can't figure out who it is. Some people are suggesting Alina Habba. She did lose her AG's job in New Jersey. She would be very annoying. She would be probably almost as annoying as Caroline Levitt. She's a real psycho, too. But the fact is, they had the most psycho lunatics in the country working in this administration. They've already lost multiple. I mean, it's quite impressive. The list, I mean, the Trump administration took longer to get going on the firings, but once Trump broke the seal, like the departures and or firings, whatever you want to call them, have really ticked up. Like, in the last few months, really seen severe uptick in these things. But, hold on, we're not done talking about the situation. Where does she talk about this? God, I can't remember where Jennifer talks about this. Is it here? Oh, it is. It's right here. Okay, yeah.
Of Air Force One to fly home on a different plane. Well,
I'm too far.
Is she leaving? Well, what a jet stream of bullshit. But here, why? Why is she leaving? Well, it comes right on the foothills of her boss crawling into a catering container, slinking out of Air Force One to fly home on a different plane while he leaves his cabinet, Caroline's coworkers, the American press, and military pilots to get shot down by an Iranian missile. Pop this up. So the Lincoln Project suggests Caroline Levitt's departure comes only days after finding out she'd been left on a decoy plane targeted by Iranian threats. Now, I don't know if she was on that plane or not, but whether she was or not, we all know he picked Natalie Harp because he says she loves him more than his own kids do, which that's a low bar.
Oh my God. When I heard this, I was like, oh, this has got to be it. I mean, Caroline has been just crazy devoted to Donald Trump. And for him to pick Natalie Harp, the human printer, over her. Oh God. Caroline doesn't seem like the sort of woman you want to get on the wrong side of. I mean, look at that face. But oh my God. If Trump picked Natalie over her and put her right after having a baby, because that's what I'll bet it is, right? is Trump picking this crazy one over this crazy over this crazy one, and this crazy one realizing that she was more expendable than this crazy one. Now, the fact is, this guy this kind of goes along with the Trump arc, right? Like, this is actually not, like, this makes perfect sense. And the more that I think about it, the more that it makes perfect sense that Trump would pick Natalie over Caroline, no matter, I mean, we've seen Caroline, like, in every single photo, in every Air Force One, she's in the background, head popping out from the bathroom or wherever else, just nodding along to everything the president says. And then to have just the president just, you know, say, oh no, you're more expendable than Natalie. Oh, that's gotta burn. That's gotta burn deep inside. And then as a new mother, I'm sure that plays into it, right? As a new mother, you gotta think, Jesus Christ, am I gonna get blown up because the president doesn't think I'm as special as Natalie? Oh, that's gotta be rough. That's gotta be rough for Caroline. I see why she's leaving. It's gotta be a rough wake-up call for her. But the fact is the president, like I was saying about the arc of the president, I mean, when a woman gets pregnant or has a baby, he loses interest, right? I'm not saying that he and Caroline had some sort of illicit relationship, but I think it applies here as well. For whatever, you know, like that is the president. Women after having babies become very uninteresting to him. God, she's got to be seething. Speaking of raving lunatics, let's go to a man who had an episode in a public place working for the federal government in Virginia. An ICE agent who acted in a way I would describe as both irresponsible and dangerous, but also probably unlawful. Not a lawyer, but pretty sure that this guy did. Both disgusting and probably
disgusting and probably illegal.
Here's NBC News from 2 days ago.
Yeah, you recorded us. You almost ran us over.
I didn't almost
ran us over. Stop playing.
Stop playing. You are full of
right?
With a gun drawn, an ICE agent and a Northern Virginia woman argue through her driver's side window Monday afternoon in a Falls Church parking lot.
I will arrest you. Keep it up.
I'm a legal citizen.
I don't care.
Oh my goodness.
With her car boxed in by ICE vehicles, other agents approach her car.
I want to try to run me over.
Run you over when? I got recording. I got dash cam.
She's sharing that dash cam video with News 4. The video starts about 35 seconds before the initial confrontation. The driver is Carolina Molina, a U.S. citizen who says she just witnessed these ICE agents arrest two men on the other side of the parking lot. She says she's angry with ICE, but she wasn't following them. She says she was in the parking lot for work, dropping business cards with immigration lawyers to offer counseling services. She says when she turned around and passed the ICE agents again, she shouted at them from her window.
You're
The video shows her turning right as one of the agents stops and then returns to his vehicle. Moments later, she turns around, and this time, two SUVs approach, one in front and one from the rear.
Are you really?
Are you following this?
No, I'm not.
Are you following?
Tonight, Molina is sharing her story with News 4.
Gangs of armed thugs paid for with federal tax dollars terrorizing citizens who are doing nothing illegal.
Honestly, I'm scared. I feel more fear now, because this situation, I feel like it was uncalled for. Like,
News 4 reached out to ICE for comment, and DHS responded to our request by asking for Molina's video. We directed them to what she's already posted online, and a spokesperson responded telling News 4 in part, quote, an anti-ICE agitator began to drive her car in circles around our ICE officers and then attempted to harm officers by weaponizing her vehicle against them, all in an attempt to help illegal aliens get away.
This is ridiculous!
These guys continue this war on the truth. Anytime that anything comes out about ICE agents, DHS comes out. Doesn't matter who's in charge of it, Christy No, Mark Wayne Mullen, they just come out, defend the officers, and use the federal government to wage a war on the American public.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
It is deeply disturbing to me that these guys find it, like, more important to defend the officers rather than to actually assess the situation, right? Rather than to look into the behavior of these ICE agents, rather than rushing to their defense of them, maybe say, these guys seem to be acting against a policy, right? Because I'm pretty sure, I don't have it in front of me, but I'm pretty sure ICE policy doesn't officially say that you should point a loaded weapon at unarmed people driving their vehicles that have posed no actual threat. But that's exactly how they're behaving. And then DHS is running out and saying, oh, the criminals are the unarmed people in the cars.
Video Molina shared with News 4 does not corroborate DHS's claim, but News 4 is not able to verify what happened prior to the start of the video, and DHS has not provided News 4 with any other evidence in support of its statement. Still, we asked Molina why she made the comments to the agent in the first place.
I think those are important details, right? They haven't been able to refute any of her claims. Everything that they have said is disputed and or what's the fucking word? Oh God, I can't think of words now. Everything that the DHS is claiming in these unhinged tweets are I keep falling. Why can't I think of the fucking word that I'm thinking of? There's a very specific word that my brain just broke on. Why does this happen to me so often? Everything is being proven to be false by the video that has been released by this woman is clearly not true. And this is just a pattern that we have seen over and over again from DHS. Just lies put out in the media. No corroborating evidence provided by DHS, but all evidence provided by the witnesses, by the victims, seem to dispute everything that ICE says and claims. But we see zero accountability, federal government doing nothing, DOJ sitting on its hands, going after James Comey instead. And in fact, protesters like this, they've been spending time trying to prosecute people for filming ICE or yelling at ICE.
Regardless, even if I said something, I feel like that is my First Amendment right as an American citizen, and I don't think it calls for this type of excessive force.
Exactly. She's an American citizen using her First Amendment right, posing no threat to law enforcement or the community, and just had a gun pointed at her by the federal government.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
This is the lawlessness of ICE, of the Trump administration. Draconian tactics being carried out on American soil with no repercussions. The federal government, in fact, coming to the defense of these tactics. There was no equivocation or attempt to claim that she was armed or anything like that. They were just like, no, this was the right thing to do. She was driving around in her car. She deserved to have her life threatened by a federal agent. As what DHS's position is. Meanwhile, apparently they're going to be spending tens of millions of dollars to acquire a shocking new form of gear, weaponry. Shock gloves.
Hey, my name is Jeff Nicholas. I'm the founder of Compliant Technologies, and we're here with Deputy Brobrecht from the Oklahoma County Sheriff's Department. And so today, we're going to do a demonstration of what we call CD3 technology. CD3 stands for Conductive Distraction and De-Escalation Device. It's technology that most agencies can now use in soft empty hand control to de-escalate situations. Dan has got a pair of gloves on. We're going to do a demonstration. We're just going to act maybe like he's an individual. So when Dan grabs Deputy Brobrecht with the glove,
yeah, gloves filled with batteries and electrodes. Apparently, ICE is going to spend tens of millions of dollars to buy these as compliance mechanisms, as methods of supposed de-escalation. As if it is too hard to reach down to the already available tasers that the American people have bought them. I mean, it's utterly ridiculous that this is the plan. For more on these new methods of ICE brutality, let's go here.
Is to use the digital technologies to create things that didn't exist before and use it to get around laws. So like Uber being a famous example. We had like pretty stringent laws and like unionized taxi cabs and stuff like that. You create Uber, you're able to undercut all that stuff. This is similar to what Palantir is doing for surveillance states. All this stuff would have been covered under warrants, or you wouldn't had way more scrutiny under if this was like, you know, filing cabinets people had to go into. Now It's just something that any bum can, when he's in the middle of scratching his ass on his lunch break, get the desire to look up his ex-wife, and now he can find out anything that this massive Big Brother technology can know.
I mean, we've talked about these ICE warrants not even being warrants. They're essentially toilet paper that you don't have to go through even a FISA court, which is like, that was what had to happen after the Snowden revelations came.
Sorry, I went to the wrong spot. Here I am trying my best to... Here, maybe?
Obama. On with Brian Kilmeade, and he's asked by Kilmeade about the new toys that ICE is giving out.
Okay, here we go.
These gloves that shock people that they're trying to detain. $20 million could be spent, apparently, on these electric shock gloves. Here is what Homan had to say on Fox and Friends about this.
So you have something else I'd like to bring your attention to or talk about. DHS plans to spend $20 million on electric shock gloves to aid federal agents. How would that work, and what role would they play?
Well, look, it's another device that, you know, to help someone be compliant where they're not. You know, you just can't go from 0 to 100, right? And first thing you go for is lethal force. So, you know, we have OC spray, we have tasers. So the glove is, you know, the latest thing they're looking at to.
Can these fat asses not get to their belt buckle fast enough to get the taser? Or
Exactly. Yeah, this is a complete waste of fucking money. They're just looking for shit to spend. We gave them so much money. They're just looking for new shit to spend money on. They don't need new toys. They just need to start following the law. Start using judicial warrants rather than these fake-ass administrative warrants, right? Start respecting the First Amendment rights, the Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, all the amendments, you know, of people in this country. They don't need shot gloves to help them do that. In fact, I'm fairly certain that's going to do the opposite. They've already got, as he said, OC spray, tasers. Why do they need shock gloves?
So they need it right, easily accessible. I mean, I do chuckle to think about how many times they are going to accidentally shock themselves.
The problem is
when they're pissing.
Right, because of all the sweat and moisture. That's kind of an occupational hazard for these hogs.
You shot American citizens, like in at least two famous cases I could think of in Minneapolis. It wouldn't have been better if you shocked them, like.
Well, they're
Renee Good, like, what, you're gonna reach your hand through her window and like shock her when she's in her car? Like, this is again, like, we ask, like, where are we gonna get money to keep these hospitals open or pay for healthcare? It's like, well, $20 million for shock gloves. What are these gonna do for you?
They're trying to water down their image and claim that they're using non-lethal options and they have more money than they know what to do with.
This is insane. This is a very funny way to say, look how nice we.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. We have given them tens of billions of dollars to spend for 1 year. Why do they need that? They don't. And so now they're just going out and militarizing themselves. Trying to turn themselves into this dystopian police force even more than they already are. Ooh, let's get some shock gloves.
Cozy, as is being described.
Thing you go for is lethal force. So, we have OC spray, we have tasers. So the glove is, the latest thing they're looking at to help in situations. You've seen the videos in the past year and a half, the fights on the street where officers are overwhelmed. This would be a tool they can use to make someone compliant. Now, there's a lot of training involved. There's still some, background, issues that need to be dealt with. So the implementation of these gloves out in the field are going to be a while. I think they serve a better purpose in detention facility that where detainees get out of control and there's fights.
They're going to use them in the detention facilities? Really? Shock guards go around shocking people in their cells? Wow. This is disgusting. It's dystopian. Really just so gross.
Facility. So we'll see.
So, we'll see. More training for the shock gloves.
It'll serve better in places where there's no surveillance or camera. Or
right, exactly. We're going to zap people in.
Yeah, and I've actually been doing some research into these things. They're very concerning. Okay? I had never heard of them before. And this seems to be getting made by this weird private company. Some random dude who's making these things. And even on his website, it does seem to suggest that if more than one shock goes off, right? So like if a prisoner at an ICE detention center or somebody on a street were to be grabbed by more than one officer wearing those gloves, they could die. Like you saw how fast that big ass police officer went down, right? That was one set of gloves. On this guy's website, it suggests that if more than one person uses those gloves on the same suspect, that person could die easily. So we're gonna equip them with something that's basically fatal if idiots utilize them, right? It is a quasi-military police force that we're giving now basically near lethal. A bunch of idiots, some of the dumbest people in the country work at ICE, right? And we're gonna give them something that if you misuse it, right? Could kill people. Good. Because there's no way that 2 ICE officers grab one person, right? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. In every single fucking video that we've seen of ICE on our streets, they have been doing that over and over again. 6v1. 6 dude holding one guy. People are gonna die because of these gloves. People are going to fucking die.
Gloves. ICE and Customs Enforcement, Immigration and Customs Enforcement plans to spend tens of millions of dollars on buying specialized gloves that pulse with electrical energy, which make it easier for agents to subdue people, the Associated Press reported on Tuesday. ICE and Customs Enforcement, Immigration and Customs Enforcement plan electrical energy, which make it easier for agents to subdue.
For a second, I thought this was the website, but this is just snippets from the website.
People, the Associated Press reported on Tuesday, a user manual for glove or generated low output voltage emitter, shut up, sold by a company called Compliant Technologies, provides more specifics on how the gloves are supposed to work and allegedly be used. No more than 2, one pair or equivalent of glove devices should be applied at one time to a single subject, the manual reads. 404 Media found multiple copies of the manual online and archived a version here. The manual says the gloves may even contribute to sudden death. It says conductive distraction and de-escalation devices, or CD3s, may, quote, increase the effects that can cause sudden death. They misspelled effects in the manual.
Yeah, this is deeply disturbing. They're like paddles, right? They're like little heart starters. What are they called? Defibrillators. Yeah, these are gonna kill some people. Yeah. Nice to say it's already been a very weird week. Technically, you still have 1 day left, I suppose. Speaking of crimes, in the world of high-profile crimes, the biggest, most high-profile crimes of the last year is that of the shooting of CEO of United Healthcare, Brian Thompson, by one Luigi Mangione. Luigi Mangione made an appearance in court Friday morning. In a shocking twist, pleading guilty to all alleged crimes in an apparent deal with prosecutors. Let's do this one quick. Here's Hasan from an hour ago.
Now we are getting to Luigi Mangione, someone who we haven't talked about for a while. Luigi Mangione is confirmed and he's prepared to plead guilty. No deal with the government. We're going to talk about this case. It's been a while since we've talked about this case. For those of you who don't know, Luigi Mangione allegedly killed the United Healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson. He was caught. He got away. And then he was caught by a McDonald's employee in a nearby state in Pennsylvania, and the authorities pounced on him. You know, allegedly all of this happened, right? But yeah, let's get started here.
Okay, so I'm going to just bring it to you right now from inside the courtroom. Mangione has begun speaking, and here we go. After years of enduring pain from a broken back and witnessing similar experiences of others, he said he learned United Healthcare would be holding its annual investor conference in December 2024. He said the public location wasn't posted, but he researched to learn the location and who would be there. This is him now in court speaking to the judge in this allocution. This is the part for the judge to decide whether or not she is going to accept this plea. And he's now describing in his own words how he was stalking United CEO Healthcare Brian Thompson, saying that he learned of where he was going to be and that after years of enduring pain from a broken back and witnessing similar experiences of others, he researched where Brian Thompson would be at an investor conference in Manhattan in 2024. He's now, here we go, Pam. Again, he says to the judge, I shot Mr. Thompson and he died.
Wow.
He concluded by saying,
wait, oh, he.
There you have it. After well over a year and a half of being in a prison, facing multiple federal charges and state charges, Luigi Mangione has pled guilty. Well, I think it's only the first trial. I think there's still technically supposed to be a second trial. Although I don't know if that's going to happen or not. May happen. It'll probably happen, I think. Because, right, there's just state and federal charges. I can't remember whether or not that there needs to be a second trial right now or not. But the point is, he's pled guilty. I don't know what the sentence will be. Sentencing hasn't even happened yet, so we're going to have to wait on that. But there has been, I think, some amount of dealing between Luigi Mangione's lawyers and the district attorney, leading to this guilty plea earlier today. Shocking. Many. Before any real trial ever happens. Luigi Mangione deciding to admit culpability in this crime. Let's hear Jessica Tisch, commissioner, the NYPD commissioner. I think she's in here somewhere. Yeah.
Strategy here from Luigi's team is to get the state case thrown out because New York State has very strong protections against the dual sovereign double jeopardy doctrine. They even filed a motion to dismiss in the state court today. You can read that here.
Good afternoon. Thank you, U.S. Attorney McDonald, and thank you to the prosecutors and the federal law enforcement partners who have worked alongside the New York City Police Department throughout this case. Today, Luigi Mangione pleaded guilty.
Right, that seems to clear up why this has happened here today, to avoid the double trial.
City Police Department throughout this case. Today, Luigi Mangione pleaded guilty in connection with the murder of Brian Thompson on a Midtown Manhattan sidewalk in December of 2024. This is an important moment of accountability, and my thoughts remain first and foremost with Mr. Thompson's family and everyone who knew and loved him. But I also want to take a few minutes today to recognize the extraordinary police work that brought us here. From the moment that Mr. Thompson was assassinated on the morning of December 4th, the NYPD mobilized an enormous investigative effort.
An extraordinary police work that led to a McDonald's employee realizing that Luigi Mangione was in their state rather than New York. Great police work, Jessica. Oh, you're so competent at your job. God, I hate her. I really hope that that Zoran gets rid of her at some point. I don't know when that'll be. I just keep hoping it. She's terrible. Okay. Anyway. I'm not going to sit here and get too deep on this situation. You know, Luigi Mangione represented, I think, for a lot of people, a great disdain for a system that continues to fail them. But according to him, he committed a terrible crime and, you know, deserves to be punished for it. Right? Because that's not how we are supposed to solve these problems. Whole point of everything we've been doing all year is to try and solve the problem of healthcare by putting people in government, right? Winning primaries with people that want to bring us Medicare for all and the corporate healthcare system that we have, and hopefully all the issues that people like Luigi and whomever else have experienced with our healthcare system. But fact is the New York, the NYPD, there was no great success from them. In fact, who knows what even happened at court in trial? I assume that they didn't, they thought it through, but point is it's over now, right? There's nothing really left to be said aside from, you know, it seems that Luigi Mangione has decided to accept culpability for his actions, and that we just need to push forward and find a way to solve things through non-violent means, as we are trying to do right now in our democracy right now with all the election stuff that we're getting into and things like that. Okay. Speaking of the system, I gotta pay the bills around here. So, I gotta start the Galactic content goal. We're a little over an hour into the stream. Hey, at least we get to do one on YouTube now. What's today? Right, weekending report. But yeah, if you haven't already hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. Hit that bell icon like button too. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donos. And, of course, Patreon memberships, both new and upgraded, are counted towards our Galactic content goal. Speaking of donations, I haven't even gotten to open up the box yet, but I brought it up to the space station with me to look at. Haven't even removed it from its packaging. I can't even see, it's in a double box situation, so I can't even see the actual physical box. But I want to say thank you to the anonymous person. I mean, I know who did it, but they chose to be anonymous, asked to be anonymous, so I will respect that. But the person who on Throne donated the candles to make my Earth apartment smell fresh, like cedar wood and mahogany. And the new mic stand, the one that will hopefully big time save space and make it much easier for me to move around up here. Super stoked on that. Can't wait to pull that out. I'm still using the old one right now, but boy oh boy am I looking forward to that. Oh, right, I can start goals on YouTube again. I forgot we have those again. Wait, no. Don't do that. Yes, goal. 3 hours. By the way, how are you all doing, Space Fams? Are you doing good? Are you good and or great? Hopefully. Okay. Also, he picked up way too much public lefty support and appropriated. He'd have to turn. Yeah, honestly, I mean, from what I can tell, Luigi Mangione was kind of a radical centrist, right? He was kind of a radical centrist, similar to the White House Correspondents' Dinner guy and a number of other sort of figures in the political, what's the word? I can't think. Adventurism, I guess, realm. I think that's an apt word used here, perhaps. Warden Dinky Cap. Getting us started on the galactic content goal. 10 joules. Hey, that gets us started. That gets us started. Like I always say, every dollar count, every penny. Every penny. It adds up, right? And as we continue to grow, that becomes more and more true. Cali Cat, number 2. Who was number 3? Green New Deal was 3. You know, it's fascinating. It's like I create rules and then you all just choose to make your own rules. At this point, like even I have been conditioned to accept that third is first and first is third. All of you have conditioned me to accept that the rules that I put up are in reverse now. All right, let's talk about the elections. We've had elections this week. We've got elections coming up next week. Yes, thank you. I'm wearing my hat. I'm wearing hat. I'm wearing glasses. If you'll notice. Elections. They've been happening. They've been happening all year. Primaries. In all the states. We're almost done with them. We had a few this week. Wisconsin, Vermont, Connecticut, Minnesota. And we'll be having more next week. In Alaska, Florida, Wyoming. And to get us into talking about those elections, I say we go here. To the man with the very best numbers.
Holy Toledo!
Harry Emden. At CNN.
President Trump says voters are angry at Republicans, but not angry at him.
They're not angry at me, but they are angry at Republicans.
He's full of it. The president's full of it. I mean, that's just the bottom line. I mean, that is the scientific answer. That's a scientific phrase. I mean, you could just see it here, how voters are feeling.
Mo, I know it with the jewels. Thank you, Mo. Everybody's got into the jewels. Are the jewels the big thing now? Nobody's doing super chats and super stickers anymore. Everybody's doing jewels. It's fascinating. I wish I could always see the animations. All of you get to see the animations. I'm busy over here trying to produce the show. You know, I'm not only the guy talking. You know, like at the Majority Report, how Sam and Emma, they talk, and then Nat and Brian, they produce. I do both every day. Right? I put together the list of the for the show, and then I get left out during the show. I don't get to watch. I saw that one. I saw the corner of that one. Epi Mew, stay hydrated. Thank you. Fascinating. And more than Dinky Cap with a party hat. Super stickers don't exist anymore? Wait. What? No more super stickers? I loved super stickers. I thought super stickers were great. Why would they do that? Oh my god, you're right, they're gone. Why would they do this? Why would they get rid of the super stickers? I loved them. Oh, it's very sad. Because then I can't highlight them. That's disappointing. Alright, whatever. This is what happens. I'm gone for 4 months. I'm demonetized for 4 months. I come back, no more super stickers. C'est la vie.
3% of them in an average of polls are choosing the Republicans for the House. The Republicans for the House are outrunning President Trump. His approval rating is just 37% in an average of polls. They're outrunning him by 6 points. Among independents, the spread's even wider. I have it as a little nugget down there. The House Republicans are outrunning Donald Trump by 9 points, although they're both doing poorly. But the bottom line is this. When Donald Trump says that voters are angry at Republicans, not him, that simply put is not the case looking at the data.
Yes, indeed. Republican voters are disapproving more and more of the Republicans and of Trump. And independents are even more disapproving. That's the vibes as we head into this midterm cycle. And we really are I'm finally feeling like I can lift my head up in multiple ways, actually. It's kind of nice, I gotta say. More than Dinky Cap, thank you for the jewels. Thank you for the star. But yeah, the vibes. These are the vibes heading into the midterms. And I'm pulling my head up out of what it was like a deep, dark hole of demonetization, but also from the primary cycle. Oh, which I'm honestly thrilled to be over. Now we're talking about things that are honestly much more consequential, right? This is for all of the marbles. That's coming up here very soon. General elections. Speaking of some of those general elections, let's look at some of the numbers. Starting in Texas, Tejas, Cruz, Talarico.
This is the best looking polling for Democrats in the Senate race since really the 20th century. You're going to have to go back probably the late 80s, the last time they won a Senate race out there, when it was Lloyd Bentsen winning in 1988, because just take a look here. This polling looks so much different than it did 8 years ago. You take a look here, James Talarico, the latest poll against Ken Paxton, he's actually up by 3 points. Look at where the race was between Beto O'Rourke and Ted Cruz at this point in the 2018 cycle. Ted Cruz was ahead by 6. This is very different. The Democrat here is doing 9 points better. And what is supercharging that? Look at this. Independents moved from tie to plus 39 points for James.
These are the numbers that are speaking to me right now. Independents plus 39, Talarico. If we do plus 39 in any district in the country, in any race in the general, versus like Trump 2024 numbers, or like not even Trump numbers, but like the 2024 election cycle numbers in any of these districts, dude, like things are gonna get crazy. Plus 39 on independents going for Democrats in any of these races, it is going to be game over. It's gonna be game over. Blue wave, blue tsunami. Be like blue Chicxulub dinosaur ending wave, you know, like that's what we're talking about. The fact is even in the great state of Texas, this could be part of the reason for why you see independents, or this could at least be tied into all of this, is Trump's own net popularity in Texas is now -9 points.
Holy Toledo.
The president is supercharging Democratic possibilities across red states. Remember, Donald Trump won Texas by double digits, but now he's 9 points underwater. He was slightly underwater back in 2018, but he's much further underwater right now in the great state of Texas.
So Texas, if it were to flip,
This is like these numbers with the president, the Republican president, in -9 in one of the reddest states in the country, at least in terms of current makeup of representatives. Like, this is I think this is some serious foreshadowing, a bellwether, if you will, for the future, for what is to come. Now, let's move on to some of the elections that happened this week. One of them being the Minnesota, was it gubernatorial race? I can't remember now. I think it was the Minnesota gubernatorial race. Mike Lindell, who was running in Minnesota, lost by like 9 points or something. Hold on, I'll pull it up. It was Senate and governor. It wasn't Senate and governor. It can't be both. It was governor. Okay. All right. Yeah. So, actually, it was more than 9 points. So, Mike Lindell lost by 11 points here in Minnesota. However, true to form, Mike Lindell had a lot of questions about those election results.
If you take polls, okay, you have more than one poll a week ago, okay? 7%, 9%, and 9% favored by me. If you look up here, you've got a 15% or 13% the other way. These numbers don't happen in elections. They don't, you guys. These are the power of numbers. Now, the day of voters that were supposed to come in, as they came in, I started gaining. And then all of a sudden, and this is coming in from Edison Research, these polls are coming in, everything goes through Edison Research in New Jersey. All of a sudden, 36,000 votes came in and 6,000 for me. That's a deviation that doesn't make sense. That's all I'm saying.
It's a deviation that don't make sense. Thank you, Mike. Never give up. Never surrender.
Call a crackhead.
Oh, Mike, I hope he runs as an independent. You know, that's what I'm hoping for at this point. That, you know, that he'll run as an independent in the gubernatorial race and suck up more of the Republican vote. Just cause some real chaos over there. I think that'll be the best result from all of this. Because there's no way Mike should just give up. You know, clearly the election was stolen from him. I know that's what he's thinking, at least. Why would you just, you know, why just let them have that? Why let Trina, you know? Why? Don't do it. Don't do it, Mike. You're better than that. You have gone to court, so I'm sorry, I can't keep it up. But seriously, Mike Lindell has gone to court so many times for over election fraud. Like, he can't just, like, he's got to stay, you know? He's got to stick with it. Especially when the president is actively claiming election fraud, conspiracy theories, right? President Trump is back to doing 20. The president has been dragging 2020 election conspiracies back up. If now, when? If not now, when? Is what I say to Mike. If not now, when? You got a president on your side who will pardon you for anything. Although I guess you could run afoul of state crimes. We've seen how that goes with Tina Peters or whatever. Although she got pardoned too by a Democratic governor. But I don't know. I think it would be best for everybody, the country, if Mike just, stuck it in there and just fought straight through the general. Rally the troops. Now, one person who has conceded the election at this point in Wisconsin, who was also running for governor, is Francesca Hong. And we really haven't talked much about this at all since election night. We went to bed unsure of what would happen, still 85,000 votes or something like that outstanding, with claims that maybe they would be more pro-Francesca votes, predating the race of what's his face. I can't even think of it now. But unfortunately, as we all saw, Francesca Hong did not pull it out. Wound up short by a little less than 1%. One guy who went to bat for Francesca, one of the few, was of course Hasan Piker. Let's see a little bit of what he had to say yesterday.
Well, yeah, I don't feel as discouraged as some others are. Maybe there's a lot of people in Wisconsin that, tirelessly knocked on as many doors as possible. And now you feel like, what did that amount to? Nothing. Do not feel discouraged. Think about where you were 2 years ago and then think.
You think Mike Lindell needs to shut up and be quiet? For who? Because the more that Mike talks, the more focused Republicans are on him rather than the actual candidate, right? And if he actually were to run as an independent, I can guarantee you he's dragging a bunch of the most psycho right-wingers in the electorate, right? Like Mike Lindell represents the most deluded part of the Republican base. So if you got right-leaning independents leaving, right, and then you get an offshoot candidate of the extreme right, who's left to vote for the Republican? That's GG for whatever his fucking name is, or her name is, Trina, whatever. That's GG for her. She's done if he does that. There will be no juice left.
Here, the spectacular achievements, the unbelievable accomplishment. We're going to start with Crowley winning the Wisconsin primary. Obviously, that's a...
I see. You're from Minnesota and you're sick of him. Well, I can understand that. But it's not like he's going to win. And if anything, it'll highlight just how deranged the right is and the Republicans still are. But I get it. I can understand not wanting to have to deal with them anymore as a Minnesotan. That's probably very difficult.
That's a, you know, a minor upset, a minor bump, I would say. A minor bump in the road for democratic socialism through the electoral route here in the United States of America. I still believe in my heart of hearts that the People's Republic of Wisconsin is very much alive, is very much a reality. And I think last night's results actually showed that. This is not copium. This is not spin. I'm going to be very sober. I'm going to be very sober in my assessment, in my analysis. There's going to be...
Okay, we're going to be so sober that that's basically where I'm going to cut it here. I'll let Hasan say one more thing here, but the point is I don't want to dwell on this. And I said this the other night, but it is just one of what was... on the night. Let me just make sure I got this right. Francesca's race, while disappointing, was one of 10, 12, 16, 26 different races. And on the night, we had a bunch of great wins, and I just don't want it to detract from that or from the forward momentum of this movement. Because they're trying to already do that, right? And the fact is, not only does she not change the calculus on the congressional makeup, which has been one of the main focuses here. Like, the fact is anybody who's been watching this enough knows that I haven't been focused enough on the governor's races. I've been more focused on the House races, on the Senate races, because I'm thinking about the congressional makeup more than the state stuff. Although I think the state stuff is super important. And I thought that that race was super important. I said at the beginning, and I still stick by that. But, but that loss does not actually change whether or not we're gonna get people in the Senate, in the House, who are pro Medicare for all, who want to abolish ICE, who want to end, you know, funding the genocide, right? Like, and so, like, we can't let it bring us down because the mainstream's already trying to, like, say, oh, this is it. This is the death knell. The DSA is dead, even though we've already won dozens of races. Like, no, not the DSA, but, like, DSA and leftists have won, like, dozens of races already this year. They're like, oh, look, one loss. It's over. It's over with four races left. With like 3 states to go. They lost, don't you see? Don't let them do it. Don't let them do it. It's a bunch of bullshit. 'Tis a bunch of bullshit, Space Fams. Don't let them play you. You're better than that.
Lock in the polls, but it was a lock nonetheless. You understand? Francesca Hong, at the end of the day, got 85,000 more votes than Tony Evers. Okay, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? But this also, this momentum, 313,000 for Crowley, 310,000 for Hong, proves the point I was making, that Wisconsin is not a swing state. Wisconsin is not a swing state at all. That's what I've been saying. So it would be a major mistake for the establishment Democrats if they don't lean in to the momentum that Francesca Hong and the DSA brought in. Sure, she lost by an hair, but that's a lot of voters. And they weren't voting for electability. They were voting for policy. That's the difference between Crowley and Hong as well, because Crowley voters were electability voters. So you...
And here's the thing. I'm going to say something, I don't know how controversial it's going to be with anyone in my audience, but I do want to say that I think, or at least I'm frustrated. This is how I'm going to phrase this. I'm frustrated at least one person, if not multiple people. But I just want to take a look at something really quickly that I think is important. And the thing I want to look at is this, the endorsements pages on Francesca's website and Abdul's website. I think this is the best, fastest way to make this point. Some people were brave enough to endorse Francesca Hong, Ilhan Omar, Nina Turner, Rokana. But those are basically the only big names. Claire Valdez. 4 big names that we all know and recognize on like a national level, right? You had plenty of organizations back her, but very few of the biggest political names backing her. I don't even need to scroll around over here to prove my point, right? I mean, look, Kamala, Bernie, Elizabeth Warren, Chris Van Hollen, Ed Markey, AOC, Rokana, Rashida Tlaib, Pramila Jayapal, Summer Lee, Maxwell Frost. Everyone endorsed Abdul. You know, and I think considering how close it was, if any of these people had endorsed her, and I'm looking at the most progressive people on this list, Bernie, AOC, Maxwell, Pramila, Summer Lee, Rashida, any of these people could have gotten in here and maybe gotten her over the line. I don't know. But I'm a little disappointed that so few people are on this list. It frustrates me because I was out here, not that I'm risking a political career or anything, but I don't know. It bugs me a little bit. She should have had more people behind her. Because that's, I think, what lost the race. It was so close. I mean, it was so... We were on pins and needles going into the end of the stream, still not knowing who won. Right? That's how close. This is the closest race, I think, of almost the entire election cycle that I have covered live. And I just... You can't tell me that the endorsement of Bernie Sanders or of an AOC or basically anybody on that list wouldn't have gotten her over the hump. Half a point. Half a freaking point. Less than 4,000 votes. 3,800 votes. Let's see, 3,794 votes. Something like that. I'm trying to do the math. It's something like that. It is stupid. Less than that, actually. 3,000... whatever. No, it's right. No, that's right. I think it's right. But she had so much up against her. 7 people in the race. 150,000 votes going to 5 other candidates. I can't imagine. Right? Because it's not like there were no more votes to be gotten. Right? With an outstanding 150,000 votes going to 5 other candidates that weren't David Crowley or Francesca Hong, you got to figure that there was some movement that could have been made with a few endorsements. You know, you could have maybe gotten some more people on on Team Francesca. Could have had the Hong dynasty. But that's in the past, so we're going to move on now. But I did feel like we need to at least address this here before the week is over. I just think you could have found 3,700 votes in that race. And that could have gotten easily over Thanksgiving gate. With more support from...
We begin today's show looking...
people in Congress who, in my opinion, support this movement, or my conception of them. Too much democracy? I don't know about that. There's no such thing as too much democracy, but clearly, mistakes were made. Now, like I mentioned, we've had some great wins. Not just this week, but also last week. And on last Tuesday, you had the Tennessee election, where in the 9th district, Justin Pearson will be heading to the general, hoping to go to represent the slice of Memphis District 9 now represents. Here's Democracy Now! From 11 hours ago, where they did an interview with Justin.
We begin today's show looking at the Democratic primary win of State Representative Justin Pearson, who's running to represent part of Memphis in the recently redrawn 9th Congressional District of Tennessee. Pearson won the Democratic House primary after running a campaign focused in part on opposing the unchecked growth of AI infrastructure, particularly Elon Musk's massive supercomputer data centers known as Colossus 1 and Colossus 2 in the Memphis area. Justin Pearson is known for his work as an environmental justice organizer and advocate. He gained national prominence 3 years ago when he was expelled from the Tennessee House for protesting Republicans' inaction on gun control. He was then voted back in. For decades, Memphis, the most populous city in Shelby County, formed the base of its own congressional district. Now the county is split among 3 districts that extend outward from the city. The majority black city was so-called cracked by Republican officials following a Supreme Court ruling that weakened the Voting Rights Act. Pearson's victory happened to fall on the 61st anniversary of the signing of the Voting Rights Act on August 6, 1965. Justin Pearson's district is currently represented by a Democrat, Steve Cohen, who's retiring. But the district now leans Republican. Pearson's opponent in November is Republican State Senator Brent Taylor, who's endorsed by President Trump. Justin Pearson will join us in a minute, but first let's turn to his recent remarks at the Democratic Convention in Texas.
The Republican Party is going to be the party licking the boot of the billionaires who are taking our land, polluting our water, and taking our jobs. Then let us be the party of the working class in rural, suburban, and urban America alike. If the Republican Party is going to be the party of AI taking away our jobs, the party of corporate handouts and blank checks for foreign wars, let us be the party to deliver an increase to the minimum wage. Let us be the party to deliver universal health care. Let us be the party to deliver a federal jobs guarantee so Americans can put food on their table and a roof over their head. And let us be the party that demands a moratorium on data centers be passed by the United States Congress.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I can't wait to see Justin go up against the Republican in this race. I'm gonna skip ahead quickly. Listen to tiny bit of this interview. I don't know if you can tell, but I am getting excited for the general. Oh, it's on the brink. I can stop poring over the policy websites and all these other things that I've been doing. And we can just get back to shredding Republicans for being fascist bootlickers. They're here to do the bidding of the emperor. Oh, that's much easier than having these sorts of like policy minutia. Look, I love policy, don't get me wrong. I think it's important. I really do. It's why I've spent so much time going through it, but it's not fun. It's not like, I don't, like, you know, when I'm sitting here for like hours. No, thank you for the resub. 25 months? 25? That's more than 2 years of Galactic subscriptions. It's crazy. That is crazy. helping out with the galactic content goal also. Now, one problem, I don't know how many... I don't know how many... Is there a way for me to see this? Can I do this? If I do this, does it show it? Oh, it does. Okay, thank God. Okay, I can add up the jewels over here. I was gonna say, I don't know how to add up the jewels because they don't count to the galactic content goal thing, countdown thing. Okay, no, I can look at them. Okay, great. Yeah, let's go back to this.
Congressional candidate now, Justin Pearson, joining us today from Raleigh, North Carolina. Justin, welcome back to Democracy Now! Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on your victory. But this district is clearly changed. You won in a historically black majority district and the only Democratic district in Tennessee until it was redrawn in May. Can you talk about how you believe you won and this struggle across the country, across the political spectrum against data centers?
Yes, I believe that we won the Democratic nomination.
Wow. Hype train. Hype train. Wow, wow, wow. That came out of nowhere. Can we get to level 2? 31% of the way there. I don't think you can call yourself galactic if you only orbit Earth. That's
ridiculous.
That's very rude. Also, Earth is technically in the galaxy. So never forget that. So, being in low Earth orbit, also galactic. Won't be accepting this ridiculous premise. Framing.
And the reason we're going to win the general election is because we're focusing on the issues that people care about here in the state of Tennessee and honestly all across the country. Costs are too high, gas is too expensive, groceries are too high, people need access to health care, and people don't want toxic data centers polluting the air that they breathe. And so those are the issues that we're focusing on. Pass Medicare for all, increase the minimum wage, tax the billionaires, and make sure that we stop toxic data centers from popping up in our communities, whether they be in Memphis, Tennessee, or in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. And we're finding Democrats, Republicans, and independents are all supporting that message because we believe that the best days for Tennessee are still ahead of us.
So tell us about Colossus 1 and Colossus 2, owned by Elon Musk. Explain how they were established there and what you're trying to do.
Yeah, Elon Musk and his company's pollution are killing our community. These data centers are intended to replace our jobs. There's no benefit to everyday working class people. It's only to the benefit of the billionaire class. 3 miles away from my wife and I's home is his first data center. He has built 2 more data centers in Memphis and Shelby County. And one he just announced that he built without even telling the public that he was doing so. So our community was again taken advantage of. And currently he's operating.
Yeah, Justin Pearson's been fighting back against that Elon Musk data center in Memphis that he literally built, I think, over a dozen methane-powered gas turbines to power this monstrosity, Colossus. I'm not just being verbose, that's literally what he called it, Colossus. A name taken from a computer from some sci-fi movie in the 70s or something. Epi Mew with the 67 jewels, 6-7. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's incredible the impunity with which the tech oligarchs like Elon have acted on communities like Memphis. And hopefully, Justin can become the congressperson from that district and put an end to it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Here's a question. Are socialists taking over the Democratic Party?
Hasan Parker. A communist.
Are they taking over? Hasan Piker. Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
Sam Cedar.
You mentioned the Democratic Party. Lessons to be learned. We're speaking not long after multiple primary wins by leftists. Abdul al-Sayed being the biggest primary win of 2026 by a country mile, winning a Senate primary. Narrowly, yes, but some would argue doesn't matter how narrow it was. He took out $60 million of spending, the endorsements of the entire party establishment. He wins. Chris Raab wins in Pennsylvania. Malak Kuros wins in Colorado. Claire Valdez and Brad
we're at
Lander.
7 DSA members are going to be congresspeople this year.
According to my colleague Prem Tech, I think it's 9 total self-professed socialists, because Brad Lander is no longer DSA, but he does identify as a Democratic Socialist.
Correct.
So you've got about 9 socialists will be in the House in January by Prem's count. So that's just an interesting phenomenon, but also the lessons learned from Democrats about change, populism, anti-establishment messaging. I think that's really important. But what do you say, given we've talked about the Tea Party in 2010, as both of us are old enough to remember that period, what do you say to this common line now, which is, this is the Democratic Party's Tea Party moment. What's happening now? This is the Democrats' Tea Party. And remember, the Republicans' Tea Party didn't work out so well for the Republicans. What do you say to that line of argument?
It is only analogous in the sense that there is an insurgency and the establishment of the Democratic Party is completely out of touch with the voters.
Which the Republican establishment was, as we discussed, with its voters.
And I think that's really
reasons.
the end of the analogy. I mean, it's a very sort of like a lazy way of making an assessment.
It gives me an ulcer.
But I mean,
the whole both sidesism when it comes to this. You're right. The analogy is it's an insurgency, but then it actually does matter what you're insurgent about.
Exactly. What are you insurgent about? Are you insurgent about billionaires paying taxes? Or are you insurgent about everyone actually having health care? That's the real question right now. We do know of at least one Democratic Socialist who won a primary recently in Michigan, who also, like Justin J. Pearson, made an appearance on Democracy Now! Donovan McKinney, who will most certainly be representing Michigan's 13th, a blue district in Detroit, formerly represented by Shri Thanadar.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. Michigan made national headlines last week with the wins of progressive Democrats up and down the ballot in this battleground state. Dr. Abdul al-Sayed won the Democratic primary for Senate. He joined us on Democracy Now! Last week. Check it out at democracynow.org. Our next guest is Democratic Socialist State Representative Donovan McKinney. He defeated two-term Democratic Congressmember Shri Thanadar in the House primary to represent parts of Detroit and Wayne County. McKinney won on a platform to get corporate money out of politics, support for Medicare for all, and ending military aid to Israel, among other issues. In the general election, Donovan McKinney will face Republican nominee T.P. Nikoriak. In a press release after his victory, McKinney said, quote, "Today we showed why being always with the people is more than a slogan. It's a roadmap for the Democratic Party on how to move forward to defeat the fascism and divisiveness harming our country and to deliver the leadership the mighty 13th deserves," he said. McKinney took no corporate PAC money
and was endorsed by the Galactic News Network. I just want to show people the voting history of Michigan's 13th congressional district, just so that you understand what I'm talking about here. Since 2008, Michigan's 13th has voted blue no matter who. Obama twice, Clinton 2016, Biden in 2020, Kamala Harris in 2024, and Alyssa Slotkin for Senate. So yeah, a blue, a Democratic representative has represented this district for quite a long time, and there's no reason why it would change now that there's somebody who actually wants to do things here.
Campaign was supported by the Justice Democrats, Working Families Party, DSA, and labor unions, including SEIU and National Nurses United. This is Donovan McKinney speaking alongside Senator Bernie Sanders and Senate candidate Abdul Al-Sayed on the Fighting Oligarchy Tour in Detroit in May about what it'll take to win Medicare for All.
We can't get any of this. Things that our communities, the people we love, absolutely deserve, unless we do something great, which is to get all big corporate money out of our politics.
Yeah. I mean, Donovan, I think everybody here knows at this point, was a great candidate. And won his primary against a big money Democrat. I mean, APAC and all sorts of other, like healthcare PACs and other sorts of big money donors were behind Tree Thanadar, and he still lost to Donovan. It was glorious.
State Representative Donovan McKinney, who won the Democratic congressional primary, joining us now. Welcome to Democracy Now! Congratulations on your victory. What do you attribute it to, Donovan? You're 34 years old.
Yes, thank you, Amy, and just the whole show for having me. We built the biggest and baddest coalition in the country. I've been quoted on saying that, but it's so true. From our labor unions, shout out to UAW, SEIU, the National Nurses United, our building trades. For those folks who don't know, we were the only non-incumbent candidate that was running for federal office in Michigan. They got endorsed by the whole AFL-CIO, so that's pretty much.
Yeah, well, he was at the end by the election day. But honestly, I mean, Donovan almost is doing himself a disservice by saying this, because Donovan was there were multiple challengers. I think there was as many as 6 or 7 people in the race, but by election day, everyone had dropped out. Donovan was the only one left standing, which is impressive in its own right. That he was able to beat the pack, both literally and figuratively. The pack money, as well as the pack of candidates that were vying for this seat, as well as the incumbent candidate, and will certainly be going to Congress. Be seeing him very soon. Like, honestly, these are one of the races we are not going to have to talk about too much, in my opinion. It's the red state races, it's the red district races that I think we need to talk about most. As things end, those are the places I'm going to be trying to focus in on, because we've already won. Do you all realize we've already won? we've already technically won, in the sense that we've gotten through 90% of the states, right? We've gotten through 45 of 50 state races, or 44 or something like that. And we've done the hard work. We haven't won every single race and every seat that we may have wanted to, but we've won a fuck ton of them. And we got some great people heading to the general now. in a lot of those seats, you're in blue districts. So you really don't, I mean, like, for people like me, honestly, I think it's almost a wasted effort. They already built the on-the-ground teams to win the races. It's the people who've won in the red states, in the red districts, who weren't necessarily forced to go up against big DNC money in the primaries, right? Because we kind of talked about that element of this. Who are going to have the biggest uphill battles, right? And, I think those are going to be the people that we try and focus our efforts around here on as things start to develop here in the midterms. I'm getting midterm brained. Big time. It's blue no matter who. It's about to be blue no matter who. It's blue no matter who time. Because, the fact is, at the very beginning of all this, I wasn't sure how this was all going to wind up. There were a few independent candidates I was considering supporting. Now, I've realized that many of us have been forced to listen to blue no matter who, and have in fact voted blue no matter who, even when we didn't like it. And are now met with an opportunity to yell it ourselves at people who have been doing the yelling this whole time, in regard vis-a-vis blue no matter who, BNMW, if you will. It's our time for a little BNMW yelling, right? It's our time to go, hey, blue no matter who. Oh, you don't like healthcare? You don't like healthcare? You want to give bombs to Israel? Oh, I'm sorry, you sound like a Republican. Are you a Republican? Epi Mew, thank you for the jewels. A marshmallow high. So I think I'm going to revel in yelling blue no matter who this time. I've sort of rued the blue no matter who many times before. And for the first time, I'm actually like, yeah, you know what? Because we're hearing too much dissent coming from some of these more centrist, neo-libbed up types. Primaries are over. It's time to be like Haley Stevens, who we saw basically get on Team Abdul over the weekend, claiming that he was part of an awesome ticket for Michigan. That's what we need across the DNC, across the Democratic leadership. Blue no matter who. What's so hard about that? We've all heard it so many times. I don't know what would change this year. It's very strange. Now, speaking of narratives, one guy has been a narrative unto himself, drawing heat from every direction. I am, of course, talking about Hasan Piker.
Hasan Parker. Hasan Parker.
Hasan Parker.
Hasan Parker.
Yes, indeed. Fox News has been doing segments, seemingly on the hour, every hour, about Hasan. People like Laura Ingraham.
It's Piker's party now. That's the focus of tonight's angle. It's Piker's party now. That's the focus of tonight's angle. It's Piker's party now. That's the focus of tonight's angle.
Dude, I wish.
It's Piker's party now, says Laura. Yes, this has been the vibes of the Fox News coverage, but not just Laura. Like I said, on the hour, every hour, Laura's only got one show.
The angle.
Fox News alert, Abdul El-Sayed is calling for unity, but he's refusing to condemn Hasan Piker, despite Piker saying that America deserved 9/11.
He said that you need to renounce people.
Hasan, why do you love 9/11 so much? Says Kaylee McEnany.
And that's the angle.
Fox News alert, Abdul El-Sayed is calling for unity, but he's refusing to condemn Hasan Piker, despite Piker saying that America deserved 9/11.
God, Hasan, why do you love 9/11 so much? Making things so awkward for people like Abdul El-Sayed. Yep, on the hour, every hour, it's Hasan Piker, America's #1 enemy at Fox News. They're focused. They're locked in on Hasan. Okay, they are on the wire. Saying with breaking. Hasan Piker is the #1 problem in America. Let it be known, this man is a communist.
So this is the bed the Dems made, and it's full of mindless narcissists bred in a terrarium of victimhood who really realize that being a loser is winning if you say it's the white man's fault. But the bed was made through cowardice, for the Dems refused to draw a line in the sand against American-hating interlopers, and even adopting the...
What do you want? Buttfeld.
American-hating
Hey, guys, put some respect on it.
interlopers.
This is the most popular.
Why do they refuse to condemn American-hating interlopers?
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
God damn it, America.
Name in late night comedy, okay?
Their divisive, incendiary rhetoric, turning every institution from churches to museums to borders into a means to achieve power, which now leaves the party dependent
What
on the
does that
very
even mean?
faction that it wants to contain. Spoiler alert, they can't. By court...
They're using the borders as a means to achieve power. Kind of like the president who's literally seizing territory across borders. Is that what he means? It's confusing. How are we seizing power with borders? Oh, I know. I just realized what it is. I'm an idiot. Of course. Right. We're using we're letting all of the undocumenteds in, and then they're voting Democrat. And by the millions. What's that? Not by the millions? Thousands. What's that? Not by the thousands? Hundreds. Perhaps. It's unclear. Yes. We're seizing power.
The Abolish ICE, trans mafia, and police defunding crowd, they created a vacuum that this more extreme faction, full of energy and moral certainty, now occupy. And like all vacuums, it sucks harder than Supergirl. And fearing the loss of rich, progressive donors, the Dems lack the balls to reject the Marxists' unhinged goals, which is why they'll jump into bed with anyone from Nazis to Ilhan Omar's brother. Oh. The DSA now have cultural, youthful leverage.
It's the second photo of Hasan that the Gutfeld has shown so far. I just want to go back. Where's the other one? Look, there's two different Hasan photos. It's Abdul, it's Francesca, and it's Hasan. Three vaguely brown people with leftist ideologies on the same. It's interesting that he picks both times. Although I guess it's hard. It's a very diverse group, but I mean, they got a real obsession over here.
The old guard has is lizards, vampires, and Andre the Giant.
Honestly, though, the fact is Greg is. I'll give him this much. He's a Nazi. He's a self-described Nazi. He's a man who reappropriated the term Nazi. But I think he's a fairly intelligent individual, at least as far as Fox News hosts go. And he's capable of reading the room, that being like the sort of vibes, both in the Republican Party, but also just like in the political arena. And I think he is, to some degree, like at least assessing half of the situation here in a fair manner, and that being what the Democratic Party is actually offering as a response to Democratic Socialists. It's fucking John Fetterman and Joe Biden. It's Sleepy Joe.
I'm staying in the race.
And what did he call him? Andre the Giant? He's not wrong. Although that's not fair to Andre the Giant, honestly. I think Andre the Giant was a lot better guy than John Fetterman, from what I understand. But yeah, number one enemy, Hasan Piker. Laura, Kaylee, Greg, who's left?
The Washington Post even prepping voters for the very real possibility that a blue midterm wave is not coming. And tonight, after a series of big primary wins for dozens of bizarre radical socialist candidates, the traditional base of the Democratic Party, they're not too happy either. Take a look.
What's in this corridor?
Bizarre radical socialist communists. Oh my God, it's chaos. Hold on.
Well,
I went slightly too far. Slightly too far.
Mad.
Now, another one of Piker's good friends, socialist congressional candidate Chris Rabb, well, he was on this program last night. He has the bluest congressional district in the country, and he tried to talk in circles, pretended not to even know what show he was on. Well,
he's still butt mad.
Accidentally revealing his true beliefs. Take a look. Do you want amnesty for illegals and to abolish borders?
What are illegals?
Illegal immigrants, people that didn't respect our laws, borders, and sovereignty, entered the country without permission. Illegally.
I don't accept the premise of that question.
Do you want to abolish ICE?
Absolutely.
Do you want to defund the Department of War?
We need to radically reduce how much money we're spending with the Pentagon. Absolutely.
Would you like to eliminate cash bail and establish a wealth tax?
Absolutely.
Would you like to abolish prisons and abolish the police?
99% of what police do are not going after the bad guys.
Now, yet another DSA congressional candidate from Florida appeared on my radio show today, where, to his credit, he actually answered my question. Seemed like a nice guy, but his beliefs are, well, radical and off the charts. Take a
Hasan, sorry, not Hasan. Hannity is losing his freaking mind over here. I mean, these guys have been screaming socialists for so long at non-socialists, and like, it's pretty great in my opinion. There's something about watching them all finally face up against people who are avowed socialists. And just, you can see it on their faces. They're taking it deadly serious. They are losing it. It's the second McCarthy era to Fox News right now. And Hasan Piker is the #1, like, villain. Like, every single congressional candidate they have on the show, they ask to condemn Hasan. It used to be condemn Hamas. Now it's condemn Hasan. It's been a fascinating sort of full circle, I guess you might call it, journey we've gone on in this narrative of a war. But a good backfire, of course.
Work out for them, but they are doing whatever they can. And if you think this is just Hasan's theory, here is Fox News itself. So by falling into this Hasan Piker and culture war garbage, they are allowing voters to forget the reality of what is actually important, even though I don't think they are forgetting, because they are currently experiencing it. So I don't think the strategy is actually going to work out for them, but they are doing whatever they can. And if you think this is just Hasan's theory, here is Fox News itself. So shared by Adria here. This is Mario Parker on Fox News, who brings up how Republicans have been playing the Hasan Piker card, and if that's going to work out for them.
But you see it. I mean, you saw El Sayed refuse to denounce Piker. Also, Piker has a strong following within the Democratic Party. I mean, there's no
Very
other way
popular.
around that. He's got about 5 million followers on places like YouTube and Twitch. He's solved some of the Democrats' problems around masculinity that they've had over the last few years as well. And speaking to those young men that Trump ended up taking in the 2024 and 2020 election also. So it's something that the party is going to have to navigate. Now, the problem for Republicans here, when I speak with them, is that this is the only card they have to play right now in many places like Michigan and elsewhere. You have to be careful, according to the Republicans that I spoke to, because at the end of the day, even with this socialist argument, they're still talking about rent, groceries, the cost of living. So you have to be very careful not to over-torque those arguments.
This man who is speaking.
No, this is exactly right. And I'm glad that David found this clip because I don't watch a lot of Not Live Now from Fox. I probably would have missed that one. But that's absolutely right. And as we've said, as I've said before, but I'll say it again. You know, Republicans give platitudes to their voters on affordability all the time. It's how Trump won. Let's not forget, it's how Trump won. Right? He gave platitudes to voters on affordability that he did not deliver on, right? And Republicans have been doing that for years. But now you got a whole group of people who are actually offering not platitudes, but actual solutions. And none of these, Republicans and or Democrats, incumbent Democrats mostly, have any real response to that because they've been surfing on bipartisan do-nothingness for decades now. And this is a new version of politics. Most of these people in office right now are not prepared for because they all got into office through platitudes, triangulations, corporate back money, and stuff like that. I'm trying to do the math on these. So apparently I get one ruby per 2 jewels. And each ruby is worth 1 penny. So I'm trying to do the math on how much people have donated on YouTube through jewels so far. I thought jewels were 1 penny each, but apparently it's half a penny per jewel. How much are people paying for jewels? That's what I'd like to know. I'd like to know what that breakdown is. Speaking of which, we are making some amount of progress on the Galactic Content Goal, although I don't know exactly how much. I'm trying to do the math on it right now. If you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, bell icon, like button, all these things help us out. But, of course, if you enjoy the show, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, because we are completely funded by individuals like you. We still got to complete the Galactic Content Goal. But honestly, the thing that's really important right now that I can't stress enough how important it is, need to make serious progress on is the Galactic Deficit. We are nearly halfway through the month, and we're less than 20% of the way through it. That math don't math. We got to raise $850 in about 2 weeks. It's a lot. I think it's like $50 a stream now. That number keeps going up every day that we don't, make progress on it. So do consider contributing. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, as those donations go to both goals. But, of course, you still have YouTube Super Chats, Jewels, memberships, gifted memberships, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs on Twitch. All right. Now let's get to this crazy story. With all the focus on Hasan, people are saying all sorts of things. One man may have crossed a legal line, which may have triggered a series of events I don't think he's going to enjoy very much if they do in fact come to fruition. So The man in question is one Scott Jennings, who may have said some defamatory things about Hasan Piker. And you may or may not know this, but defamation is in fact a crime.
Illegal.
I don't think it's a jail thing unless it's like aggravated. It has to be like incessant, like repeated, I think, like over and over again after multiple civil judgments. I don't think it becomes criminal. Like it's not like robbing somebody, but you can face a civil penalty for it.
Right to jail, right away.
Let's go here. Hasan Piker, yesterday.
Be the ultimate undoing for the Democrat Party.
I hope so.
I hope so. I don't think so, but I hope so.
I have no faith in that because their Achilles heel has
Thank you for the happy poop.
been they don't know when to stop. They don't know how far they've gone, but the country keeps changing, Stu. So we import a lot of people that bring in foreign ideologies. There's a larger and larger pool.
It's beautiful that immediately the reasonable Republican concern immediately turns to great replacement theory. Like, remember, this guy's supposed to be the moderate Republican, right? Turning Point USA, spiritual successor, not as ridiculous as like a Nick Fuentes type, right? And what is the difference? I mean, him and Nick Fuentes completely align on the great replacement. It's just he doesn't think Jews are responsible for the great replacement. Nick Fuentes thinks Jews are responsible for the great replacement. That's it. But they still agree that the great replacement is taking place, that the Democratic Party, like he would probably say George Soros is doing the third world migration into the United States. Nick Fuentes says it's all Jews. So even on that front, there's not like a big fundamental difference there. It's so strange that we act as though the Republicans are not the radical ones. It's actually like if you're a liberal.
No, exactly. Exactly. Hasan's absolutely right. I mean, these sort of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories have been fundamental to multiple right-wing pundits, Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes, even Tucker Carlson dog whistles on these things, but he's very sly about how he does it. He's perhaps the most put together of them, but I mean, fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene thought there were Jewish space lasers starting wildfires and all sorts of other crazy shit.
Jokes about a better era when we go back to lynchings when it comes to black people.
Wait, what? They've lost their dang minds, I think. That one is what I don't even know what that is a reference to. Is that the one that like they put up as a hold on. That was Scott Jennings lied about it? What the
on top of these candidates,
what are they?
Choose to keep for company. Just listen to this. Hasan Piker in Cut 8.
I don't give a what black people care about. Oh, black people care about this. Black people care about that. Like, shut the up. That's not how politics works. Oh, well, Hasan, how dare you? Like it or not, black people care about this issue. The issue is literally a guy LARPing as a black person saying black people care about ICE.
Our plan will lower costs and save many middle-class families thousands of dollars a year.
Like it or not, black people care about the border. Man, shut the fuck up. Black people care about the border. I don't give a fuck what black people care about or what you think black people care about, okay? I'm talking across the board. The Democratic Party literally is going to fucking lose. And even if they don't lose, move the country to a significantly more right-wing position. Okay? Oh, black people care about this. Black people care about that. Like, shut the fuck up. That's not how politics works. Okay? I hate that. I hate this, like, shield. Okay? I hate this fucking idiotic shield. Okay? Oh, well, Hasan, how dare you? Like it or not, black people care about this issue. It's like, it's such a fucking stupid stance.
Yeah. So Hasan put this whole clip together to provide context for the the prop clipped stuff, videos that Scott Jennings has been posting to try and foment the particular narrative about Hasan. And the point that Hasan is trying to make, that he's absolutely right about, is that the concerns of black people in America are often used by the establishment and neoliberals to justify their concessions to Republicans, right-wing framing, and whatever else. And it's real fucked. And is often done in a at best disingenuous way.
Okay? It's such an idiotic stance. Nobody operates like this. Okay? Black people don't operate like this either. Shut the fuck up. Stop using this as a fucking shield.
Children with asthma.
Random anonymous guy claiming, oh, black people care about the border. Black people care about ICE. You don't know what black people care about. Which is bullshit. That's not true. A chatter that wasn't even black, by the way. Just a person that was either LARPing as a black person or just claiming to speak for all black people. It's like, it's such a fucking stupid stance. Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat? This one is me responding to someone saying, all black people are voting for Eric Adams.
And will some of the older voters, even in the black community and Latino community, come out and vote for him when you have Eric Adams, the incumbent mayor, on the ballot, who still has...
Dog.
Yeah, and we all saw how that worked out.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. Popping in real quick. I was modding a different chat last night and the streamer mentioned Luigi's brother and auto-mod went bonkers. Everyone PLS be very careful mentioning him. I don't want anyone's stream going the way of Adrienne Vixen's and getting pulled down forever. I'm being very serious about this, space peeps. We just got this community back.
Yeah, it's a good advice from Megastar. Thank you for the bits. We are making slow progress. I've added up the jewels over on YouTube. And those combined with the bits and resubs on, or resub on Twitch gets us about the 1/5 of the way through the galactic content goal, like 20%. I think like 10, like I think we've got about $10 so far raised tonight for the galactic content goal. We are making progress. Oh. Skipping ahead a little bit in this clip, we just don't need all of this stuff to get the sense of what's happened here.
Suck my yes, dude. It's because I'm racist. That's why. It's because I'm racist, dude. Go back to a better time when lynchings were happening. This is what I like as a black man. Are you always doing too much with black people? Leave them alone. I want to go back to lynching. Like, I get it, but relax. Man, shut the up, okay? Yeah, I'm reading someone's comment in that one. You got me, okay? You got me, because I'm a racist person.
You just heard campaigns all the time.
If anyone gets duped by this edit, I'm sorry. You are the biggest moron of all time.
First, let's start with the rhetoric that is put on black people. So you and I disagree on pretty much everything political.
Dog, you know this dude is this motherfucker. Uncle Tom's favorite nephew? Ew.
Yeah, we've talked about Xavier the Russo before. This guy has got a baby brain take on politics. He has mostly repulsive things to say. I am not shocked to hear that he is self-described in that way. Just ridiculous. I'm going to try and focus mostly not on the context clips, because I think everybody here knows that Hasan is not a racist. So I don't think we need to prove that Hasan is not a racist here. That's not the point today. The point of today is to figure out what Scott Jennings has been doing here.
Hardest part of being a black
Vis-a-vis
conservative.
defamation.
But I don't understand.
Me reading a goddamn comment that I very clearly disagree with being turned into a genuine position that I have. Let's be real. If I actually...
Please play newer Haas clips. No, but that's the whole point of what's happening here, right? Is that Scott Jennings is pulling out clips from a decade ago from Hasan to try and spin a narrative, a series of clips that he has intentionally, or someone has intentionally over at the Scott Jennings podcast show, whatever this is. I don't know if this is it's on YouTube. I've never seen the show. I assumed, honestly, that when he left CNN, he stopped existing. Knowing that he's doing other things is pretty disturbing to me. But somebody over there, whether it's Scott or a producer, edited these clips, at least from what I can tell, in a way to intentionally defame and Hasan, deceive viewers and lead them to think one thing about Hasan that is in fact not true. Which I think does, especially considering the current environment. We have the president suing news organizations. Let's not forget, because that's, I think, the biggest example of this situation. Now, I don't think that the president had justification for his lawsuits, right? Whether it be ABC or any of these other situations. But like, if you think about like the BBC lawsuit, like that was literally for exactly this thing. And even they conceded. And it was way less. It was so much less of a, like, if you, we talked about it at the time, but the edit that the BBC did was in no way, in my opinion, misleading to what the president said at the time, right? Like, I think that it was accurate. I think that I thought that the edit of the BBC did was perfect. I would have done the exact same edit. If I had been in the production room at BBC, I would have done the exact same edit. I would have thought it would have been justified. But even they conceded to the president.
President Trump has filed a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit against the BBC over an edit of his speech on the 6th of January 2021 in a Panorama documentary. Mr. Trump has accused the BBC of defamation and of violating a trade practices law according to a court-to-court documents filed in Florida, and asked for $5 billion in damages on each of the claims. Last month, the BBC apologized to President Trump, but rejected his demands for compensation and disagreed there was any basis for his defamation claim. Here's our North America correspondent, Peter Bowes.
Yeah, remember this? And the fact is, they wound up apologizing to the president. I can't remember if they actually gave him money. I think that they drew the line at actually paying out the president, but of course they really didn't. Maybe they did pay him. I can't remember. But like, you know, like we're living in a time where the president's literally suing everybody for anything, defaming people left and right. And now we've been watching people like Hasan getting, you know, smeared left and right. And like I said last time when we talked about this, I think it's time for Hasan to take action. Like, it can't be one-sided, right? We can't have a partisan system of justice. Only one side can claim that they're being lied about, defamed, otherwise libeled.
Believed those things that they're claiming I believe, you would straight up defend me, Scott Jennings. What are you talking about? When I say, yeah, I'm a racist, you got me, I'm being sarcastic. The 5 jump cuts in 10 seconds. What are we doing? Normie lives like my dad would get tricked. I mean, Normie lives like your dad probably also believe in AI videos too. This is the most insincere version of events. Clip chimping is too OP, please nerf. That's crazy. 7 3-second clips sequenced together by the Republican Party. Nobody believes this shit.
Why won't everyone just realize that white men stoking racism is the problem? Because of this. Because of people like Scott Jennings still existing, right? Because of the entire narrative apparatus created by the right wing to literally obfuscate that fact. We have a president who's literally taking down the exhibits at the Black History Museum at the Smithsonian, right? Like they're waging an epistemological war against the thing that you're like incensed about people not understanding inherently, which I get it. Believe me, I get it. Sorry, hold on. This is the spot that I want. Hold on. But no, that it's not just being accepted by everyone at this point, and there's a lot of people whose entire identities are based around rejecting that premise. That's sort of the identity of the entire U.S. government right now, is to just whitewash everything and say white people have never done anything wrong ever. And that saying racist is like hate speech now, right? Like that's where we're at. Vibes-wise.
Conquest.
Democrats look to regain control of Congress. Twitch streamer Hasan Piker has emerged as a lightning rod within the party.
Who's Hasan Piker? Prominent streamer dividing the Democratic Party? KATV? What the
Progressives embracing his young male audience, while moderate Democrats have pushed back.
This aired on local Sinclair media in the country? What the now local Sinclair media is up my ass too? Holy moly. Oof.
Holy Toledo.
Rupert Murdoch is obviously put the crosshairs on me, and now we got Sinclair on top of it too. Jesus Christ.
Again.
Wait, sorry, this isn't, I don't need this spot. This isn't Scott Jennings related. Although it's fascinating to see local media, even if it's Sinclair broadcast, to be doing Hasan Piker segments. Like this is how far it's come. Has hit a fever pitch. Right back to Fox News pushing this Scott Jennings smear. It seems like Scott Jennings is, from what I can tell, Scott Jennings is the originator of this clip, like this montage of Hasan statements that he reposted on Twitter and on his broadcast. And now the rest of the media saw that and was like, oh, great job, Scott. And are running with that story to go like, look, see, proof Hasan is a terrible, terrible human being.
Look, we're seeing now past video of Francesca Hung. She just lost in Wisconsin. We get that. She's hanging out with Hasan Piker, very toxic, dangerous streamer with his words, at least.
With his words.
Also, El Sayed was with him the night before his victory a couple of weeks ago. Piker is now objecting to what he deems as a threat against him.
What the hell does that mean, Harris? He's dangerous. He's a dangerous podcaster with his words. With his words? What is that? What the hell is that supposed to mean? What else would he be dangerous with as a podcaster? Such a weird way to put it. Hasan Piker, podcaster, dangerous with words.
Precision of language, please.
That's despite repeatedly making horrific threats against all sorts of Americans in this country. Conservative activist Laura Loomer posted this weekend, quote, "One of these days, Hasan Piker is going to talk bleep to the wrong person, and then I'm going to make that person..."
Dude, they're getting unbelievably shameless. I mean, this is no longer just like a slander smear operation. They're just actively highlighting people putting a hit out on me. That is crazy. And what's even crazier is the fact that Neera Tanden is literally quote retweeting this person. Neera Tanden, prominent president of Center for American Progress, sitting on the board for Center for American Progress, the premier quote-unquote left-wing think tank. That Neera Tanden reposted Laura Loomer's deranged rants, claiming...
Dude, it is getting crazy out here. Neera Tanden and Laura Loomer joining forces is ridiculous to me. Like, just this, we've hit, like, we are hitting like the top of the arc, I want to say, if you will. At least I want to think that's where we're at on all of this. Where the centrist, you know, the neo-libs are all coming out as just being neo-centrists, like I've been saying they all are. They're really just Republicans. She's like, I love Laura, actually. She's got great ideas about Ukraine and Hasan Piker. I can see her as an ally. You know, like the fact that Neera Tanden's out here doing this kind of stuff, and that, you know, like CNN and Fox News sound very similar when they're talking about Hasan lately. Like these sorts of just like, I mean, every day. It's just crazy that we have been talking about Hasan this much. The fact is they've turned Hasan Piker into the poster child for all things leftism. And now they've turned him into a target. Do I think he should sue? Honestly, yeah. I'm not sure. I think it has to be Scott for being the one to put out these clips intended to give people the wrong impression about who Hasan is and what his beliefs are. That, to me, seems to be the thing with the most intent. It was not clear that Hasan will actually sue Scott Jennings, even though he put that clip on his YouTube channel. But I mean, even just making threats, I think, is good enough. I mean, he's perfectly allowed to do such a thing. It's within his rights, and either I support. So honestly, it's up to Hasan, right? Like, it costs money, take up time in his life. right now, the middle of the primaries ending and stuff like that. Like, it's up to him. But I think he should stand up for himself. I don't know what it would take exactly. But if he does it, because the fact is, here's the thing. Like, since the primaries are almost over, I do think it's the best time for him to do such a thing. General's going to be a lot easier for everybody to deal with, I think. And he could take a couple weeks, maybe. I don't know how long it's all going to take. But out of any number of people I could list off right now in the leftist independent content creator space, Hasan is certainly one of the most equipped to deal with this, right? Not only does he have the money, but if he needed to, he could raise the money, but he doesn't have to because he's already got it. He could pay for a lawyer to sue Scott Jennings. And probably have no real problems. Speaking of crimes, should talk about the president's latest claim around third terms. Something up until now I think everyone has accepted is unconstitutional. But he keeps repeating these claims and are coming up with new reasons for why he deserves a third term or why he's currently serving his third term. It's always changing, but he certainly hasn't given up on this concept.
Molotov burrito. I'm not an Obama fan and don't want him as president again, but I do enjoy the thought of Republicans losing their minds if Obama ran against Trump for a third term. I mean, they're still obsessed. Do you remember that UFC idiots, like, calling Michelle Obama a man on, like, they haven't been in office for 10 years. It's been 10 years, and they're still
they don't even get involved. It's not even just they haven't been in office. They don't even get involved. Like, they're completely...
Well, unless it's to tell people to coalesce behind Joe Biden.
They're involved in that...
that's not... They don't get involved with Republicans.
They're involved in producing the only Larry David property that people don't like.
On this note, though, because I've always thought that if to the extent Trump threatens a third term, Obama should just say, fine, let's run against each other and see who wins, because he would absolutely destroy Trump in an election.
It would be hilarious.
It would be nuts. But here's Trump, just for an update for folks. He's asked on the tarmac or a couple days ago if he'd run again.
At the dinner you put on as Trump 2028, are you serious about seeking a third term?
Everybody asked me that question, and you know that the law is very strong on that.
Everybody asks.
I'd love to run, but the law is very strong. I get asked by well, even tonight they're screaming at the event, 2028.
This guy is a fucking lunatic. Everybody's asking me. They're always asking me about it. Will you run again illegally? But the law, very strong law.
Well, everybody wants me to do it, but the law is very strong.
At the dinner you
law is very strong.
That is
It's the strongest of laws. Everybody knows. At least the law is strong. That gives me great solace. Oh, yes. Respite. Here I was worried the law wasn't strong. Here I was worried the Constitution was meaningless. No, strong. It's one of the strong laws. Unlike the weak constitutional laws that Trump has tried to overturn. That's one of the strong ones. Right? Because let's not forget. That is not something that was in the original Constitution. Right? The originalists would say that's not in there. Right? That's an amendment. 20th century amendment, right? And Donald Trump and his cronies have been trying to overturn amendments left and right, or certainly usurp them via action. So you know when he Honestly, I just wanted to ever say the number 2028 or third term or the phrase third term ever again. You know, and honestly, I think we should just stop asking about it. And I just don't want to hear him say those words ever again. Every time he says it, it's like nails on a chalkboard for me. Play the Wayne Allen Root video. He said he told Wayne Allen Root the stranger things have happened. I haven't seen that one yet. Speaking of fascism, let's go here. Sateo.
I actually have a bone to pick with you.
Please pick away.
Well, it's not really a bone, it's just a complaint.
Oh, I hear
a friendly
them very
complaint.
often, yes.
A few months ago, just over a year ago, I called you.
I'm so sorry.
I said, Sam,
sorry.
I said, Sam,
I know
you did Jubilee, and it was really entertaining, and you did a good job, and you did, and it went viral. I was like, they want me to do Jubilee, and I thought I would call you because you're the only person I know who's done Jubilee, as a progressive in particular. And you said, you should do it. It'll be great. And they're not all crazy.
It was great.
It was great for viewers.
Yeah.
For me, it was a very painful experience.
Are you a fan of the Nazis?
I don't care. I frankly don't care being called a Nazi at all.
I didn't say that. I
Doesn't
didn't
matter
actually
to
say
me.
that. I said, are you a fan of the Nazis?
Well, they.
Poor Maddie, he's very upset. Apparently he's blaming his entire Jubilee experience on Sam Cedar.
I mean, I certainly don't support anyone's human dignity being assaulted. I'm a Catholic.
But
And
you
so
don't condemn Nazi persecution of the Jews?
I think that there was a little bit of persecution and stuff like that. Which is,
God, rehearing some of this stuff is insane. There was a little bit of persecution in the Holocaust. What kind of psycho? Like what kind of fucking Nazi freak says there was only a little bit of persecution in the Holocaust? Is that? It's not even. It's just a sick joke.
Give me a joke. In
Bad,
this show,
but-
because you're a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
hey, what can I say?
I think you could say, I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
I think the value
It's
of
the
that
most evil fucking
was
laugh.
to
Fucking evil fucking laugh. This guy. It's like a Bezos laugh. Right? Does that not sound like a Bezos? It's very similar to the Bezos laugh.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you could say, I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
I think.
Right? Very Bezos-y.
I think the value of that was to show people. I mean, you engage in a lot of debates, and a lot of time you realize, like, this isn't necessarily about changing this person's mind. This is about
showing a third party,
illustrating, what's going on to the audience. And this was early in the Trump administration. Like, I think I recorded mine literally a week or so after the inauguration, and I think there was a real misunderstanding of like what we were dealing with. And I think to a certain extent, the response I got from, civilians was like, I didn't realize it was this bad.
Yes.
And so I think there's value in that. It's a little bit painful because you're having to absorb stuff.
Yes.
Like,
friends of mine keep saying, "Oh no, it was amazing. What are you complaining about?" I was like, "Amazing for you. I was wanting to sit there."
Contentious. A bit of contentiousness between Sam and Mehdi here. Hopefully they worked it out. I still haven't been able to watch this whole clip. Sateo continues to paywall it. I just got a United Healthcare commercial on my screen. What just happened? Oh. All right, people. Let's keep this moving. Speaking of the fascists. The Emperor has been struggling lately, once again. Is continuing to struggle with staying awake during normal president hours.
So it has now become mission impossible for Donald Trump to stay awake during the day. And by the way, this is a sign of a serious cognitive issue in his older years here, is that as he's getting older and dementia is taking root, what's happening is the part of his brain that regulates circadian rhythm is breaking down. And so now, all night he's awake. He's on the toilet at 4 a.m. Talking shit to Bette Midler. But during the day, in all these like high-level meetings and discussing war and the economy and stuff like that, he can't motherfucking stay awake. He cannot stay awake. This one is crazy. So I'm about to show you this clip right here. This one got people talking all over the internet because there's this random girl behind Trump, and she looks like she's a robot. She looks like she's AI generated or a robot or some shit. It's very bizarre. And the way she's got her hand on her belly, it looks like she's almost got a button that like shocks Trump awake when he falls asleep. This is what people online are saying. So let me show you this video. And as you're going to see here, homie is fighting REM sleep. He's hanging on for dear life in this meeting. Watch, here we go.
More than a year ago, where we funded a dozen and more major research teams to answer the question of
okay, you see that? Did you see that? Did you see when she like moved her hand a little bit? It looked like she went to go like press a button and he jolts awake. Ready? Here we go.
Now, I don't know about any of this.
Where
I do know
he's out.
A dozen
oh, he's out.
More,
he's out there.
Major research teams to answer the question.
She looks like she really does look like a robot though, like a Stepford robot or something like that. But you can clearly see the president's nodding off again at another meeting in the Oval. I mean, this guy cannot stay awake. It is crazy. It is crazy. It is so bad at this point. Happened to that 25th Amendment.
This one's a doozy, okay? Brian Krasenstein says, that is so much going on here. Trump's sleeping while RFK Jr. shakes uncontrollably. He is not kidding. You're going to see Trump is out in this one. And RFK Jr. really is like, something's fucking wrong with him. This is like on some Parkinson's type shit from RFK Jr. Watch this. Here we go.
The number of diseases universally recommended for vaccines from 17 to 11, and establishing distinct categories of recommendations based upon the scientific evidence. Our assessment found that the United number of diseases universally...
Trump is out.
Is America healthy yet? Are we healthy yet now that we're run by these two orange freaks? Oh my god. President's falling asleep. The Human Health Services Secretary's having some sort of health episode himself. I mean, just wow. Just wow. That's 99.99% the U.S. Airways outfit. It totally, she does totally look like she's about to serve peanuts and cans of Sprite and sell us some headphones for how much those cost. Probably like $500. How much do headphones now cost on Airways? $1,000. Okay. Now, of course, both RFK and Donald Trump are getting older. You know, if they weren't both wealthy, they would probably be having to rely on something you might know about. It's called Social Security. Something that Republicans, Donald Trump, are trying to cut. Yep. They're back at it again.
You had a full slate. I mean, there's still folks who are running of endorsers, of endorsees, I guess I should say, going forward. And I'm really fascinated by as we're watching this movement grow and watching more people get elected, sharing these same issue sets. How do you calculate? Where are you going to place endorsements and where not? I mean, we just had Francesca Hong lose by a hair in Wisconsin, and impossible to know, exactly whether an endorsement from you or AOC would make a difference. But how do you and I keep using the example of that game Risk, which I played as a kid, where you don't move to Kamchatka until you have enough on Irkutsk or something. How do you calibrate that?
That's a good question, and it's something that we in our political movement think about a whole lot. I think for a start, we don't want to overextend ourselves and promise more than we can provide. So we take, and second of all, I am a United States Senator. Am I familiar with the agricultural problems facing?
I forgot about this. This is actually, I meant to put this in a different spot. This is kind of taking me off focus of what I want to do, because actually, well, I can move, but the beginning of this, there's Sam's got questions for Bernie for why he didn't endorse Francesca Hong. But since we're talking about that race, and I forgot to move this to that spot. Sometimes this happens. I'm just gonna skip past the first part of this, go to the end, which is when I think they talk about Social Security. Thing I tried to segue into this with.
Focus on the issues. Let's figure out where we go from here. And I think your national leaders will rise to the surface based on their abilities.
You mentioned child poverty. I'm just curious. We cut child poverty almost in half over the course of a year. Over the course of a year. And then as a political body of the country, we just decided, that was interesting, and it all melted away. I have theories about that, but what's your take on the kids? Just how the country seemed to just sort of blow by that?
It wasn't the country. It was a guy named Donald Trump and his big, beautiful bill, etc. And the point about that was, and it's a very good point, we reduced childhood poverty by expanding the child tax credit. Over a period of years, we reduced it by almost 50%. That tells you that policy matters, okay? We could do the same thing with childcare. We could do the same thing with healthcare, with paid family and medical leave. Policy matters. And what we have got to do as progressives is come up with an agenda that makes sense for working families and push that agenda through.
One last question, since we brought up policy, and I'll say that I think we're going to have one of the authors of your AI equity test.
Yeah, speaking of progressive policies, results-based governance. We should go to New York, where a Brooklyn appeals court has lifted a temporary restraining order that we had talked about earlier, was put in place on the pied-à-terre tax. It's now been lifted as of yesterday. CBS New York. Good governance.
Now to breaking news, the Brooklyn Appeals Court lifted a temporary restraining order on the city's pied-à-terre tax. According to the court decision, this will allow the city to continue the rollout unless the case goes back to court. Earlier this week, a Staten Island judge temporarily blocked enforcement of the tax as a lawsuit brought by a group of homeowners moved forward. The pied-à-terre tax applies to people who...
Yep. But since it seems like this lawsuit has perhaps been put on hold, court said go ahead, do the tax. And this will help Zohar Mamdani and the city of New York in getting the agenda, progressive agenda, that we've been talking about. %, not 99%. What's the operative difference between those two things? You're demanding I pay attention to this, but what is the qualitative difference between 98 and 99% in this context? Different socks? I couldn't even see your socks. Oh boy, final countdown, people. Third hour of the stream. Gotta remind you all again that the show is completely funded by individuals like you, and without your support, we would cease to exist. Not only that, but the show might end suddenly. In about an hour's time. You look at the content goal, an hour and 3 minutes and 58 seconds to be exact. And we are unfortunately only 20% of the way through the goal. Need to raise, what is that? Like $40. Between now and the end of that goal timer. A lot of great ways, of course, to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels, Twitch, bits, power-up, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal donations, as well as Patreon memberships, both new and gifted. I'm not, actually, you can gift them. I just remembered you can gift Patreon memberships. There's a bunch of free memberships out there. Free members just sort of sitting around. Like more than half of our Patreon members are free, not paying. Or upgraded memberships, those also count too. All right. Speaking of money, let's talk about what the president's been doing with the taxpayers' money. The Trump-appointed Kennedy Center board has approved by vote to inscribe the president's name on the building, despite the ruling by the federal court. Completely ignoring the justice system once again. Here's Forbes breaking news from yesterday. Kennedy Center Board votes to inscribe Trump's name despite court ruling. The Kennedy Center Board voted Thursday to add an inscription that reads, quote, restored and renovated by President Donald J. Trump, below the venue's main sign. The New York Times reported a possible test of a judge's order to remove Trump's name from the facade. The Kennedy Center's board voted to add the Trump inscription at a meeting Thursday where it also decided to close for renovations, the Times reported, citing people familiar with the meeting's outcome. Yeah, so not only has the Trump-appointed Kennedy Center board decided to completely ignore the orders of a court, they've also decided to close the Kennedy Center, I'm pretty sure, because nobody wants to play there anymore. And they can't sell tickets to this place anymore because of what it represents as a result of Trump's war on the Kennedy Center. But they've decided to close for 2 years for supposed renovations. So until Trump is out of office, they're just going to shut it down. Just like, screw it. If I can't have my name on the facade, I'm just going to shut it down. It's incredible. I mean, he's just such a petty child. Anything that doesn't go his way, He just shuts it down. He closes it. He rips it up and burns it in the fire. It's just crazy. Like, it would be disturbing behavior from a child, let alone the president of the goddamn United States. You gotta witness this every day, every damn day. I feel bad for all of us. It's a real shameful moment in American history. Just give Kid Rock a 1-year residency. That's gonna be what happens. This is actually just foreshadowing. It's just Nostradamus. This is just an accurate prediction. Kid Rock will do a 1-year residency after the Supreme Court decides that the president can have his name on the building. It will be Kid Rock concerts and children's reenactments of Rocky and was it Point Break? I'm trying to think of I'm trying to think of Stallone movies right now. Is it Point Break? I think whatever it is. You know, they'll just do like puppet shows. Adrian. I'm a cowboy, baby. Heading to the retirement home. Come on, yeah. And that'll just be the thing. That'll be what's headline to the Kennedy Center. Didn't they give Bill Maher the Mark Twain Award too? It's already started, right? Bill Maher got the Mark Twain Award. Next, it's a Kid Rock residency with Stallone puppet shows. Meanwhile, the upgrades to the White House that we were told were going to be funded by private sources is now looking to cost upwards of $1 billion, mostly funded by you guessed it, taxpayers. Here's CNN from yesterday. Whoopsies.
Administration is set to spend at least $900 million.
Sorry. That's my bad on the volume.
I made a huge, tiny mistake. Reporting on the ballooning price tag for President Trump's construction projects at the White House, the Washington Post reports the Trump administration is set to spend at least $900 million, a majority of that for the new ballroom complex, but also
Is this Swayze?
the new
Is this
helipad
Swayze?
and a new visitor screening center.
Look, I couldn't remember. Okay, like Stallone. A lot of the Stallone movies happened before. At least the big ones happened before I was, watching movies.
That number is primarily taxpayer.
Like, by the time I was allowed to watch Stallone movies, I wasn't interested in watching Stallone movies, right? Like, and I was sneaking watching Rocky, as like a preteen. All the Rockies, not just one. I watched them all.
Which the president, of course, once said would
tiger.
not be spent on the ballroom. Complicating the money trail, the Post finds the administration is moving some funds through an obscure office called the Executive Residence, which is normally used for housekeeping and repairs on the residential side of the White House. The Washington Post investigative reporter Jonathan O'Connell's on the byline, joins me now. Jonathan, so just walk us through your reporting on this. How much of this $927 million, according to the reporting by you, is going to projects that could be considered necessary and might have been undertaken no matter who was in the White House?
This was not going to happen. Kamala Harris wasn't going to demolish. Anybody who thinks that Kamala Harris was going to come and demolish the White House without asking anybody is a lunatic, okay? You have to be completely outside of your mind to believe that Kamala fucking Harris would have just demolished the entire East Wing on a whim without mentioning it to anybody. Be like, hey, bring in the cranes, the fuck. GSL's 42? No, I'm younger than that. I'm younger than all those ages. But it's in space years. Anyways, anyways, this whole thing is in no way something that would have happened if Trump wasn't in. I mean, I cannot make that. I cannot be adamant enough. I cannot make it clear enough that Kamala Harris would not have done this. And anybody who's thinking that, you are misguided. You're misguided. This was not on the docket.
How much is going to President Trump's personal priorities like the ballroom, the new helipad, the Rose Garden revamp, the list goes on?
Oh, sure. I think the White House Visitor Center has been envisioned for a number of years. Previous administrations have talked about it, and there's been some planning around it. The centerpiece of this, of course, is the East Wing, where President Trump would like to have a new ballroom. There have been discussions previously about whether the East Wing needs upgrades or could have a larger ballroom. The issue here really is that he just knocked it down without a plan that Congress had seen and without any funding that Congress had at least intentionally provided for it. So now he's somewhat locked.
Yeah, and when he says discussions, I mean, we're talking discussions. But like, offhand, people may have mentioned that the, East Wing wasn't the most glorious space of all time. But in fact, that was part of the thinking, right? Originally, was to keep it small and not ostentatious and all these other sorts of things. But like, there was no serious discussions of doing anything like this. And as somebody who's dialed into the news, I would have heard about it. Guarantee you right now. As a guy who's locked in on this stuff. There was no talk. There was no rumorings that there was going to be some big White House renovation come Kamala 2025.
Sort of work around with Congress.
And how much of this is it known is taxpayer money, and are there any restraints on how it's actually used?
So this $927 million, Anderson, is the best tally we have. Of that, we can see around $305 million appears to be donations, private donations, and the president.
Oh, the price tag for the taxpayer just keeps growing on this thing.
Said repeatedly that the ballroom
and
of the East Wing will be paid for by private donations. Sometimes he's left out the reality that the rest of the East Wing is going to be paid for by the public.
Yeah. It's even less money than Trump said it was going to be funded by private money. If we're to accept those numbers, 300 million out of 927 million now being spent. So 627 out of 927 million being spent basically by the taxpayers to revamp the White House for the president. What is that? $2,000 a person? That's like $2,000 a person for the White House. For this ostentatious, for the Epstein ballroom, $2,000 a person. Something like that, right? Am I doing the math wrong? Am I doing the math wrong on that? Hold on, let me make sure I've got that right. I don't want to be wrong. I wouldn't want to be wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's billion, right? Yeah, that's $2,000 a person. Yeah, it's actually a little over. It's almost $2,100 a person. If you count taxpayers, right? It's actually more than that. I divided by 300 million. There's less. There's less taxpayers than that. And that's just, I would point out, that's just for now. That's just right now how much it's cost the taxpayers up to this point. It could cost dramatically more. I think it's going to cost dramatically more than that. They haven't finished it. They're going into a winter. Sure, they're, DC, fairly mild winters. But this thing's just going to balloon in cost. I'm feeling it coming. It's coming. It's a clusterfuck in the making. It's a clusterfucking. Now, I don't know for sure whether or not this next guy we're going to talk about has had anything to do with the private funding of the Epstein Ballroom project. But he has been deeply involved in funding the Trump regime at every turn. I'm, of course, talking about techno-oligarch Peter Thiel, who's got weird plans. We've talked about a lot of them. But one has been getting a lot of recognition lately as a result of some reporting. And that is his weird Bilderberg-like group called Signal.
Let's talk about Peter Thiel, who is sort of the one of the godfathers of this, I guess, movement, or I don't. Can you call it really a movement? I mean, it's a crew of. It seems like just like literally a dozen or two people. They just have so much money; they're everywhere. Peter Thiel, it was just exposed. He had one of his, like, I guess, I don't know, societies was just exposed. Have you seen much about this dialogue?
Yeah, well, the word that Peter Thiel likes to use is cult, and that's all.
Yeah, it's a cult. I mean, like I said, it's Bilderberg, right? It's the Bohemian Grove. It's, pick a group of supposedly conspiratorial, ultra-rich and or ultra-powerful people conspiring on some sort of master plan for the rest of us, plebeians. It's just basically that. Peter Thiel just wanted his own thing because he felt, it's the way of the narcissist, right? It's the way of the malignant billionaire narcissist. It's like, I need my own, this isn't good enough. I can't be a part of something. It needs to be my thing, right? I need my name on it. This is mine. This is Peter Thiel's dialogue. And no one else's. It's that sort of thing, right? Sort of like billionaire territorial marking, like a dog or a cat in heat.
The word I use in my book. Peter Thiel has created a cult of powerful men who think it is their destiny to overthrow democracy in the 21st century using technology and money. And for about 20 years now, Peter Thiel's had this secret cult society called Dialogue, where they have these weird off-the-record conversations with wealthy elites, sort of like a Bilderberg or an Eyes Wide Shut for dorky intellectual subjects, as far as we know. And this list was just revealed because apparently they had it in the coding of their website, this secretive list. These tech geniuses have this massive security flaw that allows some activists to figure out who's on the list. Now, it's not clear who's a member yet. Some of the members are clear, or who's just participating, but there are some pretty stunning names on the list. Ezra.
As we know, these guys are very prone to make mistakes.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
I made a huge, tiny mistake. Fine. Nicholas Thompson of The Atlantic. And I have to say, I've wondered why certain people with very large platforms have ignored criticizing these tech billionaires in the way that they should. And no, I'm wondering if we're getting toward an answer here, but let's let the rest of the story come out. But the point is that Peter Thiel, in his book 0 to 1, says the way to run your company, the way to run anything, is to create a cult, because that's where you get people who are obsessed and who are dedicated. And the other word he says for cult is a mafia. So you want a cult or a mafia, and that means getting a core group of people to become true radicalized believers and spread the message and carry out the project from there. And he actually names Jim Jones and Charles Manson as examples of people who have done this, saying, well, that's kind of bad. You know, you don't want to do that necessarily. At the same time, I'd say that, you know, Manson and Jones killed, you know, over 1,000 people under 1,500. These guys are already on track to kill millions through the U.S. aid cuts. And if they get their way, they'll kill billions. So we are dealing with a dangerous cult of radicalized venture capitalists who want to destroy democracy. And what I like to say is that trying to explain what's happening.
Ooh. Wait. Oh my God. I'm sorry, I'm multitasking right now, but oof. These jewels are, oh my God. These are terrible. What are people are paying 2 cents a jewel, but each one is worth only half a cent to the creator? What is that, 75-25? That's crazy. Yo. Oh my God. I was just looking into how much these jewels actually cost. And they cost somewhere between 2 cents a jewel and 1 cent, like 1.25 cents a jewel. But they're only paying out half a cent per jewel to the creator. So it's like as bad as like 75-25 split. That's crazy. They are sucking up so much money from those jewels. That's terrible. Oh my God. The split on Super Chats used to be 70-30. I wonder if they changed that too. I need to look into some of these changes they've been making. Holy shit. Don't do that. Don't buy those. That is crazy. That is not cool. 75-25?
Country without talking about Peter Thiel's anti-democratic cult is like trying to explain 9/11 without talking about Al-Qaeda.
Well, I mean, we should also mention like the other, you know, Ellison too, as well, and their connections with the IDF and Israel's genocide. If we're talking about death toll right now, Peter Thiel and his technology and a bunch of his buddies that are included in this are literally using their weapons technology to commit genocide right now.
Definitely. And while they commit genocide in the Holy Land, Peter Thiel's going off talking about the Antichrist everywhere. He's on a total apocalyptic trip right now, right? And it's all connected. This is a network of people. Another word they use for this is the network state, which I've written about at length and which is in my book. This idea that the interconnected wealth, influence, and power of these tech moguls is now more powerful than nations, and that they can act as their own political entity, traveling around the world, what Quinn Slobodian calls a mobile fortress of capital, to pursue their own foreign policy, to pursue their own political goals, and even to establish at some point their own little nation states that they will control without laws or regulations or any influence from democracy. So,
yeah, we live in a troubling time right now. These people are trying to consolidate power. But they also know that they are not well liked. And that there's something of an undercurrent in places like the United States of people demanding more from tech oligarchs like Peter Thiel. Which is, I'm sure, very disturbing to him. Isn't over 21% of crime? I don't think so. I mean, Twitch is like 50-50, but it used to be 70-30 rather than 25-75. It's like the exact opposite of what it used to be. I can't believe it. Like, that's crazy. Like, it just sort of happened under my nose while I was demonetized. Super chats, people. Those are hopefully still good. Like, I gotta look into this now, too. Good Lord. I
'Cause, I
'Cause, I 'Cause, 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 'Cause Everybody's trying to enchitify everything. And every company is trying to suck out more and more profits from every source that they can think of, including the people that make their services relevant. And it's insane. I already feel drained enough, and then they gotta do that. Not cool. Speaking of people nickel and diming America, let's talk about insurance companies. Guess what? Insurance companies are rigging the apocalypse. The climate collapse. They are profiting from the narrative. Hand over fist. And until now, they've basically been getting away with it. Even people like me have, to some degree, been duped. Unfortunately, a lot of these companies have fairly obscure... There's like a lot of private insurance companies with obscure profit sources and how this or that thing is going down. But More Perfect Union has done the effort. They've uncovered what really is going on.
Looking at the bill, I was like, whoa, I was dumbfounded. And I'm just thinking, why is it so expensive? What can we do?
Since 2020, the cost of insurance for your car or your home has shot up more than twice as much as inflation.
As wildfire risk rises, so do homeowner insurance rates.
It's part of an overall pattern of increasing rates amid extreme weather events.
Less coverage for more money.
The usual explanation is that we live in a more dangerous world, so all of us have to pay for increased risks. But that doesn't explain this. Last year, the insurance industry made record profits. It made me wonder, are the higher insurance prices we're paying really necessary?
There is this huge profit margin.
They're basically price gouging the climate crisis.
I spoke to policyholders and insurance experts and found another story of billion-dollar companies that figured out how to exploit our legitimate fears while increasingly failing to protect us.
Yeah, and what they've uncovered here is quite disturbing. It is an industry that is siphoning profits into their pockets. That is increasingly leaving families paying more, but receiving less in payouts, struggling to get claims paid, and it's a real freaking problem. Let's talk about the numbers here.
Are huge.
Brian Shearer is a former official at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. He recently published a report about the property and casualty insurance industry, aka P&C insurance.
Property and casualty insurance is effectively everything other than health insurance and life insurance.
Brian looked at how much money P&C insurance companies take in from customers in premiums versus how much they pay out in claims. That statistic is called the loss ratio.
You can tell whether insurance is overpriced by looking at the loss ratios.
Take a group of homeowners buying home insurance. Insurance companies sell to them based on risk, pricing in the probability of disasters. Over the year, the insurance companies pay out a certain amount of that. The closer the loss ratio is to 100, the fairer the price for consumers.
Between the 70s and the 80s, there was an average of about 80% loss ratios.
Yeah, and you can see it fluctuates between 80 and almost 90%, right? And then this represents these very fair insurance market where people are paying basically as much as they're getting back. But you'll be shocked to hear that things have changed since the 1970s and 80s.
What? Could you jump up?
It's true.
It even spiked up to close to 90% on several occasions.
But in the last 2 decades, loss ratios have dropped.
I looked at it and thought, this doesn't make sense. Why are these loss ratios so low?
In 2024, the average loss ratio for the P&C insurance industry was just 62%. And for homeowners insurance, it was even lower.
2025, the loss ratio was 55%.
On average, the industry is keeping close to half of the money that homeowners are paying in.
In 2024, 2025 years when...
This should be a crime. If it's not a crime, it should be. I mean, they are just capitalizing on this thing that's necessary
and for
society. You know, it's just the fucking health insurance situation, but for homes. It is ridiculous. It also affects renters because renters live in buildings that are insured. And, you know, the fact that they are doing this, that this is...
Homeowners insurance, it was even lower.
2020.
They could be profiting half, they could just be pocketing half of the money people are paying into their insurance while they're screaming from the rooftops, oh, we have to keep raising the insurance rates because of climate change. It's clearly a bunch of bullshit. These are a bunch of criminals who are enriching themselves. Just like United Healthcare and any of these other fucking healthcare companies. The property insurers are playing the same fucking games. They've realized that they can siphon more money to themselves while paying less out to the people that they're there supposedly to insure.
As an investment firm that gets capital by operating an insurance business.
In 2025, P&C insurance companies made $112 billion in investment profits. That's on top of $69 billion in underwriting profits.
Warren Buffett is the head of Berkshire Hathaway, and Berkshire Hathaway is one of the largest insurers in America because they own Geico and other insurance companies. And he's...
Well, you might be wondering to yourself, you know, like, where's all that extra money going exactly? Can't forget, these guys have to sell you insurance. So taking all that money, they're patting their pockets. Then they're going to Hollywood execs and saying, make us a sweet, sweet commercial, baby.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm.
Every time you see an insurance company ad, it is paid for with your premium dollars.
Rodney, set up a bundle for John Hamm.
It feels good to Geico.
Can't touch this. The ad budget and agent commissions total across the market at 16.3% of your premium.
That still doesn't make up for the rest of that, I would point out. There's still another like 40% or so, 35, 40% in there that's not being accounted for. Something like that. They're still making a fuck ton of money. But yes, they're spending a ton, millions every year to sell you the insurance that's not actually covering you once you pay for it. That's costing you more and more every single year, but giving you less.
Survive, and it is true, the insurance industry...
The loss ratio floor, what that means is if...
Whoa. What just happened to my sound? I just lost sound. Did you lose sound too, Space Fams? I think we all lost sound. What in the heck? What if I do that? Does that solve it?
When insurance commissioners have tried to regulate prices more actively in the past, P&C insurers have threatened to leave states if they don't get the rates they want. That's exactly what State Farm has been doing in California for the last several years.
The insurance industry was saying that California is a market they can't survive in. And it is true. The insurance industry did have to and will continue to have to pay out huge claims for the Los Angeles fires. But between 2019 and 2024, California was one of the most profitable homeowners insurance markets in America.
Right now, we have two choices here in California. We either let them raise their rates or they exit California. And that's not a healthy marketplace. That's a hostage situation.
To address insurance industry abandonment, Kim is proposing.
It's not a healthy marketplace. It's a hostage situation. That's what it feels like. I think for a lot of people, when they look at these insurance bills, like they're being held hostage.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
New, a single-payer disaster insurance policy for all Californians. It's modeled on similar programs in New Zealand, France, and Spain, which provide automatic and universal coverage against losses from natural disasters.
If you think about insurance, it was never meant to generate profit. What if California or the United States actually established a nonprofit, publicly run insurance program that actually served the original intentions of insurance, which is that it would be there to protect us. And we stewarded those dollars, and we kept the returns from our premium dollars as well.
It's brilliant. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, people are being held hostage by these insurance companies. They're threatening to leave areas. People say that they can't pay these exorbitant rates, or when municipalities try to establish a ceiling on prices. I think it's time. Nationally run. I mean, we're entering an era right now where we should be expecting extreme temperatures, extreme weather, heat waves, storms, whatever else. All these things are going to be causing people a lot of problems. Fact is, it's chaos. It's chaos if people think that when their house burns down, they won't be able to rebuild, right? That's chaos for society, especially because we've made it so that people's entire net worths are oftentimes in their homes, or at least the vast majority of them. And, you know, we can't have these rogue companies running around holding people hostage on something that is basically a necessity for society. I mean, if people want to create private companies or continue to run private companies that compete with the government, I'm all for it. I'm not saying get rid of those companies. Just create an alternative. Capitalism, right? A free marketplace. It's competition, baby. And unfortunately, we are entering an era that is hotter, that has more severe, damaging storms and weather events that cost homeowners more money. Costing everyone more money, one way or another. You need to start setting up a society that can actually deal with the issues of the 21st century rather than one that is trying to drag us back into the 1800s. Okay. Speaking of dragging us into the 1800s, we're being dragged into a prehistoric time right now, temperature-wise. Both on land and in the oceans, I'm afraid. Global sea temperatures hitting record highs. Here's France 24 from 15 hours ago.
At this beach in Vendée, bathers aren't getting the refreshing cold they came here for.
We come here often, and this temperature surprises me for the Atlantic.
And France's west coast is not alone. Some parts of the Mediterranean recorded 29 degrees on Wednesday. That's more than a heated swimming pool, as the global average sea temperature reached a record last month.
These are historic temperatures, around 21 degrees globally. Incredible records in the Mediterranean, a heat wave that's lasted weeks. We've never seen anything like this before.
This white seabed signals the mass die-off of corals. The Mediterranean's iconic violescent sea whip has been bleached white due to thermal shock. Coral reefs are home to more than a third of marine species, making their survival indispensable for ocean conservation. Meanwhile, tropical non-native species are moving into these warmer waters, disturbing the ecosystem. The Mediterranean Sea is warming faster than any other, but none are spared.
Yeah. Mediterranean Sea warming faster than any other large oceanic body of water. But, as was mentioned, the entire ocean's hitting a record temperature on average 21 degrees Celsius, which is 70 degrees Fahrenheit, which might not sound like a lot, but for the entire world's oceans on an aggregate, it's very hot. So hot, it's causing some serious problems on America's west coast. Stingrays invading California beaches. Horrifying Hollywood scenes.
A warning now for all SoCal beachgoers. Beware of a sudden invasion of stingrays coming closer to shore due to a marine heat wave. The number of people injured by stingray lashings has actually doubled at some beaches, and experts say the pain can be severe.
And KTLA 5's Carlos Salcedo is live in Seal Beach with more on.
Yeah, so you might be asking yourself, why, StreamLord, are there giant piles of stingrays on the beaches? Well, that's because, apparently, something I was unaware about stingray anatomy, but stingrays really love warm water. Unlike a lot of oceanic species that we talk about, like coral, that are being decimated by hot water, stingrays are loving it. And as a result, they are... what's the word? Humping. Populating. Population booms being seen in the stingrays on the west coast, and now they are terrorizing local beaches in California. Thriving in the warm water, unlike a lot of other oceanic organisms.
On why these bottom dwellers are now coming close to shore in record numbers. Carlos, you lost the shades. I think those shades would scare off the stingrays by themselves. Like, forget the stingray shuffle. You got the shades. They're cool stingrays. They're kind of reflective with colors, and the stingrays would go running.
Yeah, bring them back.
Oh, God. I don't know about the stingrays, but they're certainly going to repel the ladies.
Now we're talking.
I feel it's more of a distraction, isn't it? You know, it's drawing, I guess, the wrong type of crowd out here. But yeah, so we are seeing more and more of these type of encounters with the stingrays. Of course, that's attracting.
God, those glasses. It's all I can look at. We got to move on from this story. Point is, California's beach is no longer safe. Instead, overrun by massive stingray populations. The invasion of the Ray. In Delray. Yep. This was an unexpected consequence. I had not factored into all of this stuff. We talk about warming oceans. I mean, do we talk about warming oceans more than any other podcast on the planet? I think maybe yes. And yet somehow I did not know that stingrays loved warm water. That's an unintended, very unfortunate revelation from all this heat. And this is sort of the thing, though, that I've talked about in the past. It's like, I'm sure there's like, if you aggregated all of the information out there, we could know better some of these things. But like, there are also like a bunch of things that happen that people haven't calculated, haven't factored into what's happening, right? Like the stingray population explosion as a result of the warming that we're just going to be seeing more and more as things continue to collapse around us. You're going to see strange evolutionary happenings. The takeover of the stingray in the beaches, right? This is only one of many things I think we're going to be witnessing in the near future. Now, I have to make an important message, an announcement to everybody. We have 19 minutes and 43 seconds to complete the galactic content goal. And as much as I'm aware of, we have not made any progress on the galactic content goal since I last mentioned this about an hour ago, slightly less. And as a result, we are in dire straits right now. We need your help, Space Vamps. Donos.
Follow the rich white man.
Like that. Resub from Paul on Twitch. That helps us a little bit. Stuff like that needed in this moment. Your subs, your gifted subs, your prime subs, your bits, your Cash App and PayPal donos, your YouTube super chats, memberships, gifted memberships, your Patreon memberships, these sorts of things. Now's the time. Seize the day. Carpe the DM, Space Fams. Thank you, Madeline, for the follow on Twitch. All right, everybody. Let's keep this moving now to Canada. Where, as we've been talking about, things are still on fire. Months of wildfires in Canada continuing to blaze on. BC, no exception to the rule. Bald Range wildfire still burning out of control, leaving thousands still displaced in the province. Here's global news from yesterday.
Jesus. It's a blaze being described as a fire tornado in the Okanagan.
Honestly, though, it is feeling like a planetary drought, a planetary situation. We are all experiencing almost the same circumstances. I'm noticing more than ever before these bad climate change driven situations, whether they be droughts or wildfires. We are seeing just sort of homogeneity in a way that I haven't seen as a guy who's, been concerned about climate change and these issues for nearly we're approaching 3 years at this point. I've never seen such sort of homogeneousness of terrible.
It's a blaze being described as a fire tornado in the Okanagan. Wildfire crews are continuing to attack the out-of-control Bald Range fire nearly a week after it sparked.
These weather events are not a natural phenomenon. Each and every year we deal with the same situation, but we're not making any progress trying to fix these problems.
The Okanagan-Similkameen Regional District has begun rapid damage assessments in some communities and will continue to work as long as it's safe. Teams are developing a re-entry pre-plan, but as of right now, this is still an active fire zone. There is no timeline on when 12,000 Summerland residents, as well as thousands of others from surrounding areas, will be allowed to return home.
Yeah, it's a pretty disturbing situation in Canada, just continuing. I mean, almost every province seems to be on pace for the worst fire season on record, from what I can tell. At least most of them, like BC, Ontario, already on its worst the fire season on record that I'm aware of. The rest of them are right behind Alberta in there too. It's all bad. But we're all experiencing these things together because, of course, down across the border from BC to the state of Washington, they too are experiencing very similar conditions. Washington's worst wildfire season on record being logged already in 2026 with more months to go, I would point out. And the Sinlahikin fire, one blaze now the top 10 largest on record. Multiple top 10s, I think, seen so far in this season for the state.
Near Cle Elum, level 3 evacuation still in place for the Three Queens fire. The wildfire is burning north of Lake Cochise in steep terrain. It's grown to 2,900 acres, 0% containment. Fire crews say the fire is spreading most to the southeast up the No Name Ridge. Let's take a look here at this evacuation map.
Huge evacuation zone for this fire.
And contained. It's 10,000 acres larger than the Kaiser Canyon fire. Fire officials warned people in the area to remain ready to pack up and leave in case conditions there change. Meanwhile, the Little Giant fire keeps spreading northwest of Leavenworth. That wildfire living up to its name right now. It is giant, growing to 111,000 acres in size. It's only 2% contained as crews.
So multiple fires exceeding 100,000 acres currently burning in the state of Washington. Little Giant fire is not even on the top 10 yet. 111,000 acres burned with 2% contained. I can almost guarantee you it's going to try and compete with the other fires that have been seen this year in the state. Washington is like approaching nearly 1 million acres burned, I think, now. The Pacific Northwest is in the multiple millions of acres already burned. Combined states like Washington, Oregon, Utah, Colorado. Seen some really bad fire weather this year. Nebraska too. Now there is supposed to be some rainy weather. A tiny system in the west. Maybe bringing some respite to some regions, but not the whole West, and certainly not the whole regions, all the regions that are burning right now. Not enough to put an end to this nonsense, but there may be some heading for some regions. Regions that have already burned, in fact, like the Bear Gulch fire. We talked about this fire at the beginning of fire season, sort of central Washington, if I recall correctly. Well, there's a massive burn scar there now, right? Vegetation, trees burnt to ash, now lying on top of the soil, whatever is left of it. Well, these regions, as we've talked about before, are apt to turn to mudslide, landslides, things of that nature. Warnings have been issued for the Bear Gulch Fire Burn Scar region yesterday. King 5 Seattle. Sadly, it's not the region that's on fire right now.
Tracking wildfires across the state right now. The 3 fires burning near Spokane are almost completely contained.
This is the wrong one. I have 2 King 5 clips right next to each other. That's my bad.
Let's bring in meteorologist Ashley Ruiz, who will talk a little bit more about that smoke. But first, Ashley, you're tracking a flood warning that's happening?
A flash flood warning, Jessica. So that is happening where the Bear Gulch fire was last season, if you recall. So there's a flash flood warning there over the Bear Gulch burn scar. And the thing is, with these summer thunderstorms, we have to watch out for lightning that could spark new wildfires. Yes, we want the precipitation, but it comes down all at once, and we don't need that. Because of that, it can cause debris flow. So the National Weather Service issued a flash flood warning saying that flash flooding is ongoing or imminent right over.
Yeah, like I said, unfortunately, this isn't the region that's the problem fire-wise right now, so the water is just a threat. I mean, it's needed, but in terms of human beings, people gotta get out of the way of that now. Hopefully they manage to do that. Now for the latest on Washington's wildfires, here's King 5 Seattle once again from 13 hours ago. Oh god, final 10 minutes on the Galactic got that goal.
Tracking wildfires across the state right now. The 3 fires burning near Spokane are almost completely contained. In Spokane, fire officials say the Environmental Protection Agency is on site checking for hazardous materials before cleanup can begin.
I mean, you look around and there's nothing here. I mean, we've got...
Yeah. So, when it comes to the far eastern fires here in Spokane, completely contained, but to what end? What has been achieved? Yes, that's good, the fires are out, but then you look around and you see nothing is left behind. Everything is just burned down to the foundations. Every single one of these homes is just everything is gone. It's basements. Just basements left, I guess.
Up can begin.
I mean, you look around and there's nothing here. I mean, we've got fountains survived. There's some bricks. You can see where their washer and dryer used to be, but nothing is, there's really nothing here other than a couple little stuff.
We are hearing more from the people cleaning up their homes in our next half hour.
In north central Washington, the Sinlahegan fire has now burned nearly 153,000 acres. This new video shows the extreme conditions firefighters are working in.
Yep, so that fire we were just talking about, still burning, out of control, as you can clearly see in that video. And growing, over 150,000 acres now. Just a devastating state of affairs in the Pacific Northwest. Staying in the area, crossing the border, we now go to Oregon, where wildfires there continue to set records. Here's the Oregonian from 2 days ago. God, I need a snack.
The Big Grass Fire is inching closer to a historic mark in Oregon, growing to 513,437 acres, despite the efforts of over 1,000 firefighters. It remains a border-spanning blaze, with at least half of it stretching into Idaho. The current record holder is the 2012 Long Draw Fire, which reached 557,028 acres and burned into Nevada. As of Sunday morning, the Big Grass Fire was 39% contained, federal data showed. Across Oregon, 30 other fires were burning, including several mega wildfires above 100,000 acres. The 308,000-acre Coleman Creek and 105,000-acre Second Flat Fire were among the largest.
308,000-acre fire. Still burning currently in Oregon. 30 other fires burning. including one mega fire. And the Grasshopper fire continues to move closer to Portland, apparently. Which crews, as we've been talking about, have been trying to beat back for days now. Threatening a major metropolitan area. It's still got many miles to cross, but it's been making serious progress. And leaving destruction in its wake. Coin 6 local news on that devastation here. I'll be right back.
Other headlines, all eyes do remain on the Grasshopper fire here this afternoon. More than 83,000 acres have burned, and that fire only 20% contained. The Grasshopper fire has destroyed at least 6 homes and 15 other structures after exploding across thousands more acres. But as the fire impacts grow, so have community concerns about communication on the ground. Now, Joelle Jones has been tracking this fire for weeks now. She's live in Dufur with more. Joelle?
Yes, here in Dufur, we're currently under a level 2B set evacuation notice, but you can see that Grasshopper fire behind me still raging after officials say northwesterly winds pushed it past fire lines, really exploding that fire. We've been watching crews, helicopter crews dropping retardant on that fire all day long. But for some families in its path, there's already nothing left.
By the time that they knew that the fire was in a dangerous spot, it was 6 feet in the trees on right behind their house.
This is what's left. Danielle Smith says her 96-year-old grandmother lost the home her grandfather built more than 40 years ago. Her father and stepmother's house on the same property also diminished to rubble.
I really didn't believe that they burnt down.
The Grasshopper fire
Pretty horrifying. Devastation is still being left behind by these fires. Just seem to be happening everywhere now. Further south, the border of California and Nevada, the bug fire is continuing to burn this week. Now hitting 88,000 acres. ABC 10 from yesterday. On this other fire here raging in the west.
Start with the latest on wildfires. The bug fire now pushing further into California after jumping a key highway in Plumas County. That fire has been burning mostly across Nevada. Changing winds have led the fire back towards California. Plumas County deputies say it crossed Highway 395 at one point, but firefighters were able to quickly hold its spread. An evacuation order and several evacuation warnings are now in effect across Plumas County. That fire has now burned more than 88,000 acres, containment only 3%. Officials say containment has been slowed due to the lack of resources in Nevada.
That's our biggest challenge, and then just the fact that we are stretched very thin. We have about 100 firefighters per 30,000 acres.
100 firefighters for 30,000 acres. Yeah, that seems bad. Oh. Unfortunately, the federal government is doing everything they can to not help blue states with these disasters. And it's just going to get worse throughout the year, I'm afraid. You know, at least going into late fall, because the El Nino season, I need to imagine the El Nino season ramping up into the end of the year, right? So the end, like December, that's going to be basically the peak of El Nino from what scientists are suggesting by the numbers. So the fall's just going to stay hotter than normal. These things are probably just going to exacerbate over the coming months till we actually get some winter weather whenever that starts. For more on the bug fire, let's go back to Nevada. 8 News Now, Reno, Nevada, from 1 day ago. 2 locals and evacuees sharing their stories.
And hear about the flames so close to your home.
Yeah, Cola 8 News Now's Emily Benito joins us live. Emily, what did residents out there off Pyramid Highway tell you about their experience with these fires over the last week?
No, this is what we said, and I will just reiterate this again for anybody that needs to hear it. There isn't, I mean, FEMA basically doesn't exist. It is now a political agency there to serve Republican states. But even in that case, it is still massively defanged. It's been made completely useless. Appropriations by the agency over $5,000 or $10,000, whatever it is. It's a very low number. It's like $10,000, I think. Anything over $10,000 expenditure from FEMA needs to be approved by the head of DHS. So every expenditure needs to go across Mark Wayne fucking Mullen's desk and needs to be approved so that, like, rather than having a functional agency planning ahead, mobilizing its resources, you now have a completely useless, defanged, neutered agency waiting, begging for Mark Wayne Mullen to do his job and decide that any of these natural disasters are situation enough to mobilize the federal government.
Well, Denise, they told me that it's just extremely nerve-wracking to be having all of these fires break out across their homes and just across of most of northern Nevada. So as we start to look at our region, of course, the concern is that these fires are getting extremely close to homes. They're burning a lot of cheatgrass. The good news is there's a torrential downpour happening right now. There was hail a few seconds ago. The parking lot I'm standing in is flooding. And so, well, I look like a soggy dog. So the good news is that hopefully this is also falling over the fires and they're going to get lots of rain. Oh my goodness. And hopefully that will help them fight those fires. Now, the only concern, of course, is the lightning and the thunder.
Yes. Storms, like I said, coming to some regions, a little bit of rain here in the west, helping firefighters with the fight, but with it bringing lightning, which with it brings more fires. Also, I believe Emily later on in this piece reiterates the importance of recognizing that the fires will not all be put out by these storms. Not enough rain is going to be coming from them. They're very light, very dispersed cloud cover. So it's only bringing rain, a little bit of rain, very intermittent, interspersed.
Homes trying to get to their animals, their loved ones, and not being able to.
We were fine, but yeah, it's scary for other people. We saw right there on 395, it was backed up all the way into Cold Springs. People were, Red Rock, I live by there. It was all shut down. So yeah, but the animals, the horses, it's pretty scary for people.
And so as you can see here, we are.
Okay. There you go. Evacuees, rightfully scared, while fleeing for their lives with their pets and their belongings, if they can fit in their car, on their back. Meanwhile, a little further south, in New Mexico, Fire broke out in Santa Fe National Forest, approaching 10,000 acres burned there. Oh, I'm sorry, before we go to that one, though, let's go here to learn more about the toll of the bug fire. Apparently, so far, it's already destroyed 9 homes.
And during the press briefing for the bug and stallion fires just within the last hour, firefighters said 9 homes are destroyed.
Yeah, they say those homes are all located near Red Rock Road and that they have been notified, all the homeowners have been notified.
Yep. All right, now down to New Mexico. KRQE from yesterday. Frijoles fire in Santa Fe National Forest grows to 7,794
Fire
acres.
crews continue to battle the growing Frijoles wildfire burning north of Ski Santa Fe. Officials estimate that fire at nearly 8,000 acres now. It is only 1% contained. Immediate evacuation orders are still in place on Camino de Cañón in Cundillo.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, I hope our New Mexican residents are all safe. I know we have some. But as you can all see, it's been very hot and or fiery across the North American continent, Canada, and America. And, of course, to go along with record high ocean temperatures, we also had a record high continental temperatures. Denver 7 from 4 days ago. On that record, announced by the NOAA earlier this week.
July was the warmest month on record in the U.S. That's according to new data from the National Centers for Environmental Information. Averaging 76.9 degrees above average temperatures were reported coast to coast. Colorado specifically had a record number of 90-plus degree days along the Front Range. And the National Weather Service meteorologist Greg Heavener told me it was Denver's second warmest July on record.
All throughout July, I kept hearing this word heat dome over and over again. How big of a factor?
Every time I see her, I swear to God, she looks like Meghan Markle. Like a little bit, like it's like at least like 60% like Meghan Markle.
Heat dome.
Right? Am I wrong? Am I wrong on this? Like we watch a lot of Denver 7. I try to not make this a thing, but like she's looking especially Meghan Markle-y today. And I just I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one that sees it. But I swear to God, they're looking similar all the time. All the time these two are looking similar. I can't possibly be the only one that sees the resemblance. She's looking Markley as fuck, okay? Don't even start with me.
Play into creating those records in July.
Day after day, when you have lack of cloud cover, even a little bit of wind, it dries the ground and soils out, and each day it bakes itself over and over and over again. It becomes stagnant, and that allows the atmosphere to heat up and cool efficiently. So there were times where we were sitting in the 50s at night, but we easily rebound to close to 100, if not 100 plus on certain days in July. It's just kind of how the heat dome presented itself, and it was repeated pattern.
So Heavener says August started off with hot weather with our 6th 100-plus degree day in Denver on Saturday, but big changes are coming later this week.
Yes, indeed. Hottest month on record for the contiguous United States. So basically the whole thing. 48 to 50. F all the way off? I don't think she looks like Meghan Markle. Really? I'm the only one? Really? You're a liar, sir. You are a liar. Well, with the heat comes, of course, drought. Not just fires. And Lake Mead continues to go lower and lower. Causing great alarm. Fox 10 Phoenix. Monday. Dropping Lake Mead water levels prompt worries. Yes. It is concerning. It's been since tens of millions of people depend on this one lake remaining full.
It's a stunning sight for sightseers at the Hoover Dam in Nevada as the water level at Lake Mead, which sits partially in Arizona, has reached a new record low.
It's now just about 1,000 feet above sea level. That's the lowest it's been since the reservoir was first filled in the 1930s. Ella McNamara reports.
Tourists at Lake Mead and the Hoover Dam say that they're worried about what they see as they notice plummeting water levels.
I was looking at it, he was talking earlier, and I was saying how you can see with like the difference in colors through the rocks, how high the water level used to be compared to now. So I was like, yeah, it's low.
The low levels have pushed the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. This tiny little mound that used to be just poking out of the water is not a giant island. Start building housing on this thing. I mean, look at it. It's huge. That's a boat, by the way. Look at the boat. Look at the ferry down there. That's got to be like a 100-person ferry. I mean, dwarfed by the size of this new island that's risen from Lake Mead.
This is ridiculous. Of Reclamation to offer a proposal to Nevada, Arizona, and California, encouraging the states to take less water from the Colorado River. While our state and Nevada have faced cuts before, the proposal could lead to even more significant reductions impacting agriculture.
Yeah. Yeah, this thing is getting real bad. And yesterday, apparently, it hit another all-time high. Just all-time low, excuse me. Not all-time high. All-time low. It just hit, it just continues to just ebb throughout the week. This is from earlier on Friday. Reuters with the report. Largest U.S. reservoir. It's another all-time low.
The biggest reservoir in the U.S. just hit a record low. This is Lake Mead, held back by the Hoover Dam on the Arizona-Nevada border, and it supplies water and power to millions of people across the Southwest. As the water levels lower, things that were once submerged are now coming to the surface, like this old boat right here. This is due to a number of things, like higher temperatures, prolonged drought, less snowmelt, and more water usage. And sure, you can still see water here. People can still go out on the lake and go boating, things like that, but it's not all about recreation. People are concerned about what this means for the future.
Yes, because it means a lot of different things, right? It already means reduced water consumption across the West, mandated reduced water consumption across the West, which varies state by state based upon agreements that go back decades. But also this guy. What's this? What are we looking at? What's that thing? Oh, that's right. That's a dam. Is that the Hoover Dam? I forget which dam this is. Is it the Hoover? My brain just fucking broke. Oh, it doesn't matter. What doesn't matter the name. It's a very important dam because it supplies electricity to millions. It's not just the water, right? It's not the water, just the water to the tens of millions of people that this supplies downstream, if you will. But it's also the electricity. And if the water gets too low, what happens? Oh, you can't generate electricity anymore because they were built at a time when the thought of water getting below a certain level was unthinkable. Right? Are we following here? And as a result of physics, water gets too low, no more power. So it's a multi-tiered crisis looming, already having some effects. But it could get drastically worse if this drought crisis doesn't end. We're literally just praying to Mother Nature at this point that she take less what's it called? Retribution on our lack of stewardship on the planet. Because that really is what this is, right? This is a result of climate change. This drought crisis that we're seeing on the entire planet is happening because we have not done a good job. So we had record low snowpack in practically every mountain range across the planet. Record high glacial runoff, but not enough to make up for the lack of snowpack. And so it's math ain't mathin' right now vis-a-vis the old reservoir. All of our reservoirs are really under threat. Some are just under more threat. The West is the worst right now because that's where the most drought has been happening in North America. Right? Basically, anything west of the Mississippi has been seeing just horrendous heat and lack of rainfall. Add that up, what do you get? Drought. You get drought. You get precipitating, or what's the word? Not precipitating. Receding water levels in reservoirs, lakes, and other estuaries, bodies of water that we all rely on.
River at Utah State.
In the long run, if one looks at this issue in the 50 to 100 year perspective, then a warming planet is the problem, full stop. It is all related to dry soils and a snowpack that disappears and the melting snows that don't get into the stream system.
All that water comes from the Colorado River, and the states that share it are still hashing out who gets how much. Experts say if the water keeps dropping, it could mean less to go around for homes, farms, and everyone who relies on it.
Yes, that's exactly the equation that we're staring in the face of. All we have a president shutting down, literally spending U.S. taxpayer dollars to shut down green energy projects. Still yelling, drill, baby, drill, while the earth is on fire, like some deranged madman. We're run by a villain, okay? Let's be real. Donald Trump is basically a villain. While the world burns, he says, we need more of the Bernie thing. More burning.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Meanwhile, as I mentioned, while on one side of the Mississippi you got extreme heat and no rain, directly on the other side of it you got extreme rains. Like here in Ohio this week. Here's CNN from Monday. Sorry, this is Tuesday. Sorry, Tuesday, not Monday.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Yep, extreme flash floods in Ohio led to images like that. Streets turned to rivers, people's homes underwater. But back down south in the Caribbean, the water crisis continues to get worse. Something we've been keeping our eye on now that I've been only aware of for a couple of weeks now. But places like Puerto Rico and Jamaica, both experiencing some severe drought conditions where you would not expect them. Here's NBC New York from Tuesday.
In Puerto Rico, a water crisis is growing more dire tonight. An emergency water distribution effort is currently underway as the U.S. territory deals with extreme drought. News 4's Gaby Acevedo joins us live from one community where residents say they've been dealing with problems for months. Gaby.
In Loíza, Puerto Rico, this is about 30 minutes away from the tourist zone and capital city. Hi to all of you in the Tri-State who are following up this important story today. We got a close look into how tough it is for people here in Loíza without water for months due to infrastructure issues prior to water rationing that have been ongoing since 2017, also due to infrastructure and pipe problems east of San Juan. Puerto Rico officials activating an emergency distribution effort on the eastern side of the island, delivering hundreds of water bottles to senior care centers and working class neighborhoods.
The communities that we are visiting today and we are delivering water tanks are communities that, besides the drought, are having historical problems with water rationing.
Yeah, it's a serious fucking crisis down here in Puerto Rico, and Donald Trump isn't rushing to give federal aid to the region. But they are running out of water. The reservoirs, they look like Lake Mead. Yeah, hold on. Let me find a picture of this, because Puerto Rico's largest reservoir is running out of water. I had images of this. Yeah, you can kind of see some of this. Too many of these. That's honestly though. We should actually look at what it like, what it looked like before. Because some of these, like this one, are what it was like before. You can see none of the banks, right? Like this is actually perfect for a before and after, right? Because this is what it looked like before. You can clearly see the water is going all the way up to the lush jungle essentially there, and now it looks like this. We got old Puerto Rican like ruins from probably like hundreds of years ago or something like that, just like popping out of out of the blue. It's not good. It's quite a stark difference.
Here in Loíza started well before the rationing program due to aging infrastructure since the devastating hurricane season in 2017. We have seen technicians working on fixing broken pipes that serve the Loíza water station.
We're in the middle of the reconstruction. We're still dealing with some problems regarding the reconstruction from Hurricane Maria, Irma, the earthquakes. But earthquakes didn't affect Loíza that much.
They're still reconstructing from Hurricane Maria. The one that Trump, you remember when he went and threw paper towels at people? That one in his first term. They're still rebuilding after that right now. And simultaneously having to deal with this drought. It's not good. It's not a good combination. Meanwhile, in Jamaica, same situation, different location.
Water restrictions are getting worse in parts of Kingston and St. Andrew. Inland mountainous Inland mountain communities that usually get plenty of rain are also feeling the effects. These areas have little to no significant rainfall for weeks. Details in this report from Dwayne Anderson.
The Wagwater River watershed was once one of the wettest areas on the eastern end of the island, but things have changed, and residents who live in Scotts Hall and the surrounding parts of St. Mary and St. Andrew have felt the changes more than most.
Yeah, I mean, just look around. It's supposed to be lush, tropical, sort of region here. Shouldn't be drying out as it seems to be.
Rivers and streams once snaked, rocks stand alert, and soil lay bare.
It's really bad. We haven't had rainfall in quite a while. We have people have to be going like 4, 5, 6 miles just to get water. And water has been a serious issue in St. Mary, in southeast St. Mary, in Scottsdale.
We used to always have water because there's a water hole up the stream here, which every one of the younger generation, them, all of us at the same age, we used to go up there and swim like every Sunday. Now it is the hottest time I ever witnessed in my life.
Yeah, exactly. And this guy's no spring chicken. Hottest time he's ever seen in his life. Suffice to say, that's probably a really long time. Yes, things are not good. Now, part of this has to do with the extreme heat, right? The other part is the lack of rain. Now, the lack of rain is partly tied to the El Nino, right? Because the El Nino is drawing warmth from the oceans to the Pacific rather than the Atlantic. So we've seen less Atlantic tropical storm activity, generating off the west coast of Africa, making its way here, right? That accounts for a huge portion of Jamaica's, of Puerto Rico's rainfall in any given year. Lack of those, you get lack of rain, lack of water, and the situation you have right now. However, there is a tropical storm heading this way, expected to become a hurricane as of the latest updates. Here's 6 ABC Philadelphia from 13 hours ago. One can only hope this will help solve this crisis somewhat without bringing great devastation. It's kind of a needle to thread here.
The tropical storm bearing down on Hawaii. Melissa Adon is on the Big Island now with all of the preparations.
Oh, wait,
Melissa,
this is the wrong one.
Hey, Gio, good morning. So
this is the wrong one. There's another one. Shit, I put this one in the wrong spot. God damn it, where's the other one? I deleted the other one because I thought that these were the same. No! Foiled. 40 videos in, I finally made a big boo-boo. More than 40, 50 videos in or something like that. God damn it. This is way out of order. All right, yes, there's a hurricane. It's going to Hawaii. This is so out of order. Unacceptable. But there is also tropical storm activity, at least 3 different regions of interest. One which is looking like it's more and more going to turn into a hurricane. This is the wrong clip, unfortunately. But that one is approaching South America right now, slowly. We'll see exactly what it winds up doing. But, god damn it. How did I do this? I'm just no good. I'm just terrible at my job. Yeah, that's only the Hawaii storm. Okay. And it's just throwing me off my rhythm, so I just gotta keep moving. We'll talk about Hawaii tomorrow. But good luck, Hawaii. That storm is coming. I made a huge tiny... Yeah, I did.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
I did make a huge tiny mistake.
I am having trouble doing the show.
God, that one broke me. I need hydration. I'm out of tea. This is a disaster. Unfolding disaster. Come on, people, give GSL a producer free. I couldn't do that to anybody. That's the other thing. It's like, you know, like what do I do? Get an intern producer? That feels wrong. Hey, you know what's right? The donation over here for bottled water. I don't buy bottled water. I do appreciate the donation. CR, who continues to go unnamed in their messages, but continues to be very generous. It's been donating a lot lately. Really appreciate you. That's hugely helpful. That gets us to 60% of the galactic content goal. Speaking of which, we've already run out of time on that puppy. I'm gonna add a little bit extra on the clock. Call it like 45 minutes. A hot 45. Oh, sweet Colombia Rican. Jumping in with a super chat. First super chat of the night. So happy that super chats are back. I'm here. I'm a bit late, but happy to be with my space peeps. Happy to be with you. Oh, while we're talking about the collapse of the climate, we should talk about the utter malfeasance, negligence, and otherwise lack of concern that the Trump administration is exhibiting vis-a-vis the environment. With the latest announcement bringing an ending to funding for the Arctic Climate Report, an important scientific report that was used by scientific organizations and scientists worldwide, relied upon for data, now being cut by the Trump administration. Here's PBS NewsHour from yesterday.
This is ridiculous!
This week, the Trump administration said it would stop funding the Arctic Report Card, a long-standing effort to synthesize the latest research about the fastest warming place on Earth. Now, scientists are scrambling to find a way to publish this major annual report anyway, to continue to track how climate change is transforming the Arctic, impacting everything from glaciers to native communities to global fishing and shipping routes. This decision is the latest in a series of moves by the administration to curtail scientific research into the impacts of climate change, which the administration argues is plagued with misinformation and alarmism. For more on what this means, we are joined again by glaciologist Twyla Moon. She's been a lead editor of the Arctic Report Card. She's the deputy lead scientist for the National Snow and Ice Data Center at the University of Colorado Boulder. This conversation is part of our ongoing series, Tipping Point. Twyla Moon, so nice to have
Yeah, it is this whole thing is just so disappointing. We have a government that's not just asleep at the wheel. Asleep at the wheel would actually be better than what we have right now. Because what we have right now is people who are aiming us for the icebergs, right? Like, that's the best analogy I can make. Is like, you'd almost do better having somebody sleeping at the wheel, not intentionally aiming us towards the doom, right? You'd accidentally do better than this. These people are arsonists. Frizla, thank you for the super chat. 2 sweet super chats from 2 sweet space fams. We all make mistakes sometimes. Aw. It's very thoughtful. I appreciate that. By the way, I gotta update. Oh my god, why is my soundboard having a fucking... oh my god. I need to reorganize. I need to reorganize my desk. My soundboard just keeps losing power suddenly. It's very problematic. Sound shots are an integral part of the stream. Without it, It's like I'm lost. Floating through space. But with those 2 super chats, that latest Cash App donation gets us way closer to completing the Galactic content goal. We're now officially 85% of the way through the goal. Less than $10, I think, would get us there. And don't forget, we still got a massive galactic deficit that needs funding before the end of the month. Gotta somehow raise $50 a day. That number is insane. I have no idea how we're gonna fucking do. I'm freaking out, honestly. Not getting remonetized last month, and instead taking another 3 weeks to get remonetized. Now having to wait over a month to get paid again by YouTube. It's just like, it's completely thrown everything. I mean, we are in bad straits, dire straits, Space Fams. Even though things feel like we're over the hump, we need you more than ever. Honestly, I think the thing that I am going to be trying to push as much as possible for the rest of the month is for people to become patrons. Just $3 a month. A small portion, some small percentage of Galactic Space Fams doing that would get it done. $3. 3 Earth dollars. All it takes. Sorry to be annoying about all this, but it is truly... It's a red alert situation. Red alert type of situation. Is that less than 10 bucks? This is less than $10, yes. I always put the sound effects on my phone, and when I want to play them, put the phone close to the microphone. And that sounds terrible. That's a terrible idea. That would not work. There's no way. Well, I mean, maybe it would work, but it would be terrible. The sound quality would be atrocious. Nobody wants that. Well, thank you, Columbia Regan, Frisla, both of you, for your super chats. It's nice to have super chats back. Can show off these donations to the world and your messages. As a result, we need one of these. Quick confetti party. Just bask in the glory. Take it all in, Space Fams. You deserve it. Space Fams like you have helped contribute to this moment of gloriousness, greatness, galacticness. Alright, everybody, we gotta get back to the stream. We're moving slow. We're moving extra slow today. I'm moving super slow, and we still haven't even taken a break. So we gotta end that. We gotta stop celebrating ourselves. Get back to the problem at hand. The ever worsening climate crisis. All right. Just gonna move towards the end of this PBS clip.
For folks.
I mean, as I mentioned, and as you well know, the Trump administration has taken other steps like this. They've dismissed scientists who were working on the National Climate Report. They put a climate change skeptic in charge of that document. They've dismantled the preeminent atmospheric research center, NCAR, in Colorado. They've stopped updating the federal database that tracks the cost of hurricanes and floods and things that we know are driven by climate change. The president argues that climate change is a hoax. Members of his administration argue that all of this work is full of alarmism and is just meant to terrify people. As someone who does this benchmark science, how do you respond to that?
Well, the Arctic report card and all of the science that we're reporting in it is specifically emphasizing direct observations of changes.
Exactly. Unfortunately for these guys, direct observations of changes, otherwise known as science,
it's science,
is oppositional to their worldview, their entire reign is based upon a war on the truth, facts, and science, among other things. And so people like Twyla there at the University of Colorado Boulder is like a threat to all of it. As a result, we're watching them do things like this, shutting down a vital piece of research, Arctic climate report. It's really disturbing. You know, the world is dependent on America just being a reasonable steward of a number of different things. And under Trump 2.0, we're the exact opposite of that at this point. Like, we are the bull in the china shop, the fox in the hen house. I've run out of analogies, but you get what I'm saying. Yeah. Meanwhile, across Europe and the rest of the planet, very similar. Very similar stuff happening all week. It's a little disturbing to me just how unified we all are in our climate suffering lately. Heat wave in the US, heat wave in the UK. Wildfires in the US, wildfires in the UK, the EU, and abroad, and whatever else. I mean, we're seeing it just sort of very broadly. I keep saying the UK because that's where we're going next. Makes sense, I suppose. From the Arctic back down to Old Blighty, which is Blighty in a different way lately.
Last night, flames licking at the curb of an A road in Hampshire. What started as a vehicle fire found a waiting tinderbox in the nearby heathland of the New Forest. More than 20 drivers abandoned their cars, getting as far away as they could, while firefighters stayed overnight to tackle the blaze. 120 were still fighting it this afternoon, with teams drafted in from all over the country, including Devon, London and Sussex, here drawing water from a local fishing lake.
This hose is 6 kilometres long, and every minute it pumps 1,500 litres of water up to the fire over there. It's now the size of about 140 football pitches, but it's tonight, when the ground is at its driest, that firefighters are most worried about it spreading.
New Forest Park authorities say extreme weather is putting one of the most precious habitats in the UK at risk.
It's one.
Yeah, everywhere you look, the earth is just dry and brown in the UK. All the images I see are disturbingly arid looking, desertified. By the way, yes, Asaxia. We are back on YouTube, finally, after 4 months of being demonetized again. We're back. Knock on Spacewood. Thank Gary. Columbia Rican as well for the super chat. You wonder what the cleaning bots that have been plotting our demise here in the space station running out our... You think the cleaning bots are running the government? Huh. That's interesting. That's an interesting thought. I've never seen them exhibit much sentience, but I suppose it's possible. Yep, conditions here in Britain are as bad as they are in the Pacific Northwest.
Rare nationally and internationally. We have ancient woodlands that can't be replaced if they go up in flame. So from an international perspective, it's a really important place, the New Forest.
Other blazes have been burning around the country. 2 bungalows were destroyed by a fire which spread from a field in Diss in Norfolk. No serious injuries were reported. This is Holme Fen in Cambridgeshire, where firefighters have been working to control the flames for 3 days. And this area near Llanganada Reservoir in South Wales has been burning since Friday, with crews enlisting help from the sky to try to contain it. The smoke from the moorland could be smelt by people waking up in Bristol this morning. Record temperatures this summer have left the ground parched, cracked and broken, with water reserves at lows despite record periods of rain earlier this year.
Jesus Christ, look at these sad, what are these, cricket pitches? Oh my God. That is just a pathetic state of affairs. You got water on like a tenth of a hectare, not even small, as much as I can't think of. What do you even, like the size of a backyard swimming pool. About as much water seems to be getting used here. Jesus, the rest of it just looks like it's on the brink of just turning to sand and becoming a dune. The Devon Dunes. Actually, I think this might be London. I can't quite tell.
But ultimately, the answer to this is another long-term fix. The answer is around infrastructure. It's around ensuring that we've got the water infrastructure, including reservoirs. Obviously, that's the top of everybody's list, but there's a huge amount more infrastructure.
People were giving me shit earlier. I'd like to point something out. Thank you, Columbia Rican, for this message. People were giving me shit earlier for comparing this to Arizona, saying that the UK was turning to Arizona. But see, this is what I'm saying. It looks like New Mexico. It looks like Arizona. It looks like the United Kingdom is turning into a desert. It's new New Mexico. Wales is going to be renamed New Mexico or whatever. I guess it's South England, but still. So things are getting bad. Also, you'll be shocked to hear that it's not just the plants, the grass and things that are parched. Just like with America, the waterways also running out of water here. I mean, scenes like this are just disturbing to me. I mean, look at it. This looks all wrong. Everything about this looks wrong.
The fastest heating continent on Earth.
Amelia Jen reporting. Well, our correspondent Andy Davis is at Blagdon Lake in Somerset, which serves the Bristol water area. It's one of the top 3 lowest reservoirs in England with exceptionally low levels of water. Well, let's go live to Andy. Andy, my gosh, that does look dry.
Yeah, Matt, this reservoir supplies billions of litres of water each year. If we'd come back here, if we'd been here in January, the water levels were full to overflowing, way above my head height. And what a different picture it is now with long stretches of these banks exposed.
It's just the same scene, whether it's Lake Mead or Puerto Rico or the United Kingdom. It's just we are connected through this similar suffering, this climate-fueled environmental suffering. Everything is drying out, and as it turns out, it's almost like we've known this for a long time. Humanity needs water to survive. We operate as if it's never going to run out. When it does, it's a crisis. Yeah. And this is the weekending report. We're just going to go back and forth between the days, mostly chronologically, best as I can, through Europe. But it's also going to go west to east somehow, because we have fires breaking out in Eastern Europe recently, in recent days. So, I guess we're going to end with the European content, but let's go to France next, across the channel, where drought conditions are just as bad, if not worse.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Riverbeds that have dried up or have next to no water left. That's a new norm here in the north of France.
I thought that it was still here, but it stopped. The flow has stopped.
Following successive heat waves, around 70% of France is facing water usage restrictions. These environmental officers are upping their rounds, especially in fields where watering is currently outlawed.
There's no watering. They are following the guidelines.
Car washers face the same restrictions.
The station is within the guidelines. They have blocked access to the car wash, including the jets.
Over the next few days, the situation could get worse.
This drought is only going to get worse for at least the next week or 10 days to come. The weather forecast doesn't predict rain until around the 20th of August for much of France.
That is a disturbing statistic. I don't know if everybody could hear that. This guy just said that much of France isn't expecting to get any rain for another 5 freaking days. So it's going to continue to be as parched, as hot. And the whole of Europe getting slammed by more heat this week, leading into the weekend. I don't think anybody's going to see a break from the heat until early next week, from what I understand. Here's BBC News from Wednesday.
Now, here in the UK, the Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, is chairing a meeting of the government's Emergency Cobra Committee this afternoon to discuss the extreme heat. The Met Office have issued an amber heat warning for parts of England on Thursday, when temperatures could reach up to 38 degrees Celsius. Meanwhile, a report by the progressive think tank Verdant suggests that the heat waves in June and July may have cost the UK economy more than £4 billion.
Yep, the combined cost of the heat waves may have been as much as $4 billion, according to the experts who have been crunching the numbers lately. That's just the United Kingdom. The whole EU must be tens of billions, if not more. France, I mean, has been devastated by all of this, both in the tourism industry as well as the physically devastating effects of these wildfires on homes and businesses and whatever else. The costs, I mean, these costs are going to continue to rise. They've already exceeded what it would have taken just to get us off of fossil fuels in most cases. It's real nonsense when you think about it, right? If you just add up these costs globally, like, we could have solved this if we just worked together already. I mean, like, at least the fossil fuels, like the emissions crisis, right, that we've been dealing with, could have at least solved that. Like, we'd still be dealing with, because here's one thing we have to remember, is that we're already so far down the road, we're going to continue to feel these effects for years to come, regardless of whether or not we stop. But we will at least prevent complete and utter catastrophe if we do stop, right? This is the problem, right? Like, at one point, we were able to make the argument that if we just do this now, we won't ever have to feel any of these crazy things that we're talking about. Now, we're feeling the crazy things, and we have to be like, look, so that we avoid the entire world literally being on fire and turning into Venus, like, we need to do this, right? Like, the calculus has changed, right? It's like all of these sorts of things that were easier before, right, are more difficult, and like the calculuses are more extreme. Could have acted sooner, as I keep reminding us all, but second best opportunity is right now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
A London church set against a desert-like landscape. Gone are the lush green lawns typically seen in the British capital, which has never experienced such a dry July. Only the swimming pools still hold water.
Jeez.
Ponds are drying up, making this ban.
It all feels so dystopian. It's like, it feels like a movie. And I think to some degree people are allowing it to wash over them like it's a movie and like it's not actually happening to us. It's happening. It's happening right now. We just aren't taking it with the level of seriousness you would expect a species to take an existential crisis.
Ponds are drying up, making this ban on fishing seem derisory. Everywhere, the ground is cracked, where rivers once allowed navigation.
Seriously though?
The port of Cologne in Germany.
That sign is so, the sign is so dystopian. Like, this no fishing sign is the most dystopian thing. I keep pausing like 5 seconds later, but the no fishing sign at the completely dried up pond is like, it's like adding insult to injury. It's like, yeah, no shit. Thanks. Thanks, buddy. Yeah. Wasn't planning on casting a line into the dirt.
Where rivers once allowed navigation. The port of Cologne in Germany, now dormant. The Rhine has also receded, rendering bridges almost pointless.
Yeah, what's the point of that bridge? What is the point of them to avoid that puddle right there? You don't think you can squeegee that out? Rest of it's dry. I mean, holy shit. What's most disturbing to me is that it's drying out for long enough. It is like you're seeing foliage start to grow in places where it should not be. Like stuff got like seeded, you know, and somehow have grown throughout this entire season. It's disturbing. It's disturbing to see. It's like it's like Earth is just moving along as if, well, okay, if there's no water here, then trees go here. That's not what we want. The images we see coming out here just continue to get more and more disturbing.
In Budapest, too.
And UK wildfires are now starting to hit homes in the West Midlands, where the UK has now become a tinderbox. This is really disturbing. And this is the thing, right? The wildfires, the droughts, all these things become, they feel far off until they're right upon us, until we don't have enough water left, until your home's on fire. And you're looking at shit like this. This is Channel 4 news from 7 hours ago.
People's homes, people's lives, now shells. Nothing left. When fire rips through, it is unforgiving. Its embers don't respect borders. There are no boundaries. Some have lost everything and watched their homes burn down on TV.
Mum and Dad's house back onto the fields. Unfortunately, we've seen live footage via other news channels where we've seen that the house has burnt down. It's just devastating. We just can't believe what's happened. It's just all those years, memories, everything just gone. They're only in the clothes that they're standing in, so we're trying to find clothes for them. We've been down to Tesco's to get their essentials today.
Everyone is being affected by this. No one will be spared. This thing is going global. We're seeing it happen. It's why the title of the stream is Earth Drought. It was Earth Drought or Planetary Drought. It didn't have enough room for Planetary Drought, so we went Earth Drought. But that's what's happening. The Earth is experiencing a drought. You're seeing jungle regions and otherwise deciduous forest regions run out of water. Desert or no, we are all struggling. Whether you're in New Mexico or Jamaica, United Kingdom or France. And in fact, we'll be talking about Asia as well. I just don't want to get ahead of myself. But Asia, too, is struggling with the exact same thing. That's why planetary drought is truly this is all about today. God. I just hate seeing just the tremendous human suffering that we are seemingly enacting upon ourselves. That's the part of it that frustrates me most, you know, is knowing that we've known how to solve much of this for some time and have chosen to ignore it or put people in power who ignored it or did not enough, allowed corporations to ravage the planet without contributing back to the society or the environment. It's quite worrisome to me. Troubling.
Fire can outpace anyone. It's always faster than people expect. Charles said, him too.
The flames are actually lapping up to the house.
He was helping people out of their homes. He said the power went out. People were jumping their property's electric gates because they were trapped inside.
I saw like a massive fire, plume of smoke. It was very, very intense. And then I saw a second plume of smoke coming through our woodland. And at that point realised there was actually multiple fires. The flames were quite, coming this way and were hot, but the smoke just takes you, and I think it takes your breath.
It can overpower fire crews too. Reports of some teams being taken to hospital with heat stroke in parts of the country. In Stourbridge this afternoon, many continued to work on the ground.
Yep, these things just are continuing, right? This is we're just going through these chronologically. The devastation in Western Europe is just being seen, and it's just growing. It's just growing day by day. We're watching it get worse and worse because there's been no relenting. And as I said before, we have to come to grips with the fact that the El Nino is going to peak in December. So straight through fall and the beginning of winter, we're going to see warmer and warmer, seasonally warmer and warmer, right? Like the stuff that will feel out of season more and more so as the seasons go on, right? Because we are just getting into fall right now, and this is really when it's all going to start kicking in and getting way worse. We have to come to grips with that and prepare ourselves for the worst. You know, mostly because I want to see all you space fams staying safe. Planet, humans, staying safe. Keep it moving, you know. Keep it alive, space fams, and I mean the whole thing. All of us. All right. Up next, more in France, where it's not just a heat wave, they also continue to have Wildfires blazing in multiple regions. Let's start here with France 24 English from earlier on Friday.
Let's talk more then about this drought with Emma Howard-Boyd. She's the chair of the National Heat Risk Commission in the United Kingdom at the London School of Economics. Thank you for making the time to speak to us today here on France 24.
Thank you very much. Good to be here. And I suppose what I'd like to start by saying is this isn't just an economic issue, as your footage has just made so clear. This is a health issue, this is a security issue, this is an economic issue, and it's impacting millions of people across the UK and across Europe.
Indeed, and I suppose let's talk first of all about the United Kingdom, because in that report we gave that really rather extraordinary figure of 45 million people living in areas impacted by drought at the moment. I mean, can you just give us a sense as to what that looks like on a day-to-day basis for people? You talked about economic impacts, health impacts. Tangibly, what does that mean?
At the moment, it is about the incredibly parched landscape that we are seeing across the country. And for those living under drought restrictions, not using things like hose pipes. So limited until the next phase. So incumbent on us all to think about how we are using water. Where it is really impacting is the farming community and those businesses that are reliant on water as well.
Yeah. And this is another one of those things, right? Like the agricultural community needs the water the most, right? Because they wind up feeding us. Eventually. Even if while the lambs are drinking water, we might not be eating them then. Eventually we are eating them. Or while they're watering the grains, root vegetables, or whatever else that we eat that farmers make. Eventually we need them to eat with their mouths. We got a real problem right now. And we're seeing water fights happening in the Southwest over these things. Now, it's possible we're going to continue to see more and more water fights across the planet. One thing I've been warned about the possibility of happening are water wars. And there's been brief flourishes of those we've seen in recent past, whether in the Kashmir region or Uzbekistan with the Chinese, like just different little things that, you know, while they haven't necessarily led to full-out conflicts, at some point they could, depending on how dramatic these crises become, in my opinion. Right? Like, you know, like we've definitely seen conflicts. But partly the reason why we don't even talk about them as much, or they don't get as much whatever, like coverage, is because of the fact they're often the smallest communities that are being affected by these sorts of things, the least militarized countries or regions. Or the Kashmir is a obviously a different situation, right? That is highly militarized region, always in the press, which is why we wind up talking about those water crises the most. It's just why I could think of it first, right? But like, oftentimes it's like small communities and things that are like getting hurt by this. But as these things start hitting on the macro level, right, where you see things like Lake Mead running dry, Danube running dry, right? These sorts of things are things that feed tens of millions. And that's a whole other level of conflict that modern society hasn't had to deal with. It's being provided by this situation we've created for ourselves.
So, do individual measures like that really make a difference? Because sometimes when we have broader conversations about climate change, recycling, I think for some people can feel rather futile because you think, look at this, the global scale of the crisis we face. When it comes to this, though, to the drought, do individual measures really make a difference?
Okay, on this one, my opinion, slightly, but it's not enough, right? Yeah, we'll let her answer this question, but in my opinion, it's a little bit different than, say, recycling. Because recycling doesn't stop the fossil fuels production, right? If anything, it just sort of propagates it.
They will make a difference, but they do not replace the need for a strategic plan coming from central government to make sure that in future we are ready for the sorts of events that we're going to see again and again.
Exactly. My thought, this is literally, I couldn't have said it better. This is literally what I was thinking in my head, right? Like, yes, when it comes to this particular issue within water conservation on an individual level, like as a community, like you can make a difference, right? Like if you mobilize in your community, you get people to start conserving water, that's going to make some difference. It's not going to be enough to solve the crisis. I'll tell you that much. But it could help a little bit. But when it comes to a lot of these other things, it's been individualized too much. And as Emma just said, the chair of the National Heat Risk Commission at the Grantham Research Institute, it needs to be done on a governmental level, top down. Not in this sort of rugged, individualistic relationship with capitalism and, what kind of bottle you're drinking your water from. It's not going to solve everything. I'm sorry. Hate to be the Debbie Downer, but those are just the facts. I've said this so many times. It's almost tired around here. I know so many people have heard it, but everybody needs to hear it because it's the only way we get past this. We've been sold a bale of goods by the corporate baddies that it's our fault, that we're buying too many plastic bottles, and it's not them. It is a lie that has been propagated for too long. Let's go back to the wildfire situation. Because it's not just hot, everything's also still on fire. Like in the United Kingdom, French villages under threat as wildfires continue to blaze through Friday evening. Here's Reuters from yesterday. How come we don't make desal plants? We're going to have to. In fact, there's been talk by multiple municipalities, like Arizona, especially, who is getting the raw deal on the Colorado River right now. They're talking about desal plants in Arizona. That's going to be a solution, but that also, let's not forget, desal plants require one thing to run. It's not, we're not desalinating by osmosis. We're using electricity generated by some form of some source, right? Some generation source, right? So those desal plants have to be run by renewables, or we're just propagating the problem. We're just making the problem worse, and the desal plant will be underwater by 3 years later, right?
Immediately, if not sooner.
Anyway, France still very much on fire. And these fires very right. You can see how close they were on the edge of these villages here. The orange glow, streets filled with not fleeing vehicles, emergency vehicles. Hundreds were evacuated, so it's possible the streets are already cleared in that particular shot. Meanwhile, across the Eastern European region, Serbia, Croatia. Blazes popping up in multiple regions there as well. Here's the AP archive from 2 days ago. So the AP archive, they tend to give me more shit than the regular AP. I don't know. But yeah, as you can see here in Serbia, firefighters earlier this week attempting to extinguish fires near a natural reserve in the northeast. Meanwhile, right next door in Croatia, wildfire engulfed a tourist town called Omis, with dozens of injuries as a result. Here's the New York Post from 19 hours ago. Oh, these are some horrifying images. You can tell people are as far away as they possibly can get and get these photos. My guess is there's a lot of destruction being left behind. Often drones are grounded, not allowed to fly. So you got people with like cell phones or cameras, like actual physical cameras, not just phones. But these images like that one lead me to believe that we're going to see a lot of devastation in Croatia. I think there's a lot of like homes and buildings seemingly on fire here. You can kind of tell. Like when you look at, we're going to look at a little bit more of this. But like you can see, like some of these images, like you can just sort of tell the surrounding area is completely on fire. This building is clearly on fire right here. Right, you can see that this tourist area, I mean, people were not ready for this. The whole area just sort of caught on fire. The aftermath of this is going to be horrible. I can already tell you right now. So far, 36 injured. Those are the people that made it out. I hate to be that guy right now, but those are the people that made it out. The dozens of injured people, the 36 supposedly already injured people that have been, you know, marked injured by some authority, are the lucky ones. There's going to be dead people here in Croatia. I can almost guarantee it. These sorts of images, this kind of thing. Europe's a tinderbox right now. You can just tell this is an explosive fire. Look at the height of the flames. 3 times the height of the homes. This is horrifying. Well, that's what I'm saying, Paul. Like these, from what I can tell, as a guy who's looks at fires all the time, I'm not pretending to be like a fire expert, but like a dude who's like fire vibes, dude. Like I know fire vibes. These are explosive fires right here. You can just see it. They just caught people off guard. That's why dozens of people were injured before anybody evacuated, right? Like that's, you know, that's a sign that it just came out of nowhere. And that's why I'm saying those are the lucky ones. Right? The fact that this explosive fire with flames that are shooting hundreds of feet in the air are almost certainly deadly fires, and that the ones who got hurt, the ones who managed to get out alive, anybody left behind is almost certainly dead. We got more video from Croatia here. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, Croatia. Good God, it's fire everywhere. You can see the hill over here in front of you. This is the road, right? You can see the stop sign right there. The hill in front is on fire. Hill on the side is on fire. Everything is orange smoke. This is such dystopic, like, images. But the reason why these fires explode so fast is because of the right conditions. We've talked about them in the past, but those conditions include, but are not limited to, dry vegetation, strong winds, and any number of other factors. But mostly those two. Dry vegetation and winds. Because fires need two things, fuel and oxygen. As long as it has those two things, they will burn. The more of it that it has, the bigger and more powerfully it will burn. And since all of Europe's in a severe drought state, you're seeing stuff like that. From the UK to Croatia. Basically all of Europe. Couldn't be more from west to east. Oh wait, I take that back. You could go all the way to Asia. Or, I'm sorry. Wait, I have these in the wrong order. Why is it like this? Why are you like this? This is all wrong. Sorry. You could go south down to Africa. Before we go further east. Where drought is threatening an already food insecure population in Uganda. Here's Al Jazeera English from Sunday.
The United Nations says there is an 81% chance of a very strong El Nino event on the way, the strongest such event since 1950. El Nino, a periodic warming of ocean surface temperatures in the Pacific, alters global weather patterns. In Africa, that often means drought, such as the one people in northeastern Uganda are experiencing.
This year, hunger has killed people, especially the elderly. We hope that this food distribution continues because it will help us a lot. We hope the government hears us.
The UN's World Food Programme says nearly 1 million people don't have enough to eat in Uganda's Moja region.
Yep. Things are just getting worse and worse. Across the planet, from one continent to the next. It's the same story over and over again. And Uganda's not the only country on the continent that's going to be struggling as a result of drought. It's just the one we're talking about this week. Much of that region, places like Kenya, Rwanda, Congo, things like countries like that, are all having their own varied issues as a result of the problems everyone seems to be experiencing at this point. Now to Asia, where, shock of shocks, they're experiencing very similar things. It's weird. It's like a trend. It's like a planetary Earth trend. Everybody's doing it. Fires and droughts. few people are getting crazy storms, but it's mostly fires and droughts. 2026. Year of the drought and the empty reservoir. Here's Philippines. An island nation here in Southeast Asia. Another reservoir, completely empty.
A docking bay underneath a mountain of soil, and in between, the occasional foot traffic. Hard to imagine this was all underwater not long ago, except for the decaying remains of a fish kill. Romeo Lobos is one of dozens of fish farmers operating in this dam. He says it was debilitating to see fish they'd taken months to grow, dead and floating in the water.
Yep, unlike the stingrays we talked about at the beginning of the environmental news half. Most fish don't like being boiled alive in the water. Most organisms, in fact, don't appreciate it. Philippines experiencing extreme heat. Seeing mass die-off of fish and the drying up of the reservoirs, which is coming right up.
Hinahakot namin, napakahirap po paghakot.
We gathered as many fish as we could, but it was difficult because it was muddy. We could only sell them for 50 cents per kilo at the market, almost like we were giving them away, but it's better than nothing.
The local Fisheries Bureau says there was too little water and oxygen for the number of fish in the dam after a prolonged dry spell because of the El Niño weather pattern.
I've been coughing a lot. I quit smoking. I haven't been smoking. I switched to, alternatives. Let's go on down to Indonesia. It's not just Philippines experiencing a drought and heat wave. Prolonged drought in Indonesia is causing some really disturbing scenes to pop up. Literally pop up. Ancient Indonesian ruins appearing out of reservoirs. This is a horrible trend. Why is this the trend of 2026? We should be alarmed that history is resurfacing and looking us in the eye, right in the eye, and going, everything good in 2026? It shouldn't be doing that. Right? History that we intentionally flooded, or was flooded as a result of whatever reason, that are now suddenly not flooded and are dry, should be just a loud wake-up call to everybody. These should not be, how many images like this have we seen now across the planet? Whether it's in the United States or, Europe especially, all the World War II shit that's been popping up, all the Nazi memorabilia, the boats and the motorcycles, or the prehistoric shit, like the woolly mammoth in, was it Sweden or something? All of the, Germany maybe it was? I can't remember what it was, but it was just, it's all just gotten out of hand. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Look at this. This is dystopian, right? This is, it's just all wrong. This whole thing is just all wrong. You can see all the the seaweed and shit growing off of it. Now it's just, visible. And people like this in Indonesia, I'm not saying all of Indonesia, but people like this, like these people, like these subsistence like fishermen and such, water folk, if you will, like they depend on a stable water environment, the ocean staying a particular way, all this shit, like, and instead you got this, and it's just disturbing to me. You know, like, billions of people essentially depend on the oceans in one way or another. And without them functioning as they have, you know, in recorded history, we got chaos. It's just we replace, like, normalcy with chaos. It's not good. Wait. Whoops. Go back. What the hell? Wait, what happened? What in the hell is going on? Oh, I only have this clip. I thought I had a second clip. This is a completely different story. I was looking, they looked similar from my peripheral version. They're not the same. Hold on, I gotta open this up so I can read the subtitles for this. Since I don't have... The planet can't sustain so many of us. It can, actually. It can sustain so many of us, just not the way that we live currently. In the way that we currently relate to the planet, no, it cannot. But if humanity was more symbiotic rather than parasitic, you know, if we stopped contributing so much destruction, we could sustain the current population, actually. And often I feel like too much, I feel like that's too often utilized by nefarious forces. That and I don't blame people for thinking it, but it's wrong, technically. We can do it. We can definitely sustain this many people. We just need to stop burning fossil fuels ad nauseum, literally. And all the other shit. We stopped all that stuff, we'd be good. You know, if we keep running fossil fuel powered engines and eating like beef every single day and whatever else, then okay, maybe not. But if we change how we, you know, maybe you switch from beef to chicken, maybe from chicken to beans, depending on who you are, right? There are some simple things we can do. Literally don't even have to become vegetarians to solve this shit. It just becomes more and more dire. Like, if you like, in fact, you having to become a vegetarian becomes more and more likely in the future, because the whole agricultural sector will have to be shut down because they won't have the water or grain to give them, because we won't have grain for human beings, right? Like, that's where we're going to get at some point, where like governments will have to mandate that grains can only be used for humans. Because it's like a 10-to-1 input. Like, we give when we feed animals, especially cows specifically, although they all are secondary food sources. Cows specifically are the very worst, though. It's like at least a 10-to-1, if not higher, input to output ratio. You input 10-to-1 water and food and output one steak, right? Like, basically, like, it's not sustainable. to just continue eating beef at the level that we do. But the fact is we could probably get away with it if we just gave up, you know, creating energy with fossil fuels and transporting ourselves with fossil fuels. But that is one of the bigger contributors, I won't lie. Agricultural industry, specifically cattle, being the worst of them. Anyways, this is the AP's sort of... all this is in Indonesian, so I have no idea what the hell this woman says. Aside from this. This village was located in Banten province, submerged at the part of the Korean Reservoir Project, which was built between 2015 and 2023 to supply water for the greater Jakarta area. And now, however, 4 months without rain have lowered the water level, revealing houses, a mosque, and other buildings in the former residential area. So they just got done building this thing, got done submerging it 3 years ago, and now it's all back. And now it's all back because all the water is gone. It's wild. That is wild. Okay. It's all bad. You don't like the taste of chicken? You're going to have to learn to love chicken, okay, pal? Especially if we don't do anything about climate change. In fact, you're going to have to start learning to love the taste of gruel and whatever they feed people in the Matrix. Because that's what's coming next. If we don't solve climate change, it's going to be... Now you're going to be chicken. You're going to be begging for chicken. You're going to be thinking to yourself, I could go for some good old chicken. Remember when we used to have chicken? Now, while most places are, of course, experiencing extreme droughts, fires, heat waves, as I've mentioned, some are still experiencing extreme storms, like in Japan, where at least 4 people are dead, thousands left stranded as a result of extreme flooding. When, I guess what you'd call a squall, a shitload of rain in a really short period of time all came down, overwhelming Japan's infrastructure, resulting in images like this. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
This is the dystopia that we live in, people, now. Just Japanese people in space blankets huddled in an airport because even Japan couldn't deal with the floods. I would point out Japan, of all the countries on the planet, has done perhaps the most to try and avoid detrimental floods causing scenes like this. Literal scenes like this, and yet, here we are. Yeah. Even with all of the infrastructure planning Japan has put in, it wasn't enough to completely prevent the disturbances seen here in the country in the last 24 hours. It was, of course, a record rainfall. This is one of the problems. Even with planning, How far do you plan? What is too much? Will you be mocked if you say 3 feet instead of 2 feet? But apparently, as of the latest, 8 people dead. Here in Japan. One more clip. Al Jazeera English, 19 hours ago.
An entire month's worth of rain fell in just 24 hours in parts of eastern Japan's Chiba region near Tokyo. The storm inundated roads and railways and knocked out power to nearly 25,000 households during one of Japan's busiest holiday weeks.
Oof.
One of the reported deaths occurred in a submerged vehicle. Rescue services and soldiers have been dispatched to help with relief efforts.
Hell, disturbing images here in Japan, Space Hams. Record rainfall. More records broken. Leading to more human suffering. Ay, ay, ay. Can we use the space station teleporter to teleport the water in Japan to Albuquerque? Nope. No, we don't have that technology. Certainly not enough water to do any good. That would be... It'd be a futile effort. It's a futile effort. Teleporter barely gets a person. It barely moves a person and a puppy, let alone millions of gallons of water. We don't have the science captain. She can't take it. Okay. I think I'll finally. I'm going to take a quick galactic intermission at this point before we switch to space news and the rest of the Earth, the non-environmental news. Still got plenty to talk about. Still got plenty to talk about here. So stick around, Space Fams. I just need to get myself some hydration, which I still haven't managed to do because I keep talking all the time. And a snack, maybe. It sounds revolutionary, but food and drink would be nice for me. Not gonna lie.
So hot right now.
Very hot. Very hot right now. Chloe Ricken, thank you for the super chat. Bob's even more if he crunched the numbers. He's a numbers guy. Oh, he's a numbers guy now, is he? He said he can do it. Smart as Scotty. Really. You taught him astrophysics, so you're vouching for Bob. Okay. I'll take that into consideration. Thank you for the super chat. All right, everybody, quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Alright, everybody, hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that bell icon and the like button, too. While you're at it, too, consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Twitch, bitch, power-ups, subs, gifted subs. Cash App and PayPal donations. Throne. The physical Earth item donation lovers. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars remains Patreon, where for the low, low price of $3 Earth dollars a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Alright, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over. And the final half of the stream is... it's about to begin. So get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, people, we are back. Break over. Still a bunch of things left to talk about from this week. I guess we'll start here. A little bit of space news for us. A little piece of interesting, good science news. For those of you who are stargazers. The Perseid meteor shower is still going to be happening through the rest of the weekend and into, I think, the early part of next week. You can get a glimpse of it if you can get away from the city lights. For more on that, here's CBS Bay News 5 days ago.
The time now, 6:48, which means it's time for Zooming Around with Zoe. And Zoe, your eyes are on the sky tonight and through the week for a special celestial phenomenon we're lucky to see from Earth.
Yes, I am really excited to get out tonight, but basically all week long. If you want to see some shooting stars, you're in luck. One of, if not the best meteor shower of the year is upon us. The Perseid meteor shower. It happens every summer, but this year is extra special for a few reasons. So let's zoom in on the science behind the Perseid. So a meteor, it's just a piece of space debris or rock that enters Earth's atmosphere, and when the meteor falls towards the ground, there is so much resistance and drag from the atmosphere that it just burns up. So when you see a shooting star, you're literally just seeing the bright light that is glowing around the hot air as the rock falls to the ground extremely fast. Did you know that meteors travel around 37 miles per second? That equates to about 133,000 miles per hour. So they are really
fast. Yes, indeed. I'm trying to pull up an exact timing on when these are done. So I know they're done soon. Oh my god, my browser just lost its freaking mind on me. Right, so it'll be still going for another 11 days, but the peak was actually on Thursday. But there will be a lot of activity to be seen for anybody who still wants to catch a glimpse. Wow, Frizzler declaring himself the Duck Lord. Wow, wow, wow. Bold. Bold. All right, to more news. This time, South America way. An earthquake struck Colombia on Monday. 7.4 magnitude. A second such devastating earthquake in a close time period, in a close proximity to some degree. Just got done with Venezuela. The images are very similar to what we saw in Venezuela. No, there's a lot less people missing in this one that I'm aware of. It's already been declared to have been deadly. I don't know exactly how many people have died as a result of this at this point, but very similar vibes to what happened in Venezuela. So I think there's like 1,000 people missing or something like that. It's not like with Venezuela where you had like tens of thousands missing, but it's still a horrifying situation. Can't seem to get away from these. And then, of course, you have the human-caused problems. And we are no shortage of those. With a Trump-backed oil drilling company threatening the sovereign nation of Greenland. Here's France 24 from the beginning of the week.
Greenland has issued a strong warning to a US oil company connected to Donald Trump not to drill on its territory after the company brought material for drilling ashore in the Arctic island. Greenland Energy, a Texas company founded last year, has announced plans to spend $60 million drilling 2 exploratory wells. The company says it is acquiring the exploration rights previously granted to a UK company called 80 Mile. Greenland stopped issuing new oil licenses in 2021 for environmental reasons, and the autonomous Danish territory has warned that all future logistical matters must be advised and approved by its Mineral Resources Authority. Greenland has been a recurring object of Donald Trump's overtures, with the US president saying he would acquire the territory for Washington one way or another.
Yeah, this was certainly one of the human-caused concerning developments this week. The Trump-backed oil company buying up mineral rights in Greenland, seemingly attempting to circumvent the will of the Greenlandic people. In what is clearly an act of sort of colonialism. All right, now to more space news. Of course, yesterday was the Clacton by-election. I considered doing a live stream, but I decided instead to try and get a few things done in my life. But it did run my... I did go, I did think about it. I really did strongly consider doing it. But if you recall, Binface, Farage, the main 2 candidates in this election.
Hello, outer space. Hello, these cyclones and all other alien species. Count Binface here, and I've found the most incredible little planet in the Omniverse. Well, apart from Sigma 9, the locals here call it Earth. It's not exactly a galactic hotspot, although it might be soon, because the dominant species, human beings, seemed determined to slow cook themselves with self-inflicted climate change, just like Sigma 10. In fact, so far, this planet's only got 1 review on Star TripAdvisor, which reads as follows. Went in 1982, lost my friends, couldn't phone home, caught hypothermia by a river, and then got experimented on by the locals, nearly died. Rubbish. But hey, we can ignore that naysayer, whoever he is, because get this, these guys on this planet are using democracy.
Yes, indeed. This was Count Binface's message to space, perhaps to us, on Earth's democracy, and his running in said democracy. The votes were cast on Thursday. People go into the polls. Including dickbag Nigel Farage, wearing the most annoying pinstripe suit I've ever seen.
Morning.
Morning. Yes. This was Nigel Farage heading to the polls, casting his vote in the Clacton by-election, I assume for himself, as is his right. But everyone was talking about this election, day of. That was the Mirror with the clip. CBC News also discussing Binface in Canada.
Thousands of people in a small English seaside town are voting today in a by-election that's getting international attention. Among those running, Reform UK leader Nigel Farage, who cast his ballot this morning.
Morning. Morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Hello, Nigel. Hi there. How are you?
Voters in Clacton-on-Sea have a choice between Farage or a man who wears a trash can on his head and aptly calls himself, there he is, Count Binface. Anna Cunningham has more on that candidate's antics.
So why is this guy with a trash bin on his head running to be a British MP? It's a joke, right? Well, yes and no.
Hello, planet Earth. Hello, humans. Count Binface here.
Count Binface is officially on the ballot for this by-election. It is in Clacton on the east coast of England. It is also the seat of Nigel Farage, the leader of the populist Reform Party. That is until Farage resigned and then shortly later said...
I hate it when people call people like Nigel Farage or Donald Trump as populists. Yeah, I guess if it's populist just means racist. It just means bigot. But that's not my understanding of the word. And Reform still doesn't have a majority of seats in Parliament, so not popular either, although I suppose popular enough. But Binface making a splash across the globe. Everybody paying attention, tuning into this Clacton by-election yesterday. Where Farage and the bin faced off, asking for the votes of the local Clactonites and others in this municipality.
Next, to the United Kingdom, where a highly unusual election is taking place today in the seaside town of Clacton. The far-right politician Nigel Farage is standing, and his main challenger is a joke. quite literally. He's a comedian called Count Binface who campaigns wearing a large trash can on his head. And even though Farage is likely to win, the spectacle has been rather embarrassing for a politician who does one day hope to become the UK's Prime Minister. Reporting for us then.
Yeah. Bit embarrassing. Being forced to run against a bin. I mean, certainly the best bin in the galaxy, but Farage is, being made a joke here in Clacton. Didn't even show up for the announcement of the vote.
Far from being an FA Cup tie like a final, it might just be that this election is the start of a two-legged match, like the Carabao Cup or the Cold War. And that might mean we're back here, and all I've got to do is not ship too many goals too soon. You all know that, Harry. The game isn't over yet.
Yes, the game isn't over yet. Well, at least at the time, the game wasn't over yet. However, unfortunately, while doing a fantastic job in the election, getting the word out, perhaps more than ever before, people across the planet getting interested and involved in the race. Fortunately, Binface came up a bit short in Clacton. A lot of votes going to Binface, getting his largest share of the vote, perhaps ever.
I always like to be to meet the great and the good of the political world. Again, I ask you to draw your comparison. Theresa May, I met her at an election. Rishi Sunak, Boris Johnson, Andy Burnham, they all came to the count. I asked Essex Police, was there any credible threat of disruption here? And I can tell you they said unequivocally no. It was safe to go ahead. So I leave you guys to draw your own conclusions. I am gratified that after this election, I have been able to sort of put the seal on it by coming to get the verdict of the good people of Clacton. I've had
Yes, speaking of letting us all draw our own conclusions, let's take a look at this Australia ABC News. Let's get the actual numbers. Now, hateful bigot who couldn't be bothered to turn up in Clacton for the reading of the vote, Nigel Farage, won the vote with 22,239 votes, 62.8%. Which sounds good. But then you look at Count Binface, who got almost half as many votes. 9,455 votes for Count Binface. 26.7%. I mean, this is a win in and of itself, I must say. Truly impressive stuff from Binface. Nearly 10,000 votes. Up against a guy like Nigel Farage, who's the leader of a large party sitting in Parliament. For Binface to put this up. Now, unfortunately, it's copium a little bit. We are all, I think, a little sad that Binface didn't win. But suffice to say, it was always a long shot. And if anything, it just proves just how what's the word? How relevant space politics really are in 2026.
9,000 votes, guys. Now, in Makerfield, 8 weeks ago, I got 95 votes. So against Nigel Farage, compared to Andy Burnham, I am 1,000 times more popular.
I don't think that's quite right. At least, I think it's 100 times more popular, but still, 100 times, quite impressive. Almost as impressive as 1,000. But clearly, Binface getting quite a turnout. Almost 10,000 votes. Must have had Farage sweating a little bit. Which, if anything, is a win. If only we could have gotten video of it. One last clip to round out the Clacton by-election. France 24 English, 21 hours ago.
In what was one of the most anticipated by-elections in decades, a record 34 candidates have been whittled down to one. Although he did not attend the count, the far-right candidate Nigel Farage of the Reform Party has been declared the winner with 63%.
I gotta say, first off, I don't think they should allow him to be declared the winner if he can't bother to turn up. Two, I think it proves the fact that Nigel Farage refused to turn up, that he was afraid of Binface. Didn't even want to face him. He's lucky there was no official debate. Probably would have gotten decimated in this election.
Of the vote, in an election boycotted by all other major parties. His closest rival, the popular and satirical Count Binface, received 9,400 votes, almost 27%, evidence that his efforts did not go to waste.
It's been fantastic. I've loved every single moment of it. I don't think I'm being too forward to say I think this might just be my best one yet.
The by-election in Clacton was triggered after Nigel Farage stepped down as Member of Parliament in an apparent effort to gain time against an investigation into his finances, only then to run in the resulting by-election. The far-right politician is under scrutiny after he accepted a £5 million gift from a Thai crypto billionaire shortly before the 2024 general election.
Wanted the people of Clacton, the voters.
Well, there you have it, Space Fams. Another episode in galactic politics. Sadly, Count Binface not able to take down the W here, but a few sort of metaphorical wins, I suppose. Little W's, if you will, but not the big W. Sad, but this is life, as I've been saying. It's election season in America. We've been saying it over and over again. There are no perfect candidates. We support the best ones and hope that they win, but they can't all win. And the odds were certainly stacked against Binface. But he really stood up to Farage. Gave it a real effort. The old college effort. And almost came out on top. So close. If only we had had a little bit more time to prepare, I think we could have gotten Binface over the finish line. All right. Moving on from British politics. Let's talk about the continued hostilities, fighting between Ukraine and Russia. A war that is still not over, as it turns out. What is this? Oh, Columbia Rican with a sweet super chat. This will not stand. Our beloved Count was cheated. Sigma 9 and Duck Army will respond. Cue the Imperial March. Everybody settle down. Everybody settle. Demobilize. Everybody demobilize. It's fine. Count Binface is not calling for this. We don't need a galactic war over Clacton. There will be other elections. Save the ammo. Alright, let's start in Russia from 4 days ago, where Ukraine launched its deadliest attack in 2 years.
Now, a Ukrainian drone strike has killed at least 13 people deep inside Russia. That's according to Russian local authorities. It's one of the deadliest attacks to hit the country in more than 2 years. Videos circulating on social media and geolocated by CNN show a massive fire and thick plumes of smoke near the reported attack site. It's near a major technologically advanced oil refinery, similar to those Ukraine has frequently targeted in recent months. CNN's Claire Sebastian is across this. So
well, there you have it, Space Fams. Ukraine launching its most deadly attack on Russia in 2 years, hitting multiple oil refineries and other locations on Monday. 2 days later, Russia launching a deadly strike in Zaporizhia and in Odessa. Here's the AP from 2 days ago. Yep. I mean, there's not a lot to say. It's just more suffering and destruction that should have ended long ago, but continues on indefinitely with no end in sight. However, there is an important development in this conflict, as the decision to blockade Russian grain in the Black Sea is causing some serious problems, adding to the already existing, developing agricultural crisis. Right? We have a multi-tiered agricultural crisis that we're already dealing with, right? The lack of fertilizer and fuel at the beginning of the growing season this year, the climate crisis, drought, and or extreme storms that have taken out crops or prevented crops from being grown. And then things like this, military actions preventing the transporting of grain, just sort of exacerbating the problem.
Both Russia and Ukraine have accused the other side of targeting shipments of grain from the Black Sea ports. This is a vital time of year for farmers. The harvest.
Yes, thank you for respecting that, Columbia Rican. Stand back and stand by, okay? Just stand back, stand by. If we need to mobilize over Sigma 9 and Binface, I'll let you know. If Binface contacts me and says we must strike, we'll move from there.
Coming in both in Russia and Ukraine, and that makes it an important time for the countries, these enemies, to be trying to cause each other economic damage by striking at their agricultural sectors.
Це для всіх аграріїв пряма катастрофа. Зараз ми, наприклад, не обробляємо поля, тому що навіть не розуміємо, навіщо.
Oh, they're not even cultivating the crops. They're not even harvesting the crops because they don't have anywhere to sell them because they're blockaded from selling. That's not helping. That's not helping anything. Seems like everything we do just sort of compounds on itself, doesn't it, Space Fams? Just like we're just making a series of bad decisions that all make the other bad decisions worse decisions. Am I the only one that's noticing that, or what's up with that? Okay. Speaking of food-related crises, people in Gaza are continuing to experience a severe drinking water shortage. This was Al Jazeera from last weekend.
Every day begins with the same search, not for food, but for water. For hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, finding enough water to drink, cook, and wash has become a daily challenge. Months of war have severely damaged Gaza water networks, pumping stations, and sewage systems, forcing many families to rely on untreated groundwater. But people told us even the officially treated water supply from the Mekarot pipeline in Israel can cause issues.
Water is not only scarce, but the water supplied by charitable organisations, such as the Mekaro supply, often has an unpleasant taste and causes stomach pain after drinking it.
Yep, the water Israel is giving to Palestinians, the limited supply that is not enough for the population, is also tainted. So it's a double water crisis. Already not enough water, and the water that is available is causing health problems. It's like when Americans gave Native Americans blankets with smallpox or something, you know? Except this time is with water. And it's in Palestine. Speaking of Palestine, the West Bank has become a big hot topic of discussion this week as a settler group laid siege on a family of Palestinians, leading to some shocking sort of developments. Actually, I think I should do this in a different order. Let's start here with NBC News. This is from yesterday.
Tonight, a tense standoff in the West Bank where dozens of Jewish Israeli settlers have trapped 2 Palestinian families in their homes since Sunday. Security camera footage from the Palestinian homes shows settlers, mostly young men, pacing around the property, fighting with Israeli soldiers and border guards, and using rocks to block Israeli military trucks from reaching the site. It's also deprived the families of food, water, and cut off their electricity. All we have left is a little bread, a little halawa, this cheese, a tomato, said the home's owner in a video.
You know, it's pretty crazy that this happened this week. Not that Israeli settlers are attacking Palestinians. That's happening every day. It's been happening every day for the last 3 years. What's crazy is that it's in the news. What's crazy is that it's made the news. This NBC is talking about it. Because they don't ever talk about this shit. West Bank doesn't exist to NBC most days of the week. So when I saw this, like that, you know, you've had situations like this being covered by the mainstream press, I was fascinated.
Asking for help. NBC News' Richard Engel spoke with one of the homeowners in a piece that ran on Hallie Jackson Now last week.
What would happen if I walked up this hill and came to you?
Would you accept me coming into your home, living here, and forcing you out, said the town's mayor. We keep speaking out, but no one listens to us. No one tells our story to the world. But now, this siege is attracting international attention. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee, known to be pro-Israel, called the settlers terrorists whose thuggish behavior.
This was crazy. And I have no idea what led Mike Judea Huckabee, Mike Sumeria and Judea Huckabee, ambassador to the UN. Or I'm sorry, it's not to UN, to Israel, to say this. This guy's been the most pro-Israeli illegal settlement fucking guy. He's refused to say the words West Bank. I mean, granted, he still didn't say the West Bank in this particular tweet, but it was in reference. It was a retweet to something that said West Bank, which for Mike Huckabee is quite a. I mean, honestly, it's like an omission almost, right? Like, or like an admission. Sorry, not an omission. An admission of like something of just like the existence of the West Bank, I guess. Like, the guy is. I mean, when he first came to being the ambassador for Israel, I was like, oh, this is great. Guy doesn't even recognize that the West Bank exists. Calls it Samaria and Judea and all this other bullshit, all this other biblical bullshit that he's so obsessed with. And now he's here retweeting somebody talking about the occupied West Bank, calling Israelis terrorists, doing thuggish things. Talking about U.S. intervention. I mean, this is a real departure from the Mike Huckabee that I know.
Should be punished. The IDF said today that it had dispersed the settlers, but when we went, we found several were still there. You can see right now there are settlers running right along in black, just below those homes that are now under siege. That's terrifying for the two families still inside. Some of Karim Hasan's adult children are in the houses. To keep watch on his daughter, he's sleeping here. He said,
Jan Michael Mincemeat. Well, you're not a Palestinian, as it seems like you're not a Palestinian, so it's not really up to you. But the self-deporty thing sounds a bit ethnic cleansey to me. I guess, do you think the same thing for, like, immigrants in the United States? They should all just, like, self-deport? Like, why bother? Because Palestinians have an even longer a connection to this land. If you left Palestine, problem solved, you no longer have a home. Is that what you're saying? Because that is what you're saying, whether or not you realize it. You're telling people to become homeless. If you were Palestinian, you would just become homeless. Problem solved. One problem solved, a whole myriad of other problems unsolved, I would point out.
This isn't terrorism. This is hooliganism, and it has to be stopped.
This isn't just hooliganism. This is a land grab.
Those settlers are acting in total impunity because people like you are supporting them.
To say that these violent settlers are like football hooligans, that is whitewashing of the most extreme degree.
Hello and welcome to The Forecast. In the West Bank village of Kusra, extremist Israeli settlers have spent days besieging Palestinian homes, cutting residents off from water and food, and all this is an attack that has drawn widespread international condemnation, with Donald Trump's ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, even calling it an horrific act of terror. But this incident, according to the latest data, is part of a massive escalation in settler violence in the occupied West Bank this year. So can Benjamin Netanyahu and his government, who have at times condemned the violence, but have also done so much to embolden the settlers, rein it in? And even if they can, will they choose to? Well, to discuss all this, I'm joined by the former Israeli ambassador to Canada, Alan Baker, who is part of a commission set up by Benjamin Netanyahu to investigate the legality of settlements in the West Bank. We're also joined by Palestinian ambassador to UNESCO.
Yeah, this guy is deranged. I listened to his commentary during this debate, or whatever you want to call this discussion, but holy fire. This guy is a lunatic. And he literally was part of a commission, an Israeli legal commission, whose sole intent was to justify the crimes that have been committed by the IDF.
Tell us what you understand is actually going on in Kusra, Esther.
Well, it all started really on Sunday when a group of settlers established what they call an outpost, very close to two relatively isolated Palestinian homes on the outskirts of the village of Kusra, which is, just for a bit of geography, south of Nablus, north of Jerusalem and a direct line eastwards from Tel Aviv. So they blocked these Palestinian families inside their homes. They were kind of building a settlement around them and started throwing stones at the houses as well. Now, the homes are in Area B, which is supposed to be under both Israeli and Palestinian civil control and security control. But basically, these settlers came and cut them off from the rest of the village. Days and days passed where there was this siege in progress, and there were reports coming out that, you know, the families were basically hiding in their homes and being attacked by more and more settlers who are coming.
Yeah, this is just fuck. I mean, this is blatant crimes that are being committed. Every single one of these settlements are crimes. All these Israeli settlements in the West Bank are crimes. Every time that they attack Palestinians in the West Bank, it's another crime. It's just an invading force.
They're not doing it
Yes,
just
but they're not murdering people.
Smash up an
They're not
old guy
murdering and raping
because they're
people,
drunk or something, or because
No,
they
Esther,
support a
they're
different
not
team.
terrorists who are murdering and raping people. They're doing illegal
Terrorism
things
doesn't
and they
have
should be
to
punished.
require murder and rape in
Stop
any way. Settlers have
exaggerating.
killed.
You see what I mean? This guy is a lunatic. Of course they've been murdering people. Anybody who's aware of what's been happening there know that people are getting murdered by Israeli settlers all the time. This guy's a fucking lunatic. We're not gonna listen to the rest of this. Like, he's deranged. He is fucking deranged. There are people who are still willing to justify this shit to themselves and to the world.
IDF. So
Ugh. And this is getting notice from the international community, and having Mike Huckabee calling it a horrific act of terror that's going on seems to suggest that the settlers are losing the support of their most ardent like political voices, like Mike Huckabee, right? And you gotta assume that he did that with at least some green light from the president. Like, nobody does anything in this administration without explicit permission from Daddy. Can't imagine Mike Huckabee did that rogue. Let's go here, France 24 News, 20 hours ago. More on this situation in the West Bank.
Let's talk a bit more then about what is happening in Kusra. Our senior reporter.
Before we go any further, I just want to point something out. That in the last year, right, you have seen more Israeli settlements pop up than I think at any other time than the Nakba in the West Bank, right? Like, there has been a huge uptick in settler development, new roads and other sorts of things being built, infrastructure for the settlements to try and make them more permanent, things that used to be branches and corrugated tin roofs are turning into actual apartment buildings with roads and all sorts of other shit. It's been a massive uptick in this. So while you got this one situation we're talking about, all of the West Bank is under siege. It's not just this one building. It's the whole thing. I mean, every settlement's illegal.
Let's talk a bit more then about what is happening in Kusra. Our senior reporter, Catherine Norris-Trent, is with me. And Catherine, you're on set with me today because you were in Kusra yourself. This was back in 2023.
Yep, life sucks, dude. Dude, Jan, you need a timeout, okay? You need a timeout, pal. I'm sorry. You are out of control. Yeah, I'm getting timed out, pal. What a fucking psychopath. Look, if somebody came to your home to take your home, I don't think you would just roll over and die like you're telling the Palestinians to. You're a fucking sociopath, dude. You need help. Go find another chat to bother.
Tell us a bit about what you saw then and what parallels there may be between what was happening a couple of years ago and the scenes today.
Yeah, back in November 2023, we were filming in Kusra because there was already a cry for help from the villagers there who told us, showed us evidence that they were being attacked by Israeli settlers who were preventing them accessing their land and threatening to kill them if they went and harvested their olives there. Now, this was back in 2023, in the months following the deadly 7th of October attacks by Hamas, and there was a huge uptick in the amount of settler violence in the West Bank as kind of part of the backlash against that. And these villagers were saying it had been going on for many years already, but back in 2023, they really started seeing their lives becoming almost impossible because of settler violence. And you can take a look at some of our report we filmed back then.
Abdul Hakim can now only survey his olive groves in Kusra in the occupied West Bank from a distance. The last time he set foot there a few days ago, he was threatened and beaten.
Over there you can see the farm. That's my land. Me and my wife and my nephew, they hit us with their guns and they kicked us. And they said, if you come back here, you will die.
He tells us armed settlers have been descending onto farms more and more often. Settler attacks.
I mean, honestly, the comment about the girlfriend thing was not a big deal to me. It was the one before that that bothered me. The fact that he could be so callous to the suffering of other people, right? And be like, oh yeah, like tough shit. So you're talking about a genocide. You talk about the Holocaust like that? What are you gonna, like, you're sick. Like, that is a sickness to talk about it like that. Like, I don't care about, like, his claim that I need a girlfriend. Like, having a girlfriend's not gonna cause me to like, lose empathy for Palestinians. It's a fucking stupid argument to make. I don't have time for that one. But the other one was just beyond me. Like, that he was expressing these things, like, as if this, like, you know, oh, you got into, like, a fender bender or something. It's like, no, people are being genocided. And you're making light of it. That's a problem. I've had plenty of girlfriends. That's not the issue. Just don't have time for any of that right now. There's too many bad things happening. I'm sorry. I don't have time for dating. Plus, I'm supposed to spend like $20 a drink at the bar right now? Fuck you. There's genocides happening and the earth is collapsing. And you're like being a snide twerp. Where's your girlfriend? Why are you in my Twitch chat complaining? Why aren't you slaying Poon right now instead of complaining in my Twitch chat? Lothario. All right, last clip on the settlements.
Look out anywhere here, and what you'll see is an illegal Israeli settlement or outpost. This is Bethlehem, ground zero of Israel's illegal settlement project, which began just 3 months after the occupation started back in 1967. Today, 40 illegal settlements and outposts have taken over 87% of Bethlehem, and the land grab continues. The Bethlehem district is home to nearly 240,000 Palestinians. With such dramatic land loss, there's barely any space for more Palestinian homes. Grapevines and vegetable gardens have been replaced by high-rise apartments. The illegal settlements have also taken over the area's water resources. That means Palestinians have to buy their water from Israel, and at a considerable markup. Yet families stay and work to build their homes here. That's what dozens of Bethlehem University graduates tried to do. Their housing complex is now the latest frontline with illegal settlement expansion. Rows of unfinished homes now stand frozen in time. Only 7 families have moved in.
Yeah, these are just land grabs, right? These settlements that are being built out are just like the ghost cities of China, right? Like nobody lives in there, but they serve a purpose. In this case, it's territorial expansion, right? It's like planting a flag. Instead, it's a physical building. And this is exactly what I've been talking about, right? It's not just this one situation, right? This is like illegal expansion of the settlements has been going on all year, has been going on for years. It's only gotten worse since October 7th. You don't agree with any framing that separates settlers from Israel? Well, there's no reason to separate them. I mean, settlers are backed by the Israeli government. The IDF has been complicit in their activities. I mean, just a part of the Israeli, colonial territorial expansion. There's no reason to separate them. Is that what they did? I really didn't catch that. That's not how I interpreted it, I guess, or whatever. I feel like we lose the game, the war of framing sometimes, because we hear these, and by we, I mean like people like me hear like these phrases over and over again and just kind of like brush them aside almost, just to try and get to the heart of the information. It's like a constant battle. Oh, I needed the hydration. There we go. The UK government does? Well, yeah. So does the US government. I mean, Mike Huckabee is like distinguishing like these settlers from other settlers almost. It's like we're just playing stupid games for stupid people. Speaking of stupid games for stupid people, let's talk about the state of the US military. You know, the one that's been now stuck in the Middle East for like half a year, a little bit longer. How long has it been now? It's hard to keep track.
So this problem has been unfolding.
Let's start here. At the tippy top.
May have heard that Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump they got into a little bit of a tiff. I think at Camp David it was, where Donald Trump was like, "Hey man, how come we have no more weapons left? You said this was going to go easy, and it feels like it's not going easy. It feels like it's going bad, and that we have no more weapons." And Pete Hegseth, hemmed and hawed apparently, was blaming his number two, was it Feinberg at the Defense Department, for procurement. And apparently that wasn't a sufficient answer for Trump, because nobody knows who the other guy that they appointed there is.
What now?
So Trump came up with somebody else's fault for all the lack of weapons that we now have, because they blew them all up in Iran.
Mr. President, on Ukraine, President Zelensky says his country desperately needs long-range missiles or those Patriot missile batteries. Is that something that you're...
Well, I mean, we want missiles too. When Biden gave him so much, Biden gave $300 billion worth of ammunition. You know, when I left, it was full. And he gave a lot of it away. Now we're rebuilding it.
Wait.
It's Joe Biden. It's Sleepy Joe. Everybody knows it. We gave him a full inventory. And then we did a war for 6 months. And then all of a sudden they're gone. And clearly, A plus B equals C prime. Makes perfect sense when you think about it. And therefore, by the transitive property, clearly it's Sleepy Joe's fault. Everybody's saying it. Okay? He gave them all away, and we need them too. Okay? And he gave them all to Zelensky, and that's why we have no more weapons. And definitely not, write this down, definitely not Operation Epstein Fury.
Are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Definitely not that. Anything else, literally think of any reason, it's that. It's that instead of that. It's definitely not Operation Epstein Fury, and it's definitely, probably, almost certainly Joe Biden. Old Sleepy Joe, just giving away all the weapons, and not the 6 months of all-out war we've been doing in the Middle East. Okay? Makes perfect sense if you don't think about it at all. Well, you know who I think has been thinking about it? Thinking about, well, whether or not this whole thing makes any sense. I think it's the soldiers. Sailors, specifically. You know, people aboard these boats stationed in the middle of the strait. The disturbing trend of sailors trying to jump ship, swim ashore. I guess defect to Iran or Oman? I don't know. I'm not sure who you would... I guess you'd probably want to go to Oman. Probably a better outcome. But, well, I guess it depends if you want to get back to the United States. Because I guess in that case, you're kind of... Is it treason? I can't remember what the military law is on that. But suffice to say, troops have been jumping off of vessels, sick of being stuck on ship. Here's CNN from yesterday.
A shocking new report that multiple sailors aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln have tried to jump overboard amid poor conditions and mental stress on the ship. This is according to new reporting from the Military Times, which spoke to the wife of one of those sailors, who says she's spoken to her husband only a handful of times since he tried to jump. He is now on a medical hold. The Military Times is also reporting severe food shortages on board and that sailors are running out of just basic needs: toothpaste, deodorant, soap. This crew has been at sea for 9 months amid Trump's war in Iran. That includes 250 consecutive days without setting foot on land. 250 consecutive days. That is a record.
It's not a record you want. I mean, that's gonna drive people pretty nuts. I mean, shore leave is an important aspect of being on one of these boats, from my understanding, and, you leave these folks on board too long, they get a little stir-crazy. You know, they're stuck in close, cramped, uncomfortable, confined quarters, shitty food, same scenery over and over again. Unless you're doing war, and then, you know, all the war stressors sort of come into play there. And then whatever else sort of things might be causing problems, say back home, like not seeing your wife for 9 months, or your kids, or any of those sorts of things. You know, losing sense of what you're doing it all for. All of this probably coming into play.
Front now, Natalie Olivero. She is the Military Times journalist who broke the story, and she is also a Navy veteran. Natalie, I appreciate your time. I mean, the details you have in this story are really stunning. I mean, my jaw drops. You know, we're talking about the USS Abraham Lincoln.
Jan is back already, Jan? Really? You can't have it both ways? Still better than nuclear Iran? It's a false premise. Iran didn't have a nuclear weapon and or nuclear weapons program before we started this war. You fucking simpleton. You're so deeply ignorant. Like, I almost want to ban you right now, because you're just detracting from the conversation, in my opinion. Like, it's impossible to have a conversation with somebody who's not even in touch with reality. They didn't have a nuclear weapon.
You're talking about things that I think people struggle to understand are happening in the U.S. military. You've spoken directly with some of these families, and you're reporting on incidents involving sailors apparently trying to jump overboard. You spoke to the wife of one of them, I know, and her husband served in the Navy for more than a dozen years, 13 years. So what have you learned?
Thanks for having me, Erin, and for covering this story. Speaking with Miss Saloma, she is extremely worried and concerned about how her husband is actually doing, and until she...
Yeah, people back home, military wives worried about their husbands, military husbands worried about their wives, military kids worried about their parents, military dogs. Okay, I'm not gonna keep going down the list, but you get it. I mean, of course people are upset and stressed, and this thing is dragging on far too long. We were told weeks. We are now like 6 months into this puppy. You gotta be kidding me. Nobody said they did. You just said they did. Unless you're just saying about like the concept of Iran having weapons. Because we could play that game with literally everything. Better than the concept of Iran having weapons. Like, is that a joke? Like, you want to play hypotheticals? Because we could do that with literally every issue I'm sure you hold dear, right? We could eviscerate... If you were willing to accept that premise in this case, we could play the same game with, I'm sure, everything that you care about. Because if you just want to play fantasy games, right? If you just want to play your little thought experiment games with Iranian, non-existent Iranian nukes, you know, okay. But, like, if you want to stay here in reality... where Iran didn't have nukes or a nuclear program, and we're not on the cusp of having them in any shape or form, then what are we doing? Why are you asking me this stupid hypothetical? You're either being an idiot or you're being disingenuous. It's one of the two, and I don't appreciate either of them, honestly. Although I am willing to tolerate idiocy more than I am in disingenuousness. The government literally decided to do this because of a thought experiment. Are you kidding me? Where have you been? Where have you been? We assassinated a foreign leader and started a war because of a thought experiment. That's literally what happened. Iran didn't have nukes, didn't have a nuclear program, weren't on the cusp of building a nuclear weapon. Because Ayatollah Khamenei literally had a fatwa on nuclear weapons in Iran. Fatwa meaning no nukes. But somebody Benjamin Netanyahu, Jared Kushner, somebody told Donald Trump this is a great idea. It's going to be over day one. And that Iran definitely had nukes, or they were about to have nukes or something. I don't know exactly what they told them, but they sold some sort of line to get us into this thing. And they've been screaming from the rooftops that they had nukes, or they were about to have nukes. And they've said so many different things, it's not clear what they thought. But they clearly thought something. And all of that's bullshit.
It has been more than 260 days since the USS Lincoln deployed to sea. What started as a routine mission in November was redirected to the Middle East over the war with Iran earlier this year. Now, families...
I'm sorry, being smarter than Trump's entire cabinet is not some great achievement. Have you seen these people? They're a bunch of Fox News anchors. Pete Hegseth, the Department of War secretary, was a Fox News guy who was a major. He was a major, right? He wasn't an admiral, you know, wasn't a general. He was a major who's now suddenly leading the Department of Defense, who couldn't even complete a fucking a merit test, okay? Literally, go back on my channel. There's a clip of him not being able to solve a merit test from Ellis Island that they used to give immigrants from like the 1800s, okay? He's a fucking moron. I mean, name the genius in Trump's cabinet, please. What? Being smarter than people in Trump's cabinet? That's most people.
Of those on board are confronting Navy leaders about food shortages, water contamination, and declining mental health. Declining health, by the way, that has gotten so bad that there are multiple reports of sailors trying to jump overboard. In an exclusive interview with MS Now, the wife of a sailor who did jump off the ship earlier this month says her husband told leadership that he was struggling, but that was brushed off. She also says the Navy did not tell her until 4 days after the incident. A Navy spokesperson told MS Now in part, quote, "We have not observed an increase in suicidal ideations aboard the ship." Joining us, MS Now Pentagon reporter Priya Sridhar, former Naval Lieutenant Commander Julie Rowland.
I would point out that jumping ship isn't necessarily an attempt to hurt yourself. Forgot to update the galactic content, galactic deficit. Somebody donated earlier. There we go. But I mean, jumping off a ship, you'll definitely survive that. It's about, I guess, swimming to shore, really. I don't necessarily see that as being an attempt on your life. I just see it as people just giving up on the war, losing faith in what they're doing out there. I'm not in the minds of anybody. Some people may be thinking these things. I don't know for sure, but I'm just saying jumping off the ship is not high enough to kill you. But it is a trend that seems to be happening, and it's speaking to morale within the military. A seeming lack thereof.
A U.S. official told CNN that the USS George Washington carrier group is headed to the region to replace another carrier, the USS Abraham Lincoln. That follows concerns about deteriorating living conditions and worsening mental health among its crew. The Lincoln has spent more than 250 days and counting on its current deployment. One Democratic senator says the vessel set a modern-day record for sailing without a port call. During that time, there were reports of crew members trying to jump overboard and about horrid living conditions on the vessel. Joining me now, retired U.S. Air Force Colonel and CNN military analyst Cedric Layton. Colonel, a pleasure having you join us to talk about this because I have a suspicion you may have exactly the kind of experience and perspective to help us understand.
Yeah, Brian, it's great to be with you. Well, there's so many aspects to this. I had the honor of serving with the Navy for a deployment at sea during my career, and I spent just 30 days. So if you can imagine 250 days versus 30 days, I definitely feel for the sailors. But during that time, we also had plumbing issues. We had, water that, flooded out the toilets, and there was also an issue with the showers. So
Exactly. I just wanted to get that little snippet from Colonel late in here. This is what I'm trying to point out, right? Is that, like, you're in cramped, confined, uncomfortable quarters, right? It's a ship. It's not a home. It's not, it's a military vessel. It's not built for comfort. It's not built for comfort for anybody in that ship. And yeah, it's more focused on military objectives than your comfort in every single possible way, right? And you're on that ship for almost a whole year, 270 days. I mean, it's like torture. And sure, you're getting paid for it. It's not like they're becoming millionaires all of a sudden. It's not like this deployment is like some huge windfall for these sailors out here, or pilots, or whomever. It's quite the opposite. It's probably grueling and scary many times, and sort of, what's the word, alienating from the rest of society, Not only are you not with your family, your friends back home, you also have the internet, and so you know how unpopular this war is back home. Unlike in some other wars, I mean, granted, in some other wars you wouldn't have been able to get access quite the same way, but they had ways of getting news, even in, World War II, right? But back then, people were much more supportive of those conflicts than this one. Right, Operation Epstein Fury is like record low, practically, in modern era conflicts in terms of popularity. But for some people, 250 days not enough. What kind of sick, depraved human being would say such a thing? Trying to think, what kind of gross person would be like, actually, all of you people complaining out there on the ships, stop. It's not nearly long enough. Who would say that? Not nearly, not long, not even close, okay? I'm trying to think of who would say such a depraved, disgusting thing.
President Trump is downplaying concerns from military families worried about conditions on board the USS Abraham Lincoln. The aircraft carrier had its deployment extended earlier this year to support the war with Iran. Its sailors have now been at sea for more than 250 days and more than 200 days without a port call, breaking a record. Families have raised concerns about the serious mental toll the deployment is taking on the crew. And CNN has learned a sailor jumped from the ship earlier this month.
Well, no, that ship is moving. No, they're not.
No, they're not.
Is moving right now, or very shortly, and it's being replaced with another very similar ship.
Has the deployment gone on too long?
No. Not nearly long enough.
That's it. That's right. That's the president. The president would say that.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
I find it deeply, deeply wrong. Just, I don't know of a better word. Just wrong of him to cut off the reporter talking about the military families concerned about the service members. With no, they're not. No, they're not. They're not worried. It's like, clearly they are, and you downplaying their concerns like that seems real shitty. real callous and cold, uncaring. Sort of the behavior of like a dictator. No concern for his troops, just his own political power. That's the kind of person that would say something like that. No, they're not. Not long enough. It's perfect. It's a great job. They're loving it. I don't know what you're talking about. President Bonespurs. Man who was too afraid to go to war himself, sending thousands to face peril. That's sort of a theme for Trump in his life, whether it's this or back then, or when it comes to the plane leaving Turkey a few weeks ago. We just keep getting little tidbits, more and more little bits of information regarding the Air Force One journey, which Trump took from Ankara, Turkey to another Air Force base. I think it was in Europe or something like that. Or Western Europe. But we just keep learning more and more things about it. First, it was the fact that he had switched planes suddenly, unexpectedly, from the new plane to the old plane. And then it was because there was a credible threat. And then this week, we had even more interesting tidbits coming out regarding this plane switching that was done in Eastern Europe. That was the wrong one. There we go. Let's start here. 3 days ago, Caitlin Collins, CNN.
Two U.S. officials are telling the New York Times' Eric Schmidt and Maggie Haberman that, quote, U.S. intelligence knew that there was a specific threat of a surface-to-air missile against Air Force One, meaning whichever plane was carrying the president, and that someone in the vicinity of the NATO summit had been spotted with a shoulder-fired missile. And that, quote, the Iranians knew specifically where Mr. Trump was staying in Ankara, including which floor of the building.
Yes. New York Times reporting Monday the latest bombshell vis-a-vis Air Force One gate. But more and more came out about this strange plane switch throughout the week. Whether or not this threat was even credible was brought up multiple occasions. Just not clear that it was. But Trump seemed to take it fairly seriously, jamming himself into a food cart, according to some pictures that have been circulating the internet, to avoid potential assassination. For more on this, we got Hasan Piker.
New details emerging from a Washington Post report about the attempted assassination plot that was uncovered by Israeli intelligence when Donald Trump was in Ankara for the summit. Donald Trump was in Ankara for a NATO summit, and there was a little switcheroo that took place, change of flight plans. There was a security concern. Now, of course, during this summit, there was also conversations taking shape with Iran. And what's interesting, of course, is those conversations went nowhere. Part of the speculation right now is that Israel is manipulating Donald Trump by way of consistently weaponizing, at best, faulty intelligence that signals to Trump that his life is in imminent danger in the hands of the Iranian assassins. This is actually something that we should be paying a little bit more attention to, I think, because a lot of conversations have been had about Lindsey Graham, about Benjamin Netanyahu's personal influence over Donald Trump. But But some of those conversations have not really reckoned with how much this personal animus comes from the fact that Donald Trump has consistently assumed that Iran wants to assassinate him. That's what's really interesting about this. I think that has to be a personal motivation of Donald Trump a little.
Yeah, I think that is the most important and interesting aspect of this, is that Donald Trump thinks that Iran's after him. And he thinks that they might have a shot, that they might have the ability to do it. He seems convinced that Iran could take him out at any turn. That, I think, is what's important. The paranoia of the president is apparently looking around every corner for an Iranian assassin or something like that. I agree, Hasan. For more, let's go here. Democracy Now! From yesterday.
We begin today's show looking at how an alleged Iranian threat to assassinate President Trump led to a secret operation last month that possibly endangered the lives of journalists and White House staffers. The Washington Post reported on Monday that President Trump secretly switched planes before departing a NATO summit in Turkey. Ahead of his departure from Ankara on July 8th, President Trump announced on Truth Social that he would not be flying on the newly refurbished Boeing 747-8 jet gifted by Qatar, but instead on the older Air Force One, for old time's sake, he said. That announcement led to revelations that the Qatari plane lacked some of the safety features of the legacy
That's
Air
the
Force
least
One.
believable part
Leaks
of
that
the
angered the White House and
It's the least believable part of the whole thing. That he did it for sentimentality. Donald Trump? Sentimental? Really? Yeah. Oh, he missed the old plane. The guy who loves everything new and covered in gold. Made specifically for him. He hates the new one. He wanted the... I like the vintage stuff, you know? I don't like old things. I don't like new things. That's shiny, I say. All the time. Always saying it. Less shiny, the better.
subpoenas of New York Times reporters.
But the Post revealed Monday the president actually departed on a third plane. President Trump was seen boarding the old Air Force One, but then secretly left through another door and was shuttled in an airport catering truck along with several aides to a third plane. The press was asked to lower their shades before the operation, presumably, so they would not see the president's exit.
Yeah. This is a crazy one. The fact is, I mean, the press weren't told that they were decoys, and it would seem that Caroline Leavitt may have been put on one of the decoy planes. It doesn't seem that she took to it very kindly. It may have, in fact, been the reason for her departure from the administration suddenly this week. Well, it's been a crazy week. Every week is crazy, but goddamn. Holy shit. Everything's either really on fire or figuratively on fire. Good God.
Officials who were left on the plane along with the staff and reporters included Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. The White House never revealed the secret operation. On Tuesday, President Trump was asked by reporters about the plane switch and the risk posed to the reporters on the decoy flight.
It's only up to Secret Service. I just follow what they'd like to do. So I go by Secret Service and the military.
Why was President on the midterm for you to fly on Air Force One, but not too dangerous for the press?
The plane that I flew on was at greater risk. I think it was
say that. Mr. President,
that would be the plane I think that they would be more likely to go for.
White House Correspondents Association President Jackie Heinrich of Fox News met privately with senior White House officials Tuesday to convey concerns from the press corps. In an internal memo to members afterwards, she said, quote, "I asked the White House to work with us on a protocol that recognizes the Secret Service's responsibility to respond to genuine threats while protecting press safety, preserving independent coverage of the president."
Oh, yeah, they're keeping the press super safe, just using him as a decoy when you're worried about Iranian assassination attempts. Just throw them all on a plane. Yes, concerned. Oh, so concerned. What would we do without the press? That would be the end of everything. Many people are saying it.
This is a story that is getting a significant amount of attention because the President of the United States was apparently okay with the idea that we're going to have a plane load of journalists and White House staffers, the less important ones, on a plane as a decoy for what they thought might be an Iranian attempt to assassinate Donald Trump. Now, as you know, Donald Trump has made it absolutely clear over the years, the Israelis have too, that it is perfectly legitimate to attempt to kill civilian leadership. And so, of course, Trump takes this seriously and has absolutely zero interest in protecting anybody who is not named Donald Trump.
Yeah, Sam makes a good point. And maybe that's what is leading to this paranoia. You know, it's like Hamlet. Out, darn spot. You know, he's got blood on his hands. He knows that he's violated international law by participating in the assassination of a foreign leader of a sovereign nation state. And every second he's looking around every corner, looking down at his blood-soaked hands, wondering if he's next. Because this is the state of play that he and Benjamin Netanyahu have ushered in. It's a fascinating thought.
Here is this is video of Trump pretending to go on, or he actually goes on Air Force One. Everyone in the plane, including the press, believe that Trump is on the plane as they fly back to the United States from Ankara. And watch what happens here. You can see Trump entering into... Oh, you got to go back a little bit because we didn't...
the Scottish flag.
You can see Trump entering into...
Normal plane ride.
Yeah.
That is a niche-ass quote, Carl. Yes, I've quoted the Scottish play. It's true.
Illegal.
I've done it. What have I done?
Here I go. Dum-de-dum, dum-de-dum. And you'll notice one thing. Okay, pause it right there. Keep it up. The press was told to put your windows down in the plane. And then you can see the airport catering truck, and they apparently had to use food to lure Trump out of the plane.
It's filled with Big Macs.
Wait, are there eclairs there? Are there eclairs?
I smell
so there's
something.
the catering truck has one of those like it's not a shipping container. It's obviously like about half that size. But what it does is it elevates up, and so he must have just walked into it. So let it roll here.
Yeah, on planes like this, I mean, you got another side over here, probably for the crew to like load and unload stuff, right? And so the regular boarding here, crew supplies and thing boarding over here, and they're just winching. I mean, he couldn't have jumped. You get like at a crane to. Is the president capable of coming down any? I guess. Is there a stairway on the other side? Hard to say, but you mean I know that there's a way to get off these planes that are not for general purpose use.
And once they had him, the catering truck drives away and goes into another plane.
Gotta cater this plane too. It's got a special little meal on it.
Wait, but is there more food in the other plane? Okay.
Diet Coke's on me.
Bye. Okay, I'm getting on the plane.
Here is
I love
Donald
the
Trump.
I mean, all of the, the fanfare and sort of facade that he puts on to pretend to everybody that I'm on the plane. Shoot this one. I'm waving. I'm definitely on the light blue plane. And definitely not being loaded off of the other side. Totally on this plane where all the press is coming on. Shoot this one. Shoot this one, definitely not the other one.
Here is Donald Trump explaining that, in fact, no, he wasn't part of endangering the lives of is it dozens?
Right. I mean,
maybe tens. I don't know of journalists in this plane.
Yeah, I mean, journalists, staff, pilots. They just put this whole show on for, I guess, Iran or Iran-backed proxies in the region. And then proceeded to exit stage right. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, he just doesn't care. And I mean, I'm not shocked that Caroline left. This has got to be the reason. We've been talking about it all stream since the very beginning of this. We started talking about this from beginning to end. We started with this one and we're ending with this one. Pretty much. It's just fascinating how little concern Trump has for anyone but himself. What? No, the Supreme Court's... What? No, I'm sorry, not the Supreme Court. It was the Secret Service's thing. They said it, not me. It's fine. I just do whatever they say. I do whatever they say, put on a show, pretend like I'm on a plane where all the press and some of my staff are located. And then I leave, and that's just... Ask the Secret Service about it. It's not me. It's not a me thing. He just has no concern for anybody. I'm just not shocked at all that he would endanger the lives of all of these people with so little regard. I'm not shocked that was disturbing to Caroline, who just had a baby. I'm pretty certain she was going to stay for the whole thing, and that broke her. I'm pretty sure that broke Caroline, which is fascinating to me, because she was the most loyal of loyal. I mean, aside from Natalie Harp, she was like number 2 most loyal person in that White House. And even she's gone now. It's a huge blow. It's a huge blow. He really took her for granted, and it did not go well.
In front of the fire.
With press and with White House officials on it. How much is... Well, this one went over to England, where it was shown to the soldiers. It's still at risk, even though... No, I know, but this one went over to England because the soldiers wanted to see it. Right. And it stopped, and they showed it to the soldiers, and we did a switch over there. And it was really as per the military, and I just have to do what they say. They go for safety, and I have to do what they say. They go for safety.
Why was it too dangerous for you to fly on Air Force One, but not...
I don't know. I think actually the plane that I flew on was at greater risk.
When you think about it, when you really think, I was actually at more risk. He's a sick guy. He is such a deranged narcissist. Oh my God. When you think about it, actually, you were safer than me. Okay? Even though I pretended to be on the plane that you were on, really, you were safer.
To do what they say.
Why was it too dangerous for you to fly on Air Force One, but not too dangerous for the press?
I think actually the plane that I flew on was at greater risk.
Why do you say that?
Because that would be the plane I think that they would be more likely to go for.
The decoy plane, actually much safer than the other plane that nobody knew about. Actually, when you think about it, the decoy plane that I totally screwed over, that's actually the much safer plane. You know, it's like, is Iran going to go for the obvious target? No, of course not. They're going to shoot all the other planes, because Iran's not stupid, okay? That's, duh.
So you can see, like, Trump's trying to avoid the questions, as you know. Oh, well, the army guys wanted to see the plane,
Yep.
so we just decided to fly to the military base to show the army guys the plane.
What you know?
Oh god, it's just incredible. He just got these. He does not give a shit about anybody but himself, and he's proven that over and over again. He's risked himself to billions, tunes of billions of dollars, shut down the Epstein files investigations, and started a war so we'd all forget about it. And then when that war put him and other people in jeopardy, he said, "Not me, you guys first. Actually, I'm gonna go on this plane." He's a real piece of shit. He's a really bad guy. You know, I mean, I don't blame Carolyn for leaving. Although she was number 2, right behind Natalie. She just didn't make it on that plane. I can see how that would tip her over, you know, even as the most loyal. One of the most loyal megaphones for the president. She's been so dedicated to him. But he proved that he just didn't care about her. But like I said earlier today, I'm just going to reiterate this again now. You know, this is just Trump's arc. This is just history. If you're surprised by this, then I would invite you to look into any of Trump's history and how he's treated, I don't know, any of his wives after they got pregnant and or had babies. Real lack of interest there too, as it turns out. And unfortunately, Caroline, now the recipient of that sort of disinterest. Not that they had some sort of sexual relationship, just that I think he doesn't like moms. I think he hates moms. Because it's like, you know, there's like another human being that means more to them than him, right? Like, why deal with all of that? Like, that is how I perceive it. And try and prove me wrong on that one, seriously. Like, tell me I'm wrong. You can't tell me I'm wrong. Like, it's got to some degree. Some part of it's got to be a sort of psychosexual thing, but it's also absolutely, as a malignant narcissist, has to have something to do with him knowing he's no longer necessarily the center of attention. You know, it's like another human being that might be as important as him. You gotta think that comes into play. It's clearly it's a combination of both, I think. Anyway, we're almost done with the stream. 2 clips left. Global news next. Iranian authorities and media continuing to mock Donald Trump. Meme war still going at full speed ahead. Trump's secret transfer to another aircraft using a truck carrying food supplies has become the talk of the world's media. People at the nightly gatherings see it as stemming from the fear of enemies seeking revenge-driven retaliation for the freedom of the world. Oh my god, I'm sorry. There's a couple of spots where we gotta pause this. Iranian Embassy SA. I don't know what SA is. Syria, maybe? Iran in SA. He will be hidden in a trash can before long. Wow.
Iranian hardliners who have been talking about taking revenge for assassination of Iran's supreme leader on February 28th as well as some other senior political and military officials in Iran, they are basking in the fact that the United States was so afraid and concerned about President Trump's safety and security.
من فکر می‌کنم یه این بازی روانیه.
Okay, this right here. This one, I couldn't believe. I had to remake it a little bit because I couldn't find like the actual photo. I had to do a little bit of editing if you look at the thumbnail myself to get the right effect. Adobe's been doing some really dumb stuff lately. It's been fucking me up. But you can see Donald Trump doing his favorite thing. Wearing a MAGA hat, holding a golf club. Out on the course, readying for his tee shot. With Shahed drones overhead, casting shadows onto the president. When I saw this one, I was like, oh, this is not gonna help with the president's paranoia. Like, this is his favorite thing. This is gonna ruin his favorite thing. When I saw this, like, oh no, Iran found the one thing that's going to cause Trump to lose sleep. He's made the golf course an unsafe place. Oh, I know he's seen this. You know he's seen this shit. Oh my God, we should check on the golf tracker, see if he's slowed down his play lately. But when I saw this, I lost it. I couldn't stop. I could not stop when I saw this. I was like, oh my God, this has got to be killing the president. Golf? His most sacred of activities threatened by Iran? Oh, that's got to be absolutely crushing him inside. It's just got to be eating him away. Like, just, like, right? It's like, imagine whatever your favorite thing is. And then, you know what I mean? Like having something like this happen to it, right? That's what... I'm trying to, like, what's it, like, what's your... I'm trying to... This is, I mean, some next level propaganda Iran is engaging in now. Threatening Trump's golf games? Oh, no. That can't be sitting well with the president. Oh. That's got to be very upsetting for him. I'd imagine that's causing him a great deal of distress. Here's a up-close look of it. Look at him. He looks distressed. Of course, I'm pretty sure that's a fake doctored photo. If it is about the propaganda message that Iran is trying to, and I think successfully, make here. Like I said, you got to assume the president has seen that, and it's got to be affecting him out there on the golf course if he's playing at all. You got to imagine he may be cowering inside Mar-a-Lago or wherever he is right now. Avoiding the golf course entirely. His favorite activity. He does it more than he does governing. By the way, Columbia Regan, thank you for the super chat. USA Today is reporting that Trump is going to declare the Strait of Hormuz as a U.S. territory. It's a body of water. Shut up. He's not. I'll look into that for tomorrow. That's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
But yeah, obviously that's a doctored photo, but the fact is it's about the message that it sends to the president. I'm sure it's very displeasing. It's causing me a great deal of distress. Strait of Hormuz is a U.S. territory. Give me a break. Give me a break, Columbia. Reagan.
Give me a joke.
Would you? Just, good God. I'm trying to get through this week's news. Let's wait until the weekend for this weekend's news, okay? We're deep into this puppy. 8 hours. Final clip. You'll be shocked to hear we were just talking about the Strait of Hormuz, and we are now going to be talking about the Strait of Hormuz. That's right. Because in the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, Friday, 2 United Arab Emirates ships were apparently attacked. Once again, slowing traffic in the strait to a complete halt. Here's CNN from 17 hours ago.
The United Arab Emirates says 2 of its vessels were attacked while transiting the Strait of Hormuz Thursday. A state-owned oil company, ADNOC, says no one was injured and the situation is under control. It's not clear who was behind the attack. What more do you know about the attacks of these 2 UAE vessels that, were transiting the Strait of Hormuz?
So we've heard from ADNOC, which is the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company. They say that it was 2 vessels which were impacted. They have said there are no injuries. The situation is under control, and they say that they came under attack as they were trying to transit the Strait of Hormuz. So yet another example and of just how difficult trying to cross that strait is.
It's not just difficult, it's deadly dangerous. You know, people shouldn't be trying to do this because it's closed. But it's so confusing at this point. Whether it's open or closed, people are trying. As a result, you're having these sorts of things happening in the strait. It's just been a clusterfuck of a week, Space Fams, from beginning to end. Todd Blanche in, Carrion Levitt out. Shock gloves for ICE agents. Mangione pleads guilty. Mike Lindell defiant. Fox News starts a war, full-on hour in, hour out war on Hasan and the DSA. Everything's on fire. It's probably going to get worse. Binface. Barely losing to fascist Farage. It's been quite a week, Space Fans. We've talked about it all. Well, most of it, as much as I could possibly get together into a cohesive 8-hour show. That 8 hours we're coming up on very quickly. 7 hours and 55 minutes of the space content here on this Friday evening. Planning at least 2 more streams. Well, technically, another stream tomorrow. And one on Sunday. Normal schedule. Hopefully, we'll be getting to an even better schedule. I'm planning to start the streams a little earlier so that maybe we can stretch them a little longer. Or at least get more people who go to bed slightly earlier in here. Because I've been starting later than in a perfect world, I'd be starting these streams like 7 or 8 p.m., like a couple hours earlier. Just for multiple reasons. Either way. Because like right now, 8 hours in, it's 6 a.m. I'd rather be closer to like 4 a.m. So we could stretch it out like another hour, and then be like 5-ish. Should be like just my own personal life timing. It would it'd be better, I guess you might say. But yeah, I mean, shit. There's no way next week is worse than this week, right, Space Times? I've never said that and had it be true, so there's that. Well, that's gonna be it for tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goddog, ZeroW, Schmeggly, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moeno Up, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Striking, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, PerfXL, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Ekios, Emily S, Hecate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, Rogue Gerb, Tracy, Eva, and Mr. Nice Guy. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.